behind second. Could they make a move? Absolutely. What needs to happen is this. We need some of our top teams to fall for
the final
any
drop,
small
ladies and gentlemen, $1 million tournament
for somebody to drop down on to make it into the building of opportunity. It is going to be very, very tight.
Here's the thing. Falcons on a bit of a hot streak off of their win from a couple of games ago. Top 3 finish with good kills. Fnatic, lots of kills, but they're not getting themselves into positions late circle. They're falling in 10th and 9th in their last 2, and then Twisted Minds, a second place finish. They've been known to put together hot wins before. Can they do it when it matters most?
The problem with Twisted Minds is nobody's rotating to him. It's the same thing with AB Wiz. It just happens that the Twisted Minds squad is finally finding some eliminations late game. They need the kills. I expect
Justin,
Twisted Minds to leave Factory
Caleb,
very
thank you guys.
early this time around. They need 33 points to catch up to Fnatic. The closest team to them, Guild, down by 60.
Hey, you should have said what's up, Dylan.
Nothing
I
else
appreciate
they
you,
need to
bro.
do besides slay out this entire lobby.
Here we go!
Ladies and gentlemen, the
final match!
of Warzone is here.
$1 million
Esports
on the
World
line.
Cup. It's gonna be loud. You can already hear it. I don't need to ask for it. Here we go.
I don't know. I kind of
Team
like
dropping
Fnatic,
same
bro.
spot,
I don't
different
know.
spot.
Falcons
That's
played out of their mind, though.
Like we can throw all the numbers we want in the world, but who gives a shit? Let's just get to the action, see who shoots better, flat out. As a Mitch is going to already once against Father and Na'Vi. Same story we've seen times like this.
Yeah, this fight will go back and forth. I really expect they both get some elimination. Maybe a win slightly slow here in play for Ford. Let it get on the field. I think we need to see who gets it. But at the end of the day, Gil has to make the most scoring run of all time. Down 60 on 4. Alright? So this is really a protecting of Ford right now. The biggest match of the game we've ever, the biggest match of the tournament. 60 points. That was by Fnatic.
Jesus Christ!
All about 60 FOV.
Come on!
Twisted Minds are at Factory, no one challenged them. Fnatic, backside of headquarters prison, no one challenged them. Headquarters prison Falcons drop over towards Stronghold, no one challenged them. So, there's going to be a moment of pause here in terms of how do we determine our champion. Both of those sets of teams looking pretty comfortable off their drops.
Fnatic may be the first of those trios to find some early engagements. Guess who it is? It's Six. They continue to find themselves in precarious situations, sometimes come out on top. This time, not as successful as usual. Looks like Guild's finding a couple eliminations on the team we expect them to find. And yep, I expected Aizen to go big here, try to go for gold, and unfortunately 2 teams fighting you means you are out of here as well as New Icon.
Yeah,
Wow,
Fnatic
3 teams are already gone.
Heard all of the action right below them, and they're trying to get involved super early to see if they can third party, but they missed their window. Zix's squad is already out and put them on separation, or so I would have thought for them to get out of there, but they got a knock onto 1 into Noobs, and that was enough for the whole team to come back. Skullface able to at least trade out 1, so Fnatic gonna be able to stabilize, but look at the Falcons. They're trying to hunt them down early.
Falcons coming in. This is further reach than usual for their first push. They want to take out Fnatic, and they're doing so. Find 2 with all 3 alive.
They took out Almond in the tower because they knew he sits there.
Does not
Wait,
care.
Falcons are gonna win, bro.
2v4s, I don't care. Multiple teams, I'm going for kills. It's fine. We've got plenty of bodies way all the way around this kind of
anchor
stronghold
position
area for Hisoka.
That's actually
rather
huge.
by himself to just get your teammates right back. A lot of action. As we take a breath, Shifty is going to hang out here and make sure his teammates get back.
It's an aggressive move from Falcons, but you're 100% right. They're trying to take Fnatic out of the picture. Same story, though, for Twisted Minds, who rotated up quickly through Factory, and they are finding quite a good number.
You can only get one?
They're already on 4.
Start.
Zizix team, who loves to try to get back in the middle of the circle, is going to have a hard time. They are the ones that are looking like the loot to farm right now. As desperately between all of our major squads at the moment. So, again, everyone's collecting in towards headquarters. This is going to get hot.
Yeah, the quick notes here omit Icons, Aizen all out of the picture, which means Guild's path to 4th is, well, frankly, wide open. They're just going to play spoiler for somebody else. They might play spoiler to some of our top teams. They want to win. They have the ego. They want that. They want to make sure that
passageways
They got a knock on Biffle right there, scalded. That was crazy.
There's the enemy intends to destroy the entire
What the fuck? Oh, come on!
He wants this kill. Somebody shoots him in the back.
Twisted Minds is right behind them. So again, our top 3 squads are looking to battle each other without the drama of the final circle.
I've restored some of the data.
Wow. Literally the top 3 teams are all fighting each other. And now Shifty's fighting Aiden. You got Falcons, Twisted Mind, and Fnatic all in gunfights with each other. That's actually insane.
As it was
everything on the
Iron
line,
Heart
nothing
Races
to
which led us
lose.
to this
They
place.
just
Once
want
again,
kills
production
to
value
win.
top
Well,
tier. Look at that
the
underneath
first
me, bro.
rotation,
Loadout
every
dropping in
single
that whole
It wasn't
thing.
an easy
out
fight
of
if
factory
they
in
are.
the
Same,
first
bro.
circle. They got their loadout
Sharon,
and they sprinted
awaiting your
towards the action.
transmission.
They want as many kills as
The
possible,
traces of the
and they're willing to
Ironheart
throw their lives away
detected
for it.
here.
And the
There.
other part of the conversation
Never
is
mind.
Guild on number
I will
11,
let
team
you
number
know
11,
after
pardon
I've
me.
performed
They're up
further
on number
analysis.
of kills, already on 8. They've cleared out all
Okay,
the crazy.
guys.
But if they want to get into the top 3, they need to rotate down and
Synchronize the
join this
alarms
party.
with
We
the
need to see our
nuclear
top 4
reactor
squads start to battle it out if there's going to be any major moves at the
What
top.
the hell are
Team
they
6
thinking?
fully eliminated. That's
They'd
4
rather
teams
take
out early.
everyone
This is
and
what looks like
everything
the
with
There's
them than
less
give up
points
the
on the
Ironheart.
board, by the way. 4 teams dead.
is
I can
Fnatic
notify
Way
against
less players
circuitry.
on the map going
Find
into
the
the latter
alarms,
half of this
destroy them.
circle. We got second circle halfway through. We assumed it would be highly aggressive. We assumed it would be high risk, high reward. And now we're finally seeing it with only 10 squads left.
Twisted Minds down to a single player at the moment. That pinch between both Fnatic and Falcons had not gone well for them. So they tried to get involved, try to take down one of those major squads, or at least shrug them off their positions. That doesn't work. So
Shifty
Twisted Minds are
sniped
going
him
to
in the
reset
back.
towards living quarters as Falcons will get a tally on where Abwiz is, which is right between both sets of the parties.
Perfect team fight.
Trying to
Jump
wipe
on
him.
Stronghold means he has all the information. He gets some first bloods, help out Shifty and Biffle. This is a free kill, a free wrap. They want to clear out Stronghold. Look who's coming though. Team 2, that's Fnatic. They want to play spoilers. Third party. They think this fight might last longer than it does. Now Oki does get put his teammates back. They're able to put it back in. You can see Scorpion and Nukes think better of it and back up.
This is brilliant macro play from Fnatic. They know they have to keep Twisted Minds at bay, but more importantly, you try to get Falcons into a position to where even if they do win, maybe they don't get the kills they need to beat us. Maybe we can out-multiplier them. So they're keeping them at
Is
arm's
Nukes
reach.
playing,
Now
like,
it's down to Nukes.
60
Rotating
FPS
in, they've got
motion
80
blur
right
on. Am
now.
I seeing
They
this
can
right?
drop on the water. They
In a
know
$1 million
it's Twisted
tournament,
Minds'
dude?
week.
This is a 2v3 on the side of Twisted Minds having the advantage. Twisted Minds, they stay together. They deathball. They push teams. It's actually
It might be a spectator thing, because Aiden looks like he is too. I doubt he would
Something
be.
we saw Phoenix do from Omit all day yesterday. Boots and Skullface playing the aggressor. It's all midway up there, and they're trying to get an angle on it. So the top longer than likely, you guys don't have the advantage. You got back up.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
Skullface-
There's no saving you at this point.
Spectating has those settings. Because Skullface also just had it on that camera.
So it's still spiking deep though. Falcons are not a major threat towards either of those two spots, but they are a
For
threat
now,
to AB
we
Wiz.
need to
And Ship
stabilize the
able to find the
deactivated
kill
reactor.
and maybe a chance
Turn
for
on the
boards. There's still a
coolers.
couple of players nearby.
I'll continue
Unfortunately, for
tracking
Fan of
the
Vitality,
Ironheart
they are
traces.
out as well, down to the final 9 squads, and we haven't even
Brother.
closed the second circle. High risk, high reward, got to play for it. A lot of money on the line at every stage of the
This one,
competition.
too.
5th, 6th, 7th, all the way down. Tons of cash. We want as many points as possible. We're swinging for the fences.
Keep an eye, if we can, to number 3 in Twisted Minds. They have given up on the rotation, playing between Fnatic and Falcons, but they're rotating into SGP Syndicate and number 11 in Guild. This could get really, really dicey for them. It's another tough battle with 2 full squads in front of them.
Yeah, especially with that Guild squad troubled by Donkey. I believe that Syndicate, like you called out.
Really?
Guild, Syndicate, and got that Twisted Mind squad all over there on the far right-hand side of the map, which is going to be that eastern
gonna
side.
send the boat? Oh
the
my
north
God,
side of
they're
prison.
crazy
And
right now.
some more eliminations. This is called Hunt Down Your Opponent, who are trying to restabilize. Noobs looking for some freebies. Navi going to give them a little bit of trouble, but not a lot.
I mean, when the map is this open with so little teams, expect Fnatic to continue to do this. Falcons are so far out of the picture that now all of a sudden Fnatic kind of have this little bit of a power surge to where they know they can take party. Some of the weaker squads are over towards ships and docks. So now all of a sudden Fnatic putting themselves a couple of good kills together. It's just down to making sure we don't play too risky because your solo anchor is way out in Narnia at the moment.
This is the top
All
3
units
teams
transmitting
hunting
critical
the map
operation
for
details.
kills. They fought each other
From
for
the
a bit,
restored
and now they're
Vulgus experiment
sweeping the
records,
edge.
I've
Because you're right,
reconstructed an
way
audio
less
recording
kills to
that
go
seems
around,
to have
which means
been played
every
during the time
single
of the
point
experiment.
is massive, as it looks like the Falcons are making a late game surge straight up the middle with everybody up to HQ. They want this high ground position, they want it now. As on our screen, Fnatic falling to AB Wiz, they lose 2. Now all by himself. He is the last alive for his team, and he is not on high ground.
And he was the last player left as the anchor, which Falcons were trying to hunt. So, moment of panic right there from the side of Fnatic. They do get towards the buy station, they can reset. In the picture is Heretics, though. There's still a 3-man squad over towards the control center as AB Wiz and Co start to stabilize and win out this battle versus Na'Vi. The Falcons are here. They're looking to contest. They know they've got Fnatic nearby. They want to finish them.
That AB Wiz squad could make a play for 4th here if Guild can't get a move on. They do have a sizable amount of elimination.
They died.
Everybody's slain.
Falcons
Fnatic
just
goes
wiped them.
down in the hands of Shifty.
Dude,
But
Falcons
Paul
are to
Kinway,
win, bro.
Fnatic is out of the picture. The only team that can touch the Falcons is Twisted Mind, but they need an absolute
that's gotta be it.
championship. They need one of the biggest games today. 30+ and counting.
Dude,
as the
they got a
Falcons
little
stay
too
alive.
aggro.
Wild
Fnatic got a little too aggro.
If they can secure the kills, they can secure the win. No one can touch
Still
the Falcons.
can.
And on top of that, if you really want to play the macro, Saudi Arabia is showing nuts. because
Twisted
they got a
Minds,
1-2 finish here.
If
There's
they can
still a
wipe
chance we're gonna
Falcons
get
right
Falcons
here,
already.
this
Like,
orange
the
versus blue, if they can wipe
may be
Falcons
able
right
to
here, they have a
surpass
chance.
Fnatic, so it would be a 1-2 Saudi
sorry, not
orange
orange,
finish.
it's like
How
more of a
incredible that would be to start off
yellow-ish.
everything in
In order to
EWC.
increase the
The
accuracy
Fnatic
of our
team
pursuit,
took a
we need to
risk.
access
Yeah,
all
they
the
did.
Spread
digital
out, they
units
sit
who were
2 out.
transformed
They
using the
actually
Iron
pulled
Heart.
what is the Falcons cannon strategy.
must
It's
defeat
kind of a
Alpha.
reverse strategy.
Yeah.
It hasn't been paying off for anybody, and apparently it doesn't pay
Yeah,
off for
fuck
Fnatic
you.
either. They
Will
had to
do.
go for
I'll
gold.
be on my
Unfortunately,
way.
they will likely
Good
fall
hunting.
silver or bronze, but still a lot of math to be done and Shifty in a bit of trouble. This team is now got a tournament to lose at their hands.
Yeah,
They just need a
The only way Falcons
Yeah, and
lose is
again,
if
just to
they
reestablish
misplay
what you mentioned,
something.
it's kind of an island where the top three
They
are
should just
just very
stack and
safe.
just chill.
Guild is still alive. They're currently in fourth. They put together a good map, but they would have to put together an incredible map with a win if they were to want to touch where Twisted Minds were, which, again, they're also keeping that gap pretty tight with the ability for them to pick up 8 kills, at least at this point. So, again, it's just down to what does Twisted Minds put together? Can they eliminate this Falcons team and give themselves a chance to possibly surpass Fnatic?
A lot of money exchanging hands. Resurgence close, and we're moving into the next zone. Guild need a big one, holding off the advances of AB Wiz and other teams nearby. The Fnatic's an opportunity. They lost it. An opportunity to take gold. They just barely missed. And now they're just biding their time, waiting to see what this team right here, this team that could take second, this team that theoretically could take first, but they need a monster map. And they don't have a lot of kills to boot, not as much as they would like. 8 kills total right now, and this is the problem. There's only a total of 21 other people on the map.
They would essentially have to wipe Falcons right now if they wanted to have a
That's
chance
what I thought too.
at possibly surpassing them and they have to still rip apart pretty much the rest of the lobby. So it is starting to feel pretty darn confident for Falcons. It's not a guarantee yet, but with Fnatic out of the picture, there is an opportunity for maybe some action to possibly still happen around the center of this top three.
Extremely difficult for Guild and Falcons yet again. Being gifted this circle, everybody else has to come to them. Heretics are going to make a late game push over there to HQ on the other side. Keep in mind, don't know what to do with themselves.
Yeah.
Look at this lock, and look at Mr. Fnatic. I don't know what they're trying to do right now. They need to get a move on again. They're so safe that they just need to fly at teams right now. They're not at risk in this. Guild dropping at 70, and plus Syndicate's coming out of nowhere, finally waking up. Nice place going into this, wiping everybody on the map. Twisted Minds finally answering back as the only team that wasn't struck by the DA.
Yeah, I think that was legitimately just Intech saying, we'll see what happens. So that was dynamite right there. Takes out a number of enemies, but none of them. Everyone gets back up. So hot action right inside the central building. Headquarters, but doesn't turn into too much. You can see Twisted Minds fully healthy, looking to make their move.
Absolute cluster here at HQ. This is where we ended all. The Falcons have taken the roost. They've taken Fnatic position, and we will end there. That is no injury, but Aiden will not stop. Aiden will not fall. Nice backup. Keeps the trade and keeps Aiden alive. A huge play by Twisted Minds to stay in this game. There's a moment there they might have fallen and given away the win, but there is still a
Falcons
chance for
still
Twisted
up.
Minds.
There's no
Falcons are
way.
making the macro play for the tournament right now. They do not want to drop. They know that if they just put themselves into a top 3, top 5 position, they likely lose $1 million buy-in share. So it's just about playing safe from here on out for the Falcons.
8 kills for the
Yay.
Falcons, looking for the multiplier.
It is over, descendant.
Slowly but surely.
I got my piece. I finally got my modular.
Play, there's no reason to push the equation. There's no reason to give your life
Is
away.
one thing,
You've got to make sure that you
but
secure
we're always
this.
ordered for the Iron Heart to be inverted.
Slow play, and unfortunately on the other side, Z-Smith can't get the better of Guild. Guild making a huge surge. It's not going to be
Just
enough to
Aiden.
really move them up the leaderboard too dramatically, but they could
This
force
isn't
them
my
to make a
modular.
play for second.
Yeah,
Fnatic would love that.
Aiden's in a lot of trouble right now. He doesn't have any ground to work with. Doesn't have a tremendous amount of cash, so he's just got to kind of play his life
Oh,
out.
snap, I got
Well,
the
he will put
fucking
himself
other
an opportunity
one.
to kind of re-kit up just a touch, but again, now the focus is all about what Maniac's going to get placed. Hisoka just still trying to watch from above as the rest of the group gets together. As number
that
12 is on
mortar
the mix.
is
That's
doing
Heretics down
work.
and dusted. Final 6 teams.
Aiden's gonna
is
late
all
buy.
over the place, just trying to stay alive. Everybody wants the multi. Aiden able to buy back his teammates. Twisted Mind still in this. They do have 13, but the Falcons have 11. By the way, Fnatic fallen with 10, which means the Falcons, their only competition right now is Twisted
Dude,
Mind.
Falcons
they have
so good,
dramatically
bro.
taken down Fnatic.
Wow,
There
that
is no
play
one
was
that
so
can touch
good.
them, and they are playing the macro.
Soka's
PDS is on buy station.
late
This is how
game
they
plays have
started
been
this event,
insane
and
this
is how
entire
they're gonna
tournament.
end it. Twisted Mind falls. The Falcons, last team alive in the top 3. The Falcons gonna take it all in style. Let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah,
Soka
right.
by himself.
Soka.
How about a couple C4s, AB Wiz? How about a gun to the face, AB Wiz? Can't quite fall, but unfortunately, Soka with 3 is gonna make a play.
Is he
Back to the
buying
buy
again?
station we go. Has enough cash if he can find a PDS, which he does have. Can get a buyback
No way.
here. Could still make a play to win it all. There are 2 players remaining. It is Oki versus Hisoka.
And Hisoka may just see this one live out in the gas. There's the rest of the
This
team.
is,
It's
dude,
going to be down to
that
just
is
one.
insane.
AB Wiz is down to Oki.
Soka's
All 3
clutches in
Falcons
zone
flying
this
in for the final
entire
moment.
tournament
The final moment
has been
all
insane.
together like we
Absolutely
started.
insane.
Shifty,
Dude,
Biffle,
hey,
Hisoka, they
hands
win
up
the
to
final
him.
map.
Hands
They win
up
the
to
whole
the
tournament.
Falcons, man.
There is
Soka,
no debate.
listen.
There is no dissension.
Obviously,
the
Shifty,
Falcons are now the greatest Warzone
insane,
trio
but
the
Soka's
world has
like
ever
anchor
seen.
plays in the
Your
zone, man.
Falcons
I've
are the
never seen
first
anything like that.
Esports World Cup
Unbelievable.
champions.
Throughout that entire tournament, man.
$200,000 to their
Hands
name.
off to him. Hats off. Unbelievable, bro.
The celebration from the crowd. The Falcons.
Those plays
How
were
appropriate.
unbelievable.
I mean, and I'll tell you, the Falcon supporters came out in flocks. Could we use that word? Is that appropriate? Because, wow, look at the concentration. Knowing that
Unbelievable,
this
man.
Falcons team was set up for today to do what they were bred to do. Come through and dominate. 5 wins in their
dude,
last
the
group
plays he was
matches,
making in the
4 in a
zone
row.
were crazy,
They
bro.
bested, you would think, in a lot of ways here today, even if the average placements may not say so. How about clutching up when it matters most? Knowing that Fnatic are on their heels, knowing that Twisted Minds are looking to get involved, and
What
his
storyline
will
too,
give
right?
you everything you need to know. A
Home
simple
team
silence
proud.
of all of that action.
That was a
Best team in
clutch. That was
Warzone,
so
no
clutch,
question.
man.
Home field advantage, maybe. At the end of the day, you just got to perform on land. And Shifty, you could probably read his words. He said choke, and I think, frankly, maybe. But Fnatic made a great run. Got to tip our hat to him. We'll see how the leaderboard shakes out, but there's just no question in my mind that this Falcons trio is the best Warzone trio of all time.
And you know, the thing about it is not just are we going to be able to walk away with the confidence that this Falcons team is the best, but there's going to be a lot of conversations following after this event to what about Latin America? What about teams like Na'Vi from Australia? All of them made really good moves here to make it to finals and then do well, but Falcons, of course, the #1 team in the world.
We're going to head over to the STC Arena for a quick interview with our Falcons.
Ladies and gentlemen, the points have been tallied, and the results are in. Give it up for your Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone champions, Team Falcons!
Home team? Come on now. Come on now.
Gentlemen, Team Falcons, come over here, come over here, come on. Bring your key with you. Hand your key to the key
That was
master.
crazy,
They
man.
will
That
remove
ending was
the
crazy.
inner portion of the key and give it back to you. And now with the key
This is
game
so
completed,
sick, dude.
come on up to the trophy and place your key in its spot. Come over here, boys.
That is
Come
so
over here.
fire.
Come over here. Okay. For the final time, cement your names into the Esports World Cup history books and lift your trophy as Call of Duty Warzone champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Falcons!
Dude, they popped off, man. I mean, obviously, coming into today, they were super favored, but there was a minute there where someone else could have won, but they clutched up in the end, man. Look at us, huh? Esports, $60 million prize pool, Esports World Cups, you know? This is sick, man. Look at the production level. I would have thought gaming turns into this, man. Back in the 90s when I was playing a Super Nintendo. And now here you are with, you know, $1 million prize pools, 60 mil total across the board. It's pretty crazy, bro. Like, Falcons were back against the wall, and then they clutched up in the end, man. That was sick.
Gentlemen, come over here. Come and stand with us. Come on, come and stand between me and Milos. Congratulations. Biffle, I'm going to come to you first, buddy. Try to put into words how you're feeling right now.
I can't. To be honest, I can't put into words. Having a crowd like this is amazing. I love all of you guys. Thank you guys for supporting us. Oh my God. I don't even know what else to say.
All right, we got to say this. I mean, we've been talking a lot throughout the tournament, obviously with all the wins, but you get to select 3 teams.
I wonder what teams he's going to take.
To get crushed and
Fnatic.
added to your trophy. Have you made your selection yet, Zoka?
I know one guaranteed. It's Fnatic, choke artist.
Oh, it's Fnatic are going in the trophy, baby!
Shifty, finally, you know, you guys are here. You've got the center stage. You've won the Esports World Cup. What an incredible performance. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans, to family who have supported you throughout this entire journey?
You guys are everything. Literally, we feel the fucking crowd, every kill. You guys kept us in it. After they had a banger game, it was you guys that kept us composed, and we did this shit for you guys.
Now, I would like to ask you guys to come on up to our camera and sign it for us. I got a little pen for you.
Gonna sign this camera here.
Come on in. All yours. Come on up.
Sign the lens.
Sign it up. All yours.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have our first Esports World Cup champions. One more time, make some noise for Team Falcons!
That was a crazy one, man.
And with that, we're going to hand it back over to the studio to round out today's broadcast. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, they get the job done. I said it right, transitioning from Game 7 to Game 8. Once we came back on this stage, we would know who our champions were, and it is, in fact, Falcons, a historic event. I mean, come on, the best team in Warzone history, without question. They're incredible. They have made history over and over and over again. When will they stop? Honestly, it's up to them to decide. Seymour, Falcons, they're on top.
I mean, I sat with Shifty after a really poor performance back in the solos. I was like, what's going on with the team? How you guys feeling? Is the pressure on? He said, I only have one thing that I want to do. I won for myself. I want to win for the org, win for the community, and win for the crowd of fans that are cheering for me. And he did exactly that today.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys have ever wondered what it feels like to be living in history, it is being made right now. This is the Warzone Dynasty. This is the Falcons Dynasty. We are living in it. This is absolutely the best Warzone team of all time.
You know, when it came on to me, I was just going to do a little Hisoka signature after that day number 2.
Where's the crowd?
How did you guys count them out? Well, that man right there, Shifty.
Yes.
I have to give him his flowers too, because even as you mentioned, switching up strategies, even today, I had noticed at one point there was 2 snipers on the map, both Shifty and Hisoka, and then Shifty, it seemed like after that break, just completely went off with the eliminations.
You know, first off, look at this crowd. Look at this scene right behind
Look at
us.
this crowd
going nuts. The Falcons, the home team. It was absolutely deafening. Even from over here, you could tell how much it means for Saudi Arabia, for the Falcons to represent them, for the Falcons to take the victory, and for those 3 there picking up the flag, showing off the Falcons. Hisoka going big, going proud, signing the camera. Such a historic moment for all 3 of these guys. And you know what Shifty at one point told me, just like he told you, Seymour, on the bus, right? Like, look, we're doing this for a team. We're doing it for Falcons. We're doing it for history. Shifty, after the Global Finals, told me, he said, look, I just want one more good win, and then I'm good. I can retire. I know he doesn't want to retire now because he's still on top, and he's got more to do.
That's good.
Speaking of which, who is our Sony Tournament MVP? Let's take a look at it. $50,000 to earn. There can only be one. Who is it? And it's Shifty from Team Falcon.
$50,000 extra dollars. That is a big chunk of change to walk away from on top of being a champion. Our first ever EWC MVP.
For them, man.
And
They
there
popped
he
off,
is
bro.
in front
They
of the
deserve
crowd,
that.
chanting his name and loving it.
Insane stuff. You know, it's a team that came in with so much pressure, right? So much pressure on their shoulders. A lot of questions. Would they be able to handle that pressure? Infinity. They absolutely did.
Absolutely they did. And to be fair, you and I, we have questions. I know not all of us predicted Falcons going to someone did talk about it. But yeah, absolutely. They answered every single question anybody could possibly ask. Falcons, are they the best Warzone team? Yeah, they are.
Without question, they are the best.
Are you all right?
Fnatic almost
Looks like
threw
they're
it
still
all
holding
Falcons
strong.
up at the top, but it wasn't.
Enemy reinforcements
They played it a little
Prepare
too
for an
hard.
attack.
Like a little
Think about Fnatic,
too
how
aggro.
close
They almost
came.
pulled that
There's
off.
so many teams that needed to catch up, that needed to play spoiler alert, and I'm looking at teams.
Not for nothing. Someone said they think Soka should win MVP. Like, I understand that Bitball and Shifty, obviously, they're little demons, right? They're going to get a ton of elims. But, like, Soka's plays to keep them in the game a lot of the times. I mean, there were at least 2 to 3 times I can think of where Soka's making a gas play to, you know, get another place or something like that. Obviously, he's not going to get as many kills as those two, but his plays were clutch, man.
And I'm a little bit kind of disappointed.
But I'm pretty sure it's most kills gets MVP.
They had such a good running yesterday. Actually, performance in day number 1. I thought they would step up today and kind of represented the Falcons, kind of not represented the Falcons. The hometown crowd above. I'm a little heartbroken to see them that far down.
But think about
Guess
it.
nothing comes down this way.
They were challenging the winners of this tournament. They were challenging the Falcons. They showed
It's
great
fine,
heart.
boys.
They showed they
Let's
were
do it.
not backing down. They weren't stepping away.
If you think
they
it's good.
wanted to take the top dogs out, and they gave it their best effort. And let's not forget, they nearly did so. Map over, plenty of maps over. You got to give them credit, and I think more importantly, all 14
you're good.
teams
Send it
made it
then.
to the finals today. There were 7 teams who were not here.
Yeah, and you know what? You had mentioned Team Zizix, of course, and then new icons and Esoon, right? Challenging a lot of these top teams, which we did not expect. A lot of those teams from the C group to make it, obviously, Cloud9, GG, like teams that we didn't expect to make it here. But for those lower teams that were unexpected, rather, like they played amazing today, and I got to give them credit to icons. Challenging and going to do that.
You know, at the end of the day, I think it's 4 by 4. A lot of teams have tried it, but it's like, again, over and over, the narrative is
They're not
Falcons
hesitating.
will the Falcons.
They're clearly intending to destroy our facility.
And time and time again, they just always come through, and they just force themselves.
Oh, well,
They
thanks.
show
21
us,
months,
once again, that they are the best out there. The thing about the Falcons is that team is special. Like a lot of teams are confident, a lot of teams have the experience. You have to have the to be a top-level competitor. But they consistently back up their strategy. They're one of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they were
Bitball had a fever going into today, too, so he's not 100%. It's like, so that was Biffle's, like, Jordan flu game. I'm pretty sure Destroy also, like I said it, I read somewhere, he had to go to the hospital or something. Wasn't feeling 100% as well.
He's bringing these guys back every single time they're by.
Destroy's in the ER first day.
I love how. I think it's bring up for Soka there too, because in that last game, who was it that pressured all this out of that top tower? Puts Fnatic into a little bit of a chaos, forces them to not just sit still and play for that placement. Fnatic had to make some plays, and that really kind of sent them down the rabbit hole of ultimately their end.
You know what? I had to say this one thing, because you guys keep talking about Hisoka, and one of my very favorite players, of course, but he is an IGL, he is an anchor. What makes him so good is he can do it all. And you got to think World Series of Warzone, being an IGL
John,
player,
thank you for all the 3 years, brother.
Slayer for the team. So, Shifty, Biffle, they get those kills because Hisoka rests them in, 4 times in that final zone?
And he was brought in as the closer, which is incredible, right? For the World Series of Warzone specifically, they go to the global finals next. It's better for them as well as themselves in that tide of things. They're going to reach that one, I guarantee you.
God, negative the 5 gifted, man.
Taking that walk there, looking to place that first key in the total, paving the way for Falcons' historic World Cup run. Don't think the Falcons are done here. The Falcons have a chance to continue to make history all throughout the Esports World Cup.
Chat, was Warzone the first? Is this the first
Enemy
finals
reinforcements
in the
spotted.
Esports World
Prepare
Cup?
for
Or is there
attack.
another one before
It's
this?
been great to be here.
Like, is this going to be the first?
What is this?
Like the first putting into the like big pillar? Or is this the first one?
I think
This is the first one? Oh, that's sick. So Warzone's going to be the very first one in the Esports World Cup pillar. That's actually dope, dude. I didn't know. Because League of Legends is this weekend too, right? It must be wrong. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, how high can they climb? For you, Brody, right? You've done a lot of
It is, and I think I've always had a special place in my heart because it was a massive years ago, and I've been trying to see here and there, but I think to be part of the festival,
right.
this is a very international sport, right? I mean, there's been that conversation about North America versus Europe. Ages ago, North America proved that they were the #1 region.
When
But now you've
CS2?
got teams from Latin America.
They had
you've
the whole
got
schedule
teams
during
from
the
Asia Pacific coming in and being
opening,
competitive. And you've got European
like,
teams
opening party or
also
whatever.
at the top of their game, all the way to top 4 today as well. It is
think
an
it's
international
next
esport,
week.
and I love that whenever that happens.
No,
in
Overwatch might be
esports.
next week, and then
Absolutely love
CS2's
Warzone.
after
It's
that.
been awesome.
Incredible, right? And Dream, for you, you've been a part of Warzone since the very beginning. On top of that as well, like, you've been a competitor. One of the first women pro, right? The weekly composite CDL era. I know this is
Apparently, July 17th is CS2.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, obviously,
Info from chat.
2007, but for Warzone, just seeing this go
I'll the
from
kill.
a
He's
captain's
hit me up.
something super official like this. I mean, it's growing, but
It's possible to do CS2, and the 24th is OWT. I mean, so this is a sponsored thing we did with EWC, and they asked me to do the Warzone
No
one.
time to catch your breath.
Obviously, I
We
was
have
totally
more
down with.
enemies
But
coming at us.
I know that CS2 and Overwatch are around the corner. I don't know if we're gonna work with them again, but that'd be sick. I mean, hey, I'm a professional spectator, bro. This is what I do. You know what I'm saying?
Betty dropping like that just hit different. You know, being in esports for the past 11 years, this show takes the cake for what I have done so far.
You should do CS2. You're always pro. I know, bro.
How much
Rainbow Six is the 31st.
Saudi Arabia is special.
It'd be a fun one too, honestly.
Right, it's
Rainbow Six, right?
It really is international, and esports opens up the doors for so many others out there to compete. Maybe they don't want to play traditional sports. Maybe they don't want to just game casual. Maybe they want to make a name for themselves. Esports gives that opportunity to countless others out there. I see
not for nothing, Rocket League would just be sick to
literally
watch as well.
because of esports. And I tell you what, it nearly brings a tear to my eye. I'm not going to cry because I just don't do that. But man, it really is an emotional. I have an emotional attachment to esports. I have an emotional attachment to this event already. See how incredible it was, how it unfolded. And shout out to all 21 teams who made it to this point, even if they didn't make it into
Rocket League's in this
right?
too.
Even if they only
have
run
so
into
much.
play. The fact that they made it.
Look up. I'm sorry.
In more waves.
Esports.com, okay. Check it out. There's like 21 games across 8 weeks. It's $60 million total. It's the biggest. This is the biggest gaming event that I've ever seen, man. This is unbelievable.
For the year after that,
Right.
you're seeing so many
So
teams.
be sure to
who
check 'em out,
worked on
man.
it at the start, the playoffs, even testing some of these teams off catching drops. And I think that just shows that this is the beginning of Warzone competitive as its own. It is still a benchmark for what is to come, and in the future, there might be a team to take down Falcons. There might be a team that is bigger when it comes to being a dynasty, and it could be some of those smaller teams that we saw this weekend.
We detected another large-scale movement
Absolutely
of
it is, and I
forces.
want to say as well, I think
Defend
this
the
does really
facility.
feel like the future of not just Warzone esports, but right? I mean, esports, I think Warzone has lacked the organisation joining in, right? That kind of fan base that's got behind them. There's a perfect marriage in a way between the Falcons and the Falcons squad itself. There is the process of building that dynasty. To have a crowd like that behind you, mixed with that internationality aspect of it, right? You've got, again, Saudi Arabia, Japan behind Falcons. It's insane.
I love it too. Incredible stuff. stuff. There it is, the keys, right? The first key earned when it comes to the Esports World Cup. Locked down by the Falcons. Hisoka with it in his hands, looking to place it on the totem, paving the way for the Falcons' historic World Cup run. It starts here. How far can they go? We've got 7 weeks to see what their journey is going to unfold like.
So cool, man. Hey, big thank you once again to Esports World Cup for sponsoring this, for putting this entire thing on, right? 8 weeks, $60 million. Like I said, check out their website, esportsworldcup.com. Obviously, we just watched Warzone. You got League of Legends tomorrow. There's an FW3-1. You got CS2. You got Overwatch 2, Apex Legends, Fortnite, Rainbow Six, tons more. Thank you for them for sponsoring this, man. This was a ton of fun. I know I'm not normally here on a Saturday, but I had a blast watching that. I'm sure a lot of you did. Thank you again to the Esports World Cup for sponsoring us on this, man. Appreciate y'all very much. And thanks again for putting this on, man. It's just fun.
Sorry to send you. No time to catch your breath. We have more enemies
Hope you
coming
enjoyed the little
at us.
Saturday banger, man. Appreciate you guys, man. I had a lot of fun watching that with you guys. Like I said, EWC, what they're doing is it's a very cool thing, man. I mean, $60 million esports tournament. Think about what gaming was, you know, when I was a kid. Where it is now. Money is involved. Esports and gaming in general. See just the scale of put on for gaming. I know a lot of you are asking about like CS2 or Overwatch 2, just like other games that I mean, we did the hashtag ad with Warzone. I don't know if there's going to be more to come, but if there is, I mean, I'll let you know. So, okay, I appreciate you guys, man. Talk to you. I don't know if you're here. Thank you for the top dono again. New members, a lot of new members today. Thank you guys, new members. I appreciate y'all. I will see you all next week. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, on your Sunday, and I will see you guys next week. All right, thank you again, chat. Appreciate you, man. I'll see y'all soon, bro. Be safe this week, and I'll see you. Bye.
strong. Enemy reinforcements spotted. Prepare for an attack.
Fuck. Fuck. Jesus Christ. %50% on these. Woo. Level 40. No, I'll go fight that chick. Oh, I got a whole bunch of stuff to get here. Oh yeah, my Twitch drops. Pizza. No pizza. Pizza, no pizza. Oh, that's pretty badass. I like the coffin now. X-ray is better. This is cooler. How do you, change the skin color? Is there a way to change the pants skin or something? Is this linked? Stunning beauty. Complete energy activator training. Okay. Grown quite polished and confident. Let's see. Those are looking for some punch to send it to you. Something that's Christ. Energy activator. Okay. Use energy activator to increase module capacity. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Energy activator. Oh, I see. Increase module. Oh, they give me a free one. Max capacity up. Let's go! I hope this is for everybody and not just her. Man. Skill critical hit rate. Skill duration. Dang, fuck this shit. Oh, God. Okay. Skill expansion. Duration. Maximize skill. Skill cost. Okay. Let's go rank up. Amount. Guess I carry more of that shit. See, what's this library?
You wash your body? Do you use a moldy
Destiny's
loofah,
library
dirty washcloth, or you're that guy that just uses their hands while only scrubbing your
In court or whatever, blah blah blah. But if you filed a counter motion and you said something like, "Oh, well, I didn't actually pay this because I was actually feeling really depressed in these days," and then the court might look at that counter motion or whatever, and they might say like, "Okay, well, that's not a legitimate reason not to pay it. You seem to not be disputing any of the facts that the plaintiff is putting forth, so we're going to grant summary judgment for the plaintiff because, like, you both agree on the facts of the case, and if the facts are correct, like, there is no dispute that would lead to a different outcome, so we're just going to grant judgment for the plaintiff, I believe." What do you call it when you file a motion against something? Most parties will also file a counter motion for summary judgment at the same time. Counter motion for summary judgment. Does that mean that you're filing for your own summary judgment, or does that mean that you're filing against their summary judgment? They can respond to the motion with a motion in opposition, but if they are filing that motion, then the defendant filed an answer admitting to the complaint's proceedings. If they are filing that motion, then the defendant filed an answer admitting to the complaint's proceedings. Oh, so once the initial complaint is made to the court, that means that there's already been service. That means that there's already been service given to the defendant, and they're already made aware of the complaint against them. And then what do they file? Fuck, we should just do. This is supposed to be the most cancerous course at law school, or I've been told by legal people or by law school students. I don't know if that's true or not. Civil procedure is supposed to be AIDS. I don't know why I just googled civil procedure like I was just gonna find my fucking answer.
Customize what?
I bet there's a YouTube video on this. Hold
Right, otherwise they'd file for a default judgment if no answer is filed. Okay. The 5-minute legal master series. 5-minute I can be a legal master in 5 minutes? Hell yeah.
Welcome to the 5-Minute Legal Master Series, where expert attorneys help you master important legal topics. Today, board-certified creditors' rights attorney Nicholas D. Crowley discusses motion for summary judgment.
Motions for summary judgment are probably not very well understood by a lot of plaintiffs in litigation. Obviously, a suit has been filed and the defendant has filed an answer raising some factual issues.
Okay, a suit has been filed, meaning that a plaintiff has filed a complaint with a civil court alleging that there's been some breach of some civil things, like a contract, okay? So the initial complaint is filed.
And then the suit has been filed and the defendant has filed an answer raising some factual issues.
Okay, now, assuming that the person filing the complaint is not fucking retarded, that complaint probably necessitates some type of relief that they're seeking, right? You broke this law,
That's actually
or not
not
you broke the law,
fucking-
I'm sorry. You violated some civil thing like a contract, therefore I am entitled to receive this type of relief from you, right? So we agreed that you would pay rent, you didn't, I want this rent, and then ideally the defendant is going to file something back claiming that some fact is wrong. Otherwise you would just you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, right. So I'm guessing your counterfiling has to contest with some factual matter that the plaintiff is filing.
Obviously, a suit has been filed and the defendant has filed an answer raising some factual issues.
Okay, let's go do
many
this.
clients come to me and tell me, well, these allegations, they're simply
Yeah.
false. That's not what happened. We have
Get
a
the
number
stunning
of
beauty
witnesses
first.
that can refute everything this defendant is saying in his answer. Can't we move for summary judgment on this? Because this is simply just wrong.
Ooh. So a judge pre-trial, right, which I think it said, right? A judge pre-trial can't rule on the facts. I don't believe that a judge is allowed to pick which fact is right or wrong. That is what a jury is for. Or a judge can do it after a trial. You can have a jury trial. Summary judgment, we'll see. I think summary judgment can only happen if there is no contesting on any of the facts that are material to the complaint alleged or the relief that they're seeking. You might contest some facts that are not relevant. So like maybe the guy will say like, oh well actually my client who is a picky fuck didn't pay his rent. And the guy might respond and say, I might not have paid it, but I'm not thinking I'm actually
Easy.
Pre-trial, I don't believe judges are supposed to determine which facts are true or not true. That's what the trial is for.
A short answer to that question is no. False statements are, perhaps more accurately, inaccurate
Get that
statements,
gun.
or the ability of the plaintiff to produce witnesses to rebut those statements do not give rise to a basis for an immediate motion for summary judgment. You got to think about the standard for summary judgment. A motion for summary judgment is a legal so what? Meaning, even if everything the opposing party claims is true, so what? Even admitting the facts stated by the opposing party, we are still entitled to summary judgment as a matter of law for the relief that we have requested, because there are no real genuine issues as to any material fact, and we are entitled to judgment as a matter of law. Now, the example I gave at the outset of this discussion, inaccurate allegations made by the defendant, witnesses being available
I
to
need
refute,
the blueprint,
that's a
right?
determination as a matter of fact, which requires a trial.
Yeah.
Hopefully, in a trial, the trier of fact, whether that trier of fact is a judge alone or a jury, believes your witnesses and disbelieves the defendant or the defendant's witnesses. But a motion for summary judgment is a determination by the judge as a matter of law that you're entitled to the relief you requested without the need of going through the time or the expense of a trial. Now,
when somebody says, so in legal speak, when they talk about like a matter of fact, they're referring to like material facts contextually, like of the case. So for instance, if somebody says, like, you are supposed to pay me because that's like what contract law says, that's not a matter of fact, that's just what the law is. Matters of fact would be things like, well, did you actually pay him? This guy says he did, this guy says he didn't. You know, did you owe him this money? Well, you know, in the contract, like, I didn't actually sign this or whatever. These are like disagreements of like material fact. But that's different than just like the law of what the law says should happen. Those aren't facts. That's just like, I think you would just call that the law.
Which material?
The time or the expense of a trial. Now, how is a basis for summary judgment determined? Well, the first thing your attorney should look at, and you should look at when the attorney reports to you about the answer that is filed in the lawsuit,
my God, I don't
is
know what I need.
admissions have been made by the defendant in the answer that was filed. Well, these admissions, where the defendant responds to your claims, they establish facts that are not in dispute. Secondly, you have to take a look at the defendant's affirmative defenses that are being alleged, and is there a need to refute them as a matter of law? Third, and probably most important from a summary judgment standpoint, is you're going to have to engage in pretrial discovery, which is another topic that's in one of our legal...
Oh, damn. Multiple discoveries? There's pretrial discovery? How many discoveries are there?
...master presentations. You can make effective use of written discovery, such as requests for admissions, to have the defendant admit to the truth of certain facts. If the defendant denies certain facts, you can follow that up with interrogatories and say, if you denied that request for admission, tell us what you claim the facts to be.
Are requests for admission done under like penalty of perjury at that point? What happens if you lie? If you lie pre-trial, request for admission. The defendant lied when we issued request for admission. Okay, so these are done under oath. Can we compel him to say the truth via motion to compel further responses, or can we confront the attorney? All right. You've got your answer, you just don't like it, so compelling the responding party to answer further won't help. A lawyer would be pleased that someone lied under oath in a discovery process, or discovery response, assuming you've got a collateral way to prove the truth. That you can cross-examine them, impeach them, and rebut them in later proceedings. They will have no credibility about anything if this lie is material to the litigation. If you don't know how to capitalize on this, hire counsel to help. Okay. I think it's the case
Guess
that
we
I think
just go kill
everything that
this.
was done in the court or through the court process, I think you're
44
attesting
bitch.
to all of that, I believe, under oath, right? Things that you believe to be true. You might not be right, but I believe that they're things that you believe to be true. So if you are filing motions, if you are filing complaints, anything that you say during like a deposition is all under oath. Like you can't just lie in some of these things. You haven't like gone before a jury yet, and you're not sitting somewhere. Actually, I think even for a deposition, I think they make you like swear. They'll make you do like an oath pledge. I think even before that. I think even before that, I think in all of your motions, I think those are all supposed to be true. You're supposed to be. That seems self-evident, right? You just fucking lie.
Perhaps most effective in trying to set a matter up for a motion for summary judgment is to take the deposition of the defendant and drill the defendant, question the defendant intensely about the defenses that he's asserting or the allegations he's made in the counterclaim. And hope.
Why not take the bar exam for your practice? First of all, if I were to go to law school, first I would think I would have to go back to undergrad for a full 4 years. I don't think any of my other credits are. Then we'd have to go to law school, assuming I make it through undergrad in 4 years. And then after 7 good years, then we'll be bored.
Through that testimony, established that there really is no factual dispute. Once you establish there's no factual dispute based on the discovery and the admissions you've been able to obtain, only then can a motion for summary judgment be sought. And you can move for summary judgment, obviously for the claim that is set forth on your complaint. You can move for summary judgment as to the defendant's counterclaim. If the defendant has determined that he's going to try to file a counterclaim to try to get some leverage. File a motion for summary judgment as to both. But keep in mind a key thing that if the defendant files a counterclaim as a means of trying to intimidate you or leverage a mutual dismissal out of you, and you're able to get summary judgment dismissing his counterclaim, he lost a lot of leverage. The other thing that you can use the summary judgment process for is to limit the issues of the trial. Sometimes summary judgment may not be...
You can get partial summary judgment. So I think what he's saying is that when you file a complaint, oftentimes attempt to file a counter-complaint. Because why the fuck not? If you're gonna sue me, I'll sue you. However, one thing you might be able to do is in the process of pretrial discovery, where you're taking depositions from each other, you might be able to get enough out of him to say, well, before we go to confinement plan, I'm actually going to file a motion for summary judgment on the counter complaint. So then when you guys do end up going to court, now their counterclaim is applied. Although I don't know what the difference would be. I don't know the difference between like motion for summary judgment versus like a motion to dismiss. I don't know what the difference is. Motion for summary judgment versus motion to dismiss. I guess for summary judgment you want something. But why wouldn't you just file a motion to dismiss the counterclaim? Vote a motion for summary judgment to request in favor of the losing party at one point. By law, the defendant always files a motion to dismiss when the judgment may be filed by the plaintiff or the defendant. Always filed. Can a plaintiff not file a motion to dismiss from a counterclaim? One is a judgment, one is a dismissal. I don't think they can, but they can explain the requirement. They're considered independent. Huh.
To limit the issues for trial. Sometimes summary judgment may not be rendered for all the relief that you have requested. That's often referred to as a partial summary judgment. Perhaps you may be able to obtain summary judgment as to liability, and the trial is limited only to the amount of damages. Or the judge can enter an order setting forth the facts which are no longer genuinely disputed as a result of the admissions and the answers and the information developed through discovery. But summary judgment, as you can see, is not an easy process. All the opposing party has to do is show that there's a genuine issue of fact at trial, and you can try to overcome that through the appropriate use of discovery, whether it's written or depositions. Thank you very much.
Petitioners, Loper Bright Enterprises, family businesses operating in fishery. In February 2020, they challenged the rule under the MSA, which incorporates the Administrative Procedures Act. In relevant part, they argued that the MSA does not authorize NIMS to mandate that they pay for observers required by a fishery management plan. The district court granted summary judgment to the government, concluded that the MSA authorized the rule, but noted that even if these petitioners' arguments were enough to raise the ambiguity in statutory facts, deference to the agency's interpretation was warranted under Chevron. So what happened was, I'm curious how these like random fishery people, it must be people who study federal rules and study legislation. Well, we're not making example. I shouldn't say that. That's a very negative thing. But people with an interest in like this type of stuff must find parties to go and to do these lawsuits. Because there's no way that like a random fishery, right, would be like, wait a second, are you guys really authorized to regulate this? I'm familiar with the Supreme Court case. I don't think your federal rules are actually authorized exclusively by the legislature, right? It must be like people that find, not that there's anything wrong or bad about that. The ACLU finds cases. It's okay to find cases like that that you want to like file or whatever. Like that's a totally legitimate way of challenging things. Okay, so what happened was when the case was filed, the government was granted summary judgment, meaning that there wasn't a disagreement on facts between both parties, and the government won their case before any trial. And then part of what the district court said. So district court is going to be your first stage federal court, right? District, then your circuit court, right? So the district court granted summary judgment to the government, and then the district court said that the MSA authorized that rule, but even if your argument was that the text, the statutory text, didn't actually give them the right to have this rule, you would give deference to the agency because of this prior holding, this prior opinion written under the Chevron case in 1968. A divided panel on the DC Circuit affirmed, so affirmed meaning they held the decision of the lower district court. Okay. The majority addressed various provisions of the MSA and concluded that it was wholly unambiguous that it needs to require Atlantic and fishing observers. Because there remained some question as to Congress's intent, the court proceeded to Chevron's second step and referred to the agency's interpretation as a reasonable construction of the MSA. So this means that, remember, Roberts is saying that the Chevron case laid out a two-step process. First, when somebody challenges a federal rule or the way that an agency is acting, they check to see whether Congress explicitly authorize it. So the court said no, they didn't. But then secondly, they looked at the executive agency and they're like, okay, well, if we interpret Congress's order, the legislation passed, is this like probably legit? Yeah, probably.
Will you fucking go?
As per Chevron, this two-step analysis came from Chevron. Okay. So the court proceeded to Chevron's second step and deferred to the agency's interpretation as a reasonable construction of the MSA. In dissent, Judge Walker concluded that Congress's silence on industry-funded observers for the Atlantic herring fishery, coupled with the express provision for such observers in other fisheries and on foreign vessels, unambiguously indicated that NIMS lacked the authority to require fishermen to pay the wages of at-sea monitors. That was the dissent. Petitioners, Relentless Inc. Huntress Inc. and Seafreeze Fleet LLC own two vessels that operate in the Atlantic herring fishery, the FV Relentless and the FV Persistence. These vessels use small mesh bottom trawl gear and can freeze fish at sea, so they can fit more species of fish and take longer trips than other vessels. For any land lubbers, FV is simply the designated fishing vessel. Is land lubber, is that like a new word for land lubber, or is that like an actual word? Is Robert's giving us a little meaning here? Land lubber, a person unfamiliar with seafaring sailing.
Son of a bitch. These fucking shitty ass motherfuckers.
Landlubber.
Somebody said, I have no idea how risky the impact it will have in other areas of law. Wait, is it before? As an immigration attorney, I'm ambivalent about this case. I'll be able to sue the DHS more, but I'm not a fan of the regional inconsistencies there will be now. Okay, well, fuck. Well, now you don't need me to tell you, but yeah, obviously, assuming what this case's ruling is what we've heard and read about, is a whole bunch of federal agencies are now going to be open towards people challenging the federal statutes that are in play. And there might be some federal statutes that now get overruled and they fall to the wayside because whatever, I don't know what test they have here, but basically they are going to say that they're not authorized to have these federal regulations. To understand Chevron, you need to understand Meade and Skidmore, then read FDA versus Williamson Tobacco, and finally West VA versus EPA. Okay, I'm good. And take longer trips than other vessels, about 10 to 14 days, as opposed to the more typical 2 to 4 days. As a result, they generally declare into multiple fisheries per trip, so they can catch whatever the ocean offers up. If the vessels declare into the Atlantic herring fishery for a particular trip, they must carry an observer for that trip if NIMS selects the trip for coverage, even if they end up harvesting fewer herring than other vessels, or no herring at all.
Fuck.
Wait, hold on. I don't know what that comment's supposed to mean. This is another opportunity for lobbying to make the rules for things not specifically written into legislation. I don't know if you're saying that that was before or after But technically, this would be if you don't like lobbyists writing like weird federal regulations or whatever. Technically, this would benefit you because now it has to be explicitly written by Congress first, right? This set of petitioners, like those in the D.C. Circuit case, filed a suit challenging the rule as unauthorized by the MSA. The district court, like the D.C. Circuit, deferred to NIMS's contrary interpretation under Chevron, and thus granted summary judgment to the government. The First Circuit affirmed it relied on a default norm that regulated entities must bear compliance costs, as well as the MSA sanctions provision. And it rejected petitioners' argument that the express statutory authorization of 3 industry funding programs demonstrated that NIMS lacked the broad implicit authority it asserted to impose such a program for the Atlantic herring fishery. The court ultimately concluded that the agency's interpretation of its authority to require at-sea monitors while paid for by owners of regulated vessels does not exceed the bounds of the permissible. In reaching that conclusion, the First Circuit stated that it was applying Chevron's 2-step framework, but it did not explain which aspects of its analysis were relevant to which of Chevron's 2 steps. Similarly, it declined to decide whether the result was a product of Chevron's Step 1 or Step 2. We granted certiorari in both cases, limited to the question whether Chevron should be overruled or clarified.
14?
Article 3 of the Constitution assigns to the federal judiciary the responsibility and power to adjudicate cases and controversies, concrete disputes with consequences for the parties involved. Hold on, it's too loud for me. That's the problem. Nobody is lobbying random OSHA bureaucrats. Congress, on the other hand, ... I mean, well, people would say everybody gets lobbied, right? So, although theoretically it should be impossible to lobby a federal bureaucrat, right? Right. Because they don't run for office, so how can you lobby them? In your current understanding, how will this affect the ATF's enforcement and reinterpreting of SBR regulations? Good question. My total layman's without reading any of the federal statutes about firearm regulation, my guess would be, would there be a whole bunch of firearm federal regulations that could now theoretically be challenged. That a whole bunch of these things could be like, wait, hold on. This particular act from Congress doesn't authorize the ATF or, to regulate firearms in this way. This all has to go. That's possible. That'd be my guess. But I don't know how explicit the statutes are, so I can't say without reading them, right? This drives me nuts. Destiny is Jordan Peterson when it comes to law. He doesn't even know how to brief a case, but is going full steam ahead as though his extraneous expertise is sufficient. What? Anti-Alias, what have I said so far for any of this? I don't even think I've given an opinion on anything yet. I'm just Googling things to make sure I understand the civil procedure motions, and then we're just reading what Roberts is saying, and then just like interpreting it and making it understandable. We haven't even gotten to a point where I'm like entering an opinion on anything yet. What have I said wrong? Also, I really like the, was it on I don't know if it was on my YouTube video or if it was on Ben Shapiro's video. No, Ben Shapiro didn't make a video with me. It was on my video. Where people go from, so first it was a Wikipedia warrior. Let's take this. But so now, okay, well, fine. Well, let's read entire Supreme Court cases and then other stuff and figure it out. And now it's, well, Destiny's not a lawyer, so he can't read this anyway. Like, wait, what the fuck? If I were to go to like law school and get it and become a lawyer, would it be what? Destiny hasn't passed the bar? And then if I passed the bar, would it be, well, Destiny's not even practicing? Or what law school did he go to? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus, okay. Article 3 of the Constitution assigns to the federal judiciary the response. Also, in my layman's opinion, I feel like Supreme Court decisions are authored for the American public to read. These are published for the American public to read, and they write a lot of stuff that my guess is going to be an actual studied and learned constitutional lawyer or anybody who's
Learned.
it doesn't need sense, right? Like this sentence right here, Article 3 of the Constitution assigns to the federal judiciary the responsibilities and powers to adjudicate cases. Like you went to law school, you know this. If you're a lawyer, you should know this, right? A lot of this is probably written literally for like a layman to at least be able to read the words and have a rough understanding of what's going on, right? Like, Jesus. People have pulled the he's not even practicing on Takeda before. Destiny, the comment that you didn't need to know the history in order to properly understand the case. The commenter brought up cases that a law student would be required to read before diving ... My... Okay. My guess is going to be how important the underlying case is probably going to depend. It's probably going to be a case-by-case basis versus like whatever you read. So for the last Supreme Court opinion that we had about the immunity thing, having a good understanding of Fitzgerald, it probably is important. Like if I had the time, I would read through that entire case, right, instead of the exercise. For this, I don't know if I need to know every single part of every single case prior to this to understand the two-step rule by Chevron, right? Unless I have like a huge disagreement or something that comes up here, maybe, then maybe it would be better to go back. But I don't think for every single Supreme Court case, you have to know every single case leading to every single case, all the way up to Marbury v. Madison. You have to go back you do 20 cases. It's probably okay for the level of understanding we're going for. I only have so much time throughout the day, right? I can't read every single fucking Supreme Court case that relates to every single other fucking Supreme Court case. If I'm getting something incorrect, then point it out, okay? Actually, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm going to rely so much more on this in the future, okay? If you are educated and there's something that somebody's missing, you should be able to point out that exact thing. If all you can say is, you haven't read enough or whatever, you don't know what you're talking about. That's what I would say. That's a heuristic that will serve you in 100% of ways.
I will disable their security protocol.
Heuristic.
Okay.
100%.
Jesus. The framework, okay. Article 3 of the Constitution assigns to the federal judiciary the responsibility and power to adjudicate cases and controversies, concrete disputes with consequences for the parties involved. The framers appreciated that the law's judges would necessarily apply in resolving those disputes. Would not always be clear.
It's been smooth
Cognizant of the limits of human language and foresight, they anticipated that all new laws, though penned with the greatest technical skill and passed on the fullest and most mature deliberation, would be more or less obscure and equivocal until their meaning was settled by a series of particular discussions and adjudications. I see you didn't even read all the Federal Statement of 37. The framers also envisioned that the final interpretation of the laws would be the proper and peculiar province of the courts. Unlike the political branches, the courts would by design exercise neither force nor will, but merely judgment. To ensure the steady, upright, and impartial administration of laws, the framers structured the Constitution to allow judges to exercise that judgment independent of influence from the political branches. The footnote from earlier was... Well, I didn't even see where this footnote came at. Am I losing my mind? Footnote 2, where is it? Which paragraph? Both petitions also presented questions regarding the consistency of the rule with the essays, certiorari, and blah, 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 blah. He did not grant certiorari with respect to those questions and thus did not reach them.
Accelerating decryption process. Descendant, you need to prevent the enemy.
Oh, it was way up here. That's why. Jesus. This court embraced the framers' understanding of the judicial function of Iran in the foundational decision of Marbury v. Madison. Chief Justice Marshall famously declared that it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. In the following decades, the court understood interpreting the laws in the last resort to be a solemn duty of the judiciary. When the meaning of a statute was at issue, the judicial role was to interpret the act of Congress in order to ascertain the rights of the parties. court also recognized from the outset, though, that exercise of independent judgment often
The
included
fuck he killed this fucking
executive
bitch.
branch interpretations of federal statute. For example, in Edwards Lacey v. Darby, an 1827 court case, the court explained that in the construction of a doubtful and ambiguous law, the contemporaneous construction of those who were called upon to act under the law and were appointed to carry its provisions into effect is entitled to very great respect. So you see the tension here that when the legislature passes a law, it goes to the executive for interpretation, right? Because the executive, well,
We have to destroy
I shouldn't
the
use the
upper
word
section of the
interpretation.
device.
If
That way we'll be
Congress
able to
passes
find
a
out
law
what
and the
they're
law
hiding
is
inside.
ban all guns, and then all of a sudden a thing is created that is like a double-barreled gun that you pull a trigger like, you know, with your mind and it shoots bullets. Like, it might be up to the executive to figure out, like, okay, well, did Congress, when they said ban all guns, does this include this thing as a gun, right? So the executive has to figure out how they can execute the laws passed by Congress in good faith. However, the judiciary might have some review of this as well, because somebody might challenge Congress. Maybe some guy walks outside and he has a cum blaster. He can jerk off so hard and fast he can blast
Cum
cum at
blaster.
people. And the executive is like, okay, well, your dick is illegal now because that clearly counts as a gun. He might challenge that law, and it might go up through the courts, and now it's up for the Supreme Court to say, well, what was Congress intending with this law, and is the executive carrying it out in good faith, essentially? Like, what does this law actually mean? So even though the legislature is passing laws and the executive has figured out how to enforce that law,
Oh
it's
my
also up to the
God.
court to determine like what the meaning of that law is, so that all
Not
parties
doing
are,
any more fucking
fairly, basically, kind of, yeah. So there's like some tension. There's different checks at work here, I guess. Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit here on this.
Which is why they're saying the people who were appointed to the executive to carry its provisions into effect are entitled very great respect, right? The judiciary is not supposed to be the thing that's telling the executive how to carry out laws. That's the executive's job. The judiciary is only supposed to be there to interpret what's coming from the legislature, from Congress. Such respect was thought especially warranted when an executive branch interpretation was issued roughly contemporaneously with an enactment of the statute and remained consistent over time. That is because the long-standing practice of the government, like any other interpretive aid, can inform a court's determination of what the law is. So you know how people always say that, like, oh, well, if we read the law, like, you can tell exactly what it is, or we can find these clever loopholes and blah, 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 blah. Realistically, when laws are passed, there will be like remember when we did international law? Customary international law is basically everybody will act like a certain thing is legal, even if it's not, and then that actually becomes the law because everybody's acting as such, right? So if Congress were to pass a law and then the executive were to enforce that law for 50 years and Congress doesn't say anything about it, and somebody were to challenge that enforcement, that federal regulation on the merits of it and say, well, that doesn't comply with the statute, then the court would say, well, it probably does, because if it didn't comply with the statute, then Congress probably would have said something. We would see like public debate. We would have seen new legislation. We would have seen something. But it seems like everybody was pretty happy with the enforcement. So this is a meritless case. Or even if we might disagree with the letter of the law, blah blah blah, whatever, right? Then quoting Marbury, blah blah blah. The court also gave the most respectful consideration to executive branch interpretations simply because the officers concerned were usually able men and masters of the subject who were not unfrequently the draftsmen of the laws they were afterwards called upon to interpret. Ooh, interesting. Okay, that's going to be a law that, or that's going to be an argument that I've seen people make, that don't we want the executive branch officials deciding how best to interpret and execute these laws? Like, would we really expect the people in Congress to have the expertise to understand all these things? Isn't this the purpose of the officers and the inferior officers? Isn't it for them to know exactly this? Like, Destiny chats have to be the most brain dead but legally literate chats on the internet. True. Okay. Respect, though, was just that. The views of the executive branch could inform the judgment of the judiciary, but did not supersede it. Whatever respect an executive branch interpretation was due, a judge certainly would not be bound to adopt the construction given by the head of a department. Otherwise, judicial judgment would not be independent at all. As Justice Story put it, in cases where a court's own judgment differed from that of other high functionaries, the court was not at liberty to surrender or to waive it. The New Deal ushered in a rapid expansion of the administrative process. But as new agencies reviewed how we proliferate, court continued to adhere to the traditional understanding that questions of law were for courts to decide, exercising judgment. During this period, the court often treated agency determinations of fact as binding on courts, provided that there was evidence to support the findings. When the legislature itself acts within the broad field of legislative discretion, the court reasoned, its determinations are conclusive. Congress could therefore appoint an agent to act within that sphere of legislative authority and endow the agent with power to make findings of fact which are conclusive, provided the requirements of due process, which are specially applicable to such an agency, are met, and in according a fair hearing and acting upon evidence and not arbitrarily. Okay. When it says Congress could therefore appoint an agent to act within that sphere of legislative authority and endow the agent with power to make findings of facts which are conclusive, provided the requirements of due process which are specifically applicable to such. This would be somebody still working with the legislature. What are they referring to here? Would this be like what in the legislature would be talking about here? Who are we appointing here? What is that a reference to?
Do as I say, if you want to live.
What's that?
I'm gonna just read what he's quoting and find out. Where the legislature appoints a rate-fixing agency, or agent, to act within the limits of legislative authority, it may endow the agent with power to make findings of fact which are conclusive, provided the requirements of due process for in such cases, the judicial inquiry into the facts goes no further than ascertain whether there's evidence to support the findings, and the question of the weight of the evidence in determining issues of fact lies with the legislative agency acting within its statutory authority. Legislative agency still means agency that exists within the legislature. They're not talking about somebody appointed underneath an executive branch, right? Order of the Secretary of Agriculture fixing stockyard rates, not shown to be confiscatory by the evidence before him, and against which no further evidence was offered by the company affected in a suit for an injunction held not invalid because the Secretary refused to grant a further hearing on adverse changes. Where the issue is whether rates fixed by the Secretary of Agriculture for stockyard services operate to confiscate property the company affected, a court is not bound to accept the findings of the Secretary, though supported by substantial evidence, but must weigh the evidence and pass on the questions of fact. In the fixing of rates, a legislative act, the legislature has a broad discretion which it may exercise directly or through the legislative agency authorized to act in accordance with standards prepared by the legislature. Okay. The agent that exists as part of the legislature. Is there an example of this agent? I'm curious, like what like a legislative agent would be. Like what role or something.
What even is this?
What do you want? I see you're talking to YouTube chat.
Hey.
Hi.
So I was in the comments trying to explain that part of Chevron is initially it wasn't this way, but it came to be that there was a Chevron. What's that?
It appears the enemy intends to
Can you hear me?
the entire facility.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. I was saying that there's a Chevron Part 0, and a Chevron Step 0.
Okay.
Sheriff, I've restored some of the data from the Vulcan experiment.
Sorry, I had the YouTube run in the background, so I was hearing double. Chevron Step 0 came as a result of a case called Mead. I forget the full name of the case, but it came as a result of a case called Mead. And so in that case, the long and short of it was that the Supreme Court held that Steps 1 and 2 don't even come into effect unless the particular agency has even engaged in rulemaking under the APA, right? Whether that's official or formal rulemaking or informal rulemaking, I can't remember. But that's actually a part of it. And so there's a whole the cases I laid out in the first super chat. I suggested those specifically because they're going to help give you basically the beginning, middle, and end of how Chevron was really constructed, and then how it started to become deconstructed over time. And so if that's sort of your goal, is getting a grip on Chevron. Chevron itself, I don't think I think it's pretty and you've kind of gathered as much. It's pretty straightforward in the sense that it's like, is the statute ambiguous and is the agency's interpretation reasonable, right? I mean, that's pretty straightforward. But it's all the other parts of it, and then where the major questions doctrine, I don't know if you've reached that part yet, comes into play, which spelled out the death of Chevron, essentially as early as in the early 2000s. But that's sort of the route that I was just suggesting you take to sort of get a full grip on the story of Chevron.
Okay, what part of this court case am I not going to understand by not reading all of those other court cases?
You're reading Chevron right now, correct?
Well, no, I'm reading the overturning of Chevron. I'm reading the decision that came out like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, so if you're reading the overturning, it's not that you're not going to understand it. It's that if you're reading it for the purpose of a debate or a discussion about it, this only spells out the symptoms of the problems of Chevron, but it doesn't explain to you the regulatory conception of Chevron, how it came up, and then what the actual departures from the doctrine were over the years that led to this overturning. So you're kind of starting at the end. So it's not that you won't understand it. Obviously, you're going to understand what it's saying. It's just you might need more sort of color in the line of what the problems actually were ideologically or not, perhaps doctrinally, that led to this.
I'm sure that Roberts is probably going to talk about some of those, though. No?
He probably does talk about some of those things.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Just checking real quick. Have you read this decision?
Not the entire thing. No, I haven't. I'm studying for the bar currently.
How much of this decision have you read? You've read the summary. You've read the syllabus of the decision.
I've read parts of it. I haven't read. I don't know how to quantify.
Sure. I mean, you're saying you've read parts of it, but Roberts did the majority opinion, and if you don't know what's in the majority opinion, which is the first opinion presented besides the syllabus, it seems like you haven't read the majority opinion. So why are you telling me that I need to read other cases to understand any of the construction of Chevron in the background when you don't even know what Roberts has said about it? Maybe Roberts explains literally all of that. It's a 120-page opinion, or 120-page publishing. No.
No, I know. I've read a lot of it, but I haven't. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not going to give you. It's not going to explain to you, for example, in Williamson, in FDA versus Williamson, it's not going to explain to you the regulatory, the problems in the regulatory scheme. It's not going to color that in for you. And I know that because I have read a considerable amount of it. I haven't read all of it. I'm not hiding the ball on that.
It's probably not going to tell me why the Supreme Court has the authority to even review these decisions, right? Am I expected to read the foundation? If anybody was to read anything, do you trace every single Supreme Court decision back to oh well, have you read all of Marbury? I'm sure there's going to be other rulings that I've not I won't have the full highlights to why they ruled in Chevron the way they did, but I don't think I have to read every single court case leading up to this. Here's what I would agree with you for, okay? If somebody were to say we need to have a debate over whether or not this decision was good or bad, then having some background on like, well, what led to Chevron would probably be important, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and have a huge debate on whether or not I agree or disagree with Dobbs without having a thorough understanding of like Casey and Roe v. Wade, right? Like that makes sense. But I'm just like
But
reading.
respectfully, Destiny, what you're missing is that I'm not giving you cases that led up to Chevron. I'm giving you cases that happened subsequently and led up to the overruling of Chevron.
Then Roberts should cite to that if he's making an argument. He's not going to leave that to be assumed. I imagine he's going to have that in his opinion for why he's overruling it, right? That would be what an intelligent, learned man would do.
I don't recall, Destiny. And again, I'm not pretending that I've read all of it. I'm also not pretending that you won't understand it. What I'm trying to say here is that I don't recall from, I think I read about 30 or 40 pages of it. I don't recall that it was ever explained where the foundation of Chevron began.
Yeah, but you haven't even read the whole opinion, so how could you even make that statement?
Because just like how this is a 120-page decision, these other decisions are equally lengthy and substantive. So what I'm trying to say is you might have a different purpose for reading this. I'm not coming at you trying to like criticize you or say you're not. I just gave you 3 or 4 cases, I think 3, that I gave you Skidmore, I gave you Meade, and I gave you Williamson. And I think that these 3 cases, I was just suggesting that you read them as well to help you understand the contours of Chevron.
Okay, okay, I got you. Okay, sure. Okay, so then here's the thing. Can you ask me a question? Ask me a question that I would be expected to give like a short essay to, but you don't think I would be able to answer because of my gap in understanding any of these court cases that you're referencing.
If you want me to ask you a question that I believed you wouldn't be able to answer without reading the other cases?
Yeah. Not like a fact of the case, but like something relating to the overturning of this. Yeah.
Sure. Give me just a second.
Okay.
I would probably hone in on Williamson, and I would ask you about the major questions doctrine, and sort of the policy reason behind major questions.
Okay, so I haven't done a lot of huge research into major questions, but my understanding is that if an executive agency is trying to make a decision about like a major aspect of like the country or the economy, that this has to be pretty explicitly spelled out by the legislature, I believe, right?
What is when you say this needs to be spelled out? What is the this?
Whatever the federal regulation you see that some office is trying to codify. Let's say the ATF was like, tomorrow we're going to break into the house of like every single person and take all their guns because we've got a new way of interpreting something from the legislature. Maybe this would be like a major question thing where it's like, well, hold on, if you're going to do something that extensive, we need like explicit legislation from the legislature to do this. This isn't within your power to just have this interpretation and go and do that. Clearly, this needs to be spelled out by the legislature. That'd be right.
Yeah, so you're hitting on a lot of points of it very well, but what you're missing is this. With Chevron, we're dealing with interpretations of ambiguous statutes. With major questions doctrine as a limit to it, it's applicable not just to the interpretations, but to the rulemaking process in general. So it's not even just a limitation on interpretation, but on agency action writ large. So what it's going back to is the enabling acts, these sort of, and you've touched on this several times today already, which you already know what that is. But it's going back to that explicitly, which is, for example, in FDA v. Williamson, it was the regulation of tobacco. And so the actual enabling act of the FDA was pretty old. And in the early 2000s and a little bit before that, the FDA tried to start to regulate nicotine as a drug, even though that's not how drug was construed under the creation of the FDA, right? So like, it doesn't have to be necessarily about an interpretation. And that's why it was such a big doctrine, which said it marked more than just a limitation on Chevron. It marked the beginning of the counteroffensive from what I can say respectfully is the conservative side of the judicial branch, the sort of attack on what Chevron evolved to be. And so that is something that kind of helps, again, fill in the contours of what Chevron stands for, because it's not just the interpretations of statutes or interpretation of ambiguous terms, it's actually the entire administrative framework. So that helps color in the lines a little bit.
Okay. I don't think I probably disagree with you. I think if I could, I would download the entire database of Supreme Court opinions into my brain. I don't necessarily disagree. But
you don't have to do that. I emailed you an outline that I created when I took admin law. Okay. And I think it has some nice things. You don't have to look at it now, obviously, but if you want, it has some really nice graphics. You can control F, and and find some different things that explain what Skidmore deference is or Skidmore respect and what meat is and how all these frameworks work together to start to assemble how administrative law works and how ultimately it became undone. Because that story is there as well.
Okay. Well, good luck studying for the bar. Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good one, buddy.
All right, you too.
I don't think that guy was trying to be an asshole. But now I feel bad because I ended up quizzing him. Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with what he said, but no, reading more would help, but I spent so much time the other day. During this period, Congress could therefore appoint an agent to act within that sphere of legislative authority and endow the agent with power to make findings of fact which are conclusive, provided the requirements of due process which are specifically applicable to such an agency are met, and in according a fair hearing and acting upon evidence and not arbitrarily. But the court did not extend similar deference to agency resolutions of questions of law. It instead made clear, repeatedly, that the interpretation of the meaning of statutes as applied to justiciable controversies was exclusively a judicial function. The court understood, in the words of Justice Brandy, well, that's better.
God, but I keep getting this stupid fucking blueprint.
But I think what they're essentially saying here is that okay, how would if I can't explain this because I don't understand it. Half the time when I read
3 of these. Why do I need fucking 3?
So if somebody were to challenge something
anything I
from
can
an
do to
executive
get rid of
agency's
this
federal
shit?
regulation, where we understand that a regulation is something that an office of the executive is creating, and that source of the regulation should be a statute passed by Congress, okay? That if you want to challenge the way that some regulation is being used or whatever, that the legislature has within it the ability to appoint an agent in the legislature that can do findings of fact for the determinations of whether some fact, I guess, is right or wrong, I guess, for that, whatever the executive agent is talking about. So a fact, what would a fact be? A fact might be like, what is a gun, I guess? Like, what do we consider a gun to be? So I guess, like, theoretically, the legislature, as part of passing some gun regulation, could empower somebody in the legislature to make that determination of fact of this is a gun, right? So this is like a factual thing that they're determining. However, the court did not allow the legislature to appoint somebody to figure out if the executive is adhering to the law, right? So when the legislature, when Congress passes something for the executive, the legislature might still be allowed to do factual analysis to guide the executive, but they can't make a legal analysis. The legal analysis is still exclusively within the judiciary, within the courts. Okay. A fact is a truth in simple terms. No, I wouldn't say that legally, unless your law professor told you, in which case, believe them or me. I think fact, when you talk about law, I think fact is very specifically referring to like a material fact or thing. It's not just something that is true. Well, some material thing. It's not like, for instance, if you were to say, like, the government shall make no laws restricting like the freedom of speech or whatever. Like that's a fact or whatever. That's not a fact. That would be well, I don't know if that'd be a law. That'd be like constitutional law. But yeah, okay. The court understood, in the words of Justice Brandeis, that the supremacy of law demands that there shall be opportunity to have some court decide whether an erroneous rule of law was applied. It also continued to note, as it long had, that the informed judgment of the executive branch, especially in the form of an interpretation issued contemporaneously with the enactment of the statute, could be entitled to great weight. So what it's saying there is that, like, let's say an executive branch was saying, thank God Congress is about to pass the Climate Change Act, which is going to allow us to destroy every single fireplace in the United States. And then Congress passes the Climate Change Act to prevent climate change. If somebody wanted to challenge the executive regulation that now made it so federal agents can destroy fireplaces, when the court is tasked with evaluating, well, are they adhering to law here? Is that a good interpretation of what the legislature is saying? One of the things they might look at is, like, well, the officer or the inferior officer that was tasked with regulating this thing, they literally said, we're going to blow all the fireplaces up, and the legislature was like agreeing, and they passed this law. So it seems to be the case that, yeah, that is right. That's what they're referring to there. Okay. Or at the very least, it would get great weight. There would be like heavy deference. I don't want to say deference. That's not true. There'd be a lot of weight given to what anything in the executive was expressing at the time. Perhaps most notably along those lines, in Skidmore, white bro, the court explained that the interpretations and opinions of the relevant agency made in pursuance of official duty and based upon specialized experience constitute a body of experience and informed judgment to which courts and litigants could properly resort for guidance, even on legal questions. The way to such a judgment to a case has been observed would depend upon the thoroughness evident in its consideration, the validity of its reasoning, its consistency with earlier and later analysis, all those factors which have power to persuade, its lacking power to control. On occasion, to be sure, the court applied deferential review upon concluding that a particular statute had the power to decide how a broad statutory term applied to specific facts found like agency. Remember, every single time we see statute refers to something passed by Congress. So federal statute, even if it's called a federal statute or whatever, the executive implements statutes and regulations. The president doesn't pass a statute. The DEA, the ATF, Department, none of these things pass statutes. They have regulations. This is a way of codifying or enforcing the statutes. For example, in Ray v. Powell, the court deferred in an administrative conclusion that a coal-burning railroad that had arrangements with several coal mines was not a coal producer under the Bituminous Coal Act of 1997. Congress had specifically granted the agency authority to make that determination. The court thus reasoned that where, as here, a determination has been left to an administrative body, this delegation will be respected and the administrative conclusion left untouched, so long as the decision constitutes a sensible exercise of judgment. Ooh, who has review of that sensible exercise of judgment? So that would be a matter of fact, right? I wonder who.
Legendaries.
Just for people that watch me take notes, red is really important. Orange is just like a note that's kind of important. Blue will usually be definition. I imagine that a sensible exercise of judgment that would.
This again.
The court similarly in Nlurb, the first publications, the court deferred the determination of the national.
What? Why?
Newsboys were employees within the meaning of the National Labor Relations Act. The act had, in the court's judgment, assigned primarily to the board the task of marking.
Am I doing something wrong here?
Around the term employee. The court accordingly viewed its own role as limited to assessing whether the board's determination had a warrant in the record and a reasonable basis in law. The court accordingly viewed its own role as limited to assessing whether the board's determination had a warrant. Okay. Such deferential review, though, was cabined to fact-bound determinations like those at issue in Gray and Hurst.
Oh, I think I am doing something
Neither
wrong.
Gray nor Hurst purported to refashion the long-standing judicial approach to questions of law. In Gray, after deferring to the agency's determination that a particular entity was not a producer of coal, the court went on to discern, based on its own reading of the text, whether another statutory term, other disposal of coal, encompassed a transaction lacking a transfer of title. The court evidently perceived no basis for deference to the agency with respect to that pure legal question, and in Hurst, the court proclaimed that undoubtedly questions of statutory interpretation are for the courts to resolve, giving appropriate weight to the judgment of those whose special duty whose special duty is to administer the question's statute. So a statutory interpretation is going to mean a legal interpretation, which is not going to be a factual determination, right? The factual determination, when Congress passes a law or creates a statute, Congress will declare who has authority over that factual determination. The legislature either has the ability to appoint an agent to do it, or they can leave deference to the executive to do it. So the court shouldn't be in the business of making a factual determination, but for questions of statutory interpretation, that's
This
for a court
is
to resolve.
okay. So,
At least with respect to questions it regarded as
Anamorphous
involving statutory
material
interpretation, the court thus did not disturb the traditional rule. It merely thought that a different approach should apply where
Trade
application of a
application.
statutory term was sufficiently intertwined with the agency's fact-finding. It merely thought that a different approach should apply where application of a statutory term was sufficiently intertwined.
where I get it? Where do I?
Okay, sure. So I think that the statement there is basically saying, like, let's say that Congress authorized the ATF to ban all guns. So the ATF says, okay, we are banning all guns, but what if the ATF decides to define a gun as like a woman? So they wanted to ban women as well.
Instruction device.
Now we're defining the statutory enforcement. Does the ATF have the ability to ban women? If we're intertwining that with a fact, is a gun a woman? Where the ATF might make a factual determination that also heavily implicates the statutory interpretation as well, I think, right? Oof, okay. And then in that case, it would make sense because maybe the judiciary should have a review of that, even though we might say, well, the judiciary, like, the court shouldn't be responsible necessarily for figuring out what a gun is, right? Is it up to the court to determine what type of firearm is or isn't banned? Well, what if we define firearms as being a woman? Well, now maybe the court should have some insight there. Maybe, yeah, okay. In any event, the court was far from consistent in reviewing deferentially even such fact-bound statutory determinations. Often the court simply interpreted and applied the statute before it. See K. Davis admitted
Do I need to craft that?
being the one statement that can be made with confidence about applicability of the doctrine of Gray v. Powell is that sometimes the Supreme Court applies it and sometimes it does not. Nice.
What am I missing
Noting an
here?
embarrassingly large number of Supreme Court decisions that do not adhere to the doctrine of Gray v. Powell. In one illustrative example, the court rejected the U.S. Price Administrator's determination that a particular warehouse was a public utility entitled to an exemption from the administrator's general maximum price regulation. Despite the striking resemblance of that administrative determination to those that triggered deference in Gray and Hurst, the court declined to accept the administrator's view in deference to administrative construction. The court declined to accept the administrative view in deference to administrative. Okay. The administrator's view, the court explained, had hardly seasoned or broadened into a settled administrative practice and thus did not overweigh the considerations the court had set forth as to the proper construction of the statute. Nothing in the New Deal era or before it thus resembled the deference rule the court would begin applying decades later in all varieties of agency interpretations of statutes. Instead, just 5 years after Gray and 2 after Hurst, Congress codified the opposite rule. Well, it sounds like so. When the lawyer guy was calling in to talk about it, it sounds like this is Roberts is walking through like the different weird regulatory things that the courts are having trouble sorting out, basically.
Oh yes, yeah.
Instead, just 5 years after Gray and 2 after Hurst, Congress codified the opposite rule. Hold on, just to be clear when I say that, codify, not codify. It's codify. Sorry. To be clear, I'm not disagreeing with the caller that came in, and so that if you read the entire court case, you'll have more background for understanding the contours. I'm sorry, when he originally typed that in chat, I interpreted that as way more aggressive than it was. Because I think his message was like, Destiny would have a better understanding of this if he read like 3 or 4 other court cases. I was interpreting that as him saying like, I don't know what the fuck I'm reading because of blah, blah, blah. But I understand what he's saying. I'm not, when I said that, I wasn't trying to undermine that guy. I'm just saying that Roberts is walking you through this a little bit. To the chatter's credit, sometimes reading the background can give you a wider foundation to disagree, though, with the judge or with the Supreme Court opinion if you want, or to even understand it better if you want. So, for instance, having a little bit of background on Fitzgerald makes me disagree with Robert's opinion on the prior immunity case a little bit more, because I am aware that Fitzgerald only applies to civil law, or I'm aware that in Fitzgerald, a lot of the justices seemed, especially every dissenter, said that obviously this wouldn't apply to criminal law. We don't foresee it happening, right? Not saying that you should only read prior Supreme Court decisions to either agree or disagree. It can just shape more. It'll give you like it'll give you a better understanding of where these things have come from and where they're going. Remember, the thing that I said before is that law is one of those things where when you look at it, it seems like it makes sense, and then when you dig into it a little bit more, it seems like it's fucking nonsense, and then when you dig into it more, it's like, oh, this all exists probably for really, really, really good reasons. And having an extensive background of knowledge and all that helps you get to that point. Everybody say hi to Hamstar. Okay. Congress codified the opposite rule, the traditional understanding that courts must decide all relevant questions of law. Congress in 1946, okay, let's put it in August, okay. Congress in 1946 enacted the APA. Oh wait, hold on, footnote 3. The dissent plucks out Gray, Hearst, and to gild the lily in its telling 3 more 1940s decisions. Gild the lily, that is a phrase. Does that mean when you're like trying to falsely dress something up when it's not, you're misrepresenting it? Gild the lily, let me check, hold on. Try to improve what is already beautiful or excellent. Oh. The dissent plucks out Gray and to gild the lily. Oh, but he's quoting it facetiously, I think, right? Three more 1940s decisions claiming that they reflect the relevant historical tradition of judicial review. But it is no substantial response to the fact that Gray and Hearst themselves endorsed, implicitly in one case and explicitly in the next, the traditional rule that questions of statutory interpretation are for the courts to resolve, giving appropriate weight, not outright deference, to the judgment of those whose special duty is to administer the questioned statute. And it fails to recognize the deep roots that this rule has in our nation's judicial tradition to the limited extent it engages with that tradition at all. Oof. Instead, like the government, it strains to equate the respect or weight traditionally afforded to executive branch interpretations with binding deference. That supposed equivalence is a fiction. The dissent's cases establish that a contemporaneous construction shared by not only the courts but also the departments could be controlling, and then they reference another case, and that courts might lean in favor of a contemporaneous and continued construction of the executive branch as strong evidence of a statute's meaning. They do not establish that executive branch interpretation of ambiguous statutes, no matter how inconsistent, late-breaking, or flawed, always bound the courts. In reality, a judge was never bound to adopt the construction given by the head of a department. We haven't read the dissent yet, obviously, but what Roberts is saying is like, okay, well, the dissent is bringing up the idea that large weight and large deference is given, or no. I keep saying that word, and it is incorrect to say that word. I'm so sorry. It's never deference. Deference, well, at least as Roberts is saying, deference is the wrong word. Deference is never given to an executive head in terms of deciding what a federal regulation, should or shouldn't be based on the statute, but a lot of weight might be given, meaning that you would heavily consider what they're saying. Right? You're never deferring to them. The court is never giving its deference to an executive head or officer, or under officer, sorry, inferior officer. But it might weigh that decision heavily, right? Okay. Or weigh their input as part of the decision heavily. Congress in 1946 enacted the APA as a check upon administrators whose zeal might otherwise have carried them to excess not contemplated in legislation creating their offices. It was the culmination of a comprehensive rethinking of the place of administrative agencies in a regime of separate and divided powers. In 1946. In addition to prescribing procedures for agency action, the APA delineates the basic contours of judicial review of such action. As relevant here, Section 706 directs that, to the extent necessary, to decision and when presented, the reviewing court shall decide all relevant questions of law, interpret constitutional and statutory provisions, and determine the meaning or applicability of the terms of an agency action. It further requires courts to hold unlawful and set aside agency action, findings, and conclusions found to be ... not in accordance with law. So, I don't know if I would say this is necessary or not. I mean, it was passed, but it was, but as it should be, it reaffirms basically the court's sole jurisdiction over matters of law or statutory things. The APA thus codifies for agency cases the unremarkable yet elemental proposition reflected by judicial practice dating back to Marbury. Oh, okay, so Robert's saying the thing. We're like, yeah, that courts decide legal questions by applying their own judgment. It specifies that courts, not agencies, will decide all relevant questions of law arising on review of agency action, even those involving ambiguous laws, and set aside any such action inconsistent with the law as they interpret it. And it prescribes no deferential standard for courts to employ in answering those legal questions. That omission is telling because Section 706 does mandate that judicial review of agency policy making and fact-finding be deferential. Agency action to be set aside if arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of discretion. Agency fact-finding and formal proceedings to be set aside if unsupported by substantial evidence. Okay. Which makes sense because policy making is creating a regulation from a statute, and fact-finding is just like finding a fact, right? Courts aren't supposed to, the Supreme Court is supposed to do fact-finding, or they're not supposed to figure out if a regulation accurately is like, if a regulation is like, how would you say this? Is effective or ineffective at carrying out like a particular statute? They're just supposed to see if it's like if it's a good legal interpretation. It's only statutory interpretation and adherence to the law, basically. Has your voice gotten used to reading so much on stream? You seem less worse than before. I think I was sick before. I'm still a little bit, but I'm almost over it. In a statute designed to serve as the fundamental character of the administrative state, this is a 2019 opinion, plurality opinion. What does plurality opinion mean? Internal quotation marks omitted. Congress surely would have articulated a similarly deferential standard applicable to questions of law had it intended to depart from the settled pre-APA understanding that deciding such questions was exclusively a judicial function. Oh, plurality, because there wasn't, because they didn't have the Supreme Court justice then? It was still 8 members? Or, wait, not majority, but the winning opinion. Wait, can you have Supreme Court people that don't, like, vote? Or don't, like, thumbs up or thumbs down a decision? Like, could you have, like, 4 that would, like, affirm, and, like, 3 that would dissent, and then 2 that were, like, fuck this? They can abstain? Oh, interesting. Or they can recuse. Oh, okay.
Hey, dude.
Hi, what's up?
Wondering if you had time to chat a little bit about the Biden debate.
Yeah, fuck it. We can chat for a little bit about it. What about it?
Yeah, so from my perspective, I think the big issue that people have with the debate is Biden clearly is older. I don't think there's any debate that he has age-related cognitive decline, but people are confusing that with Alzheimer's dementia. Based on what I've seen in the debate, and just the way you can see like Trump acting at his rallies and crap like that, Trump has much more clear signs of dementia than Biden. It's just that other age-related symptoms of cognitive decline, they're not as apparent in Trump. And some of that might be,
I don't know if I would say... I don't think Trump has displayed any signs or symptoms of, like, dementia or anything, no?
No, he absolutely has. David Pakman's done some really good videos on this, and he's gotten some psychologists and psychiatrists and neurologists to talk about this. Trump will do things where he will be asked a question, he will say something that's vaguely related, and he will then trail off into a completely unrelated topic and then say, like, just weird, baffling things, like about how magnets don't work underwater.
Yeah, but, like, this is how Trump has, like, always talked, right?
No, not always. I don't know of any, like, so one issue, you could maybe say that, but I can't find any examples of him, like, back in the 80s or 90s, where he would just say weird, absurd shit, where he trails off into completely unrelated subjects, and then says things that are not interconnected, don't make any sense. like that's a sign of dementia, where somebody will be talking about something and then randomly bring up like
God, why
magnets
is he-
don't work underwater. Another thing that Trump does is he will like literally mix up people. So there was one point at one of his rallies where he literally thought he was
thanks for the 20
running
bucks,
against
Justin.
Barack Obama.
Did he literally think that, or did he just like misspeak or mix something up in his head?
It sounded like he literally thought that. Here's the thing. If you have age-related cognitive decline, you tend not to mix up people. You will mix up names or forget somebody's name. So when Biden's talking, he'll say, "Yeah, Karen. Oh, I mean Sharon. Like he'll say that if he's, talking about
Most
something.
of the main
He'll forget their
passageways are
name.
now either blocked or
Trump will often
It appears the enemy intends
confuse
to destroy
people
the
for
entire
other people. I think he's
Air vents,
confused
drainage pipes, maintenance ducts.
his actual children
any
for other
available
people.
alternative means
He's gotten confused who his wife is.
Sheriff, I've restored
He's
some of the
gotten
data from the
confused
Vulcan
about who
experiment
he's
records.
running against.
According to
So
these records,
this is a repeated
facility
pattern
units
we've seen.
of private farm
Like what I
General
see from Joe
Hayden
Biden is he'll
believed in
forget,
immortality.
or he'll be a little slow,
As it was Iron
and he
Hunt
might
traces
stumble
which
over
led
his
us to
words a
this
little
place.
bit, but then he'll
Corella Hayden
remember,
might
oh,
actually be
this
there.
is the name, or this is
It
the
won't
number
be an
that I
easy
was
fight
thinking.
if they are.
Trump will have
Sharon,
like
awaiting your
a
transmission.
completely different
The traces of the
symptom.
Iron
It's not
Heart
age-related
detected
cognitive
here.
decline.
There.
It's like a delusion
never
where
mind.
he will think it's
I
a
will let you
completely
know
different
after I
year,
perform
or
further
he's talking
analysis.
about a completely different person, and he'll
Okay,
have
guys.
this confused delusion.
They've synchronized the alarms with the nuclear reactor
Okay.
self-destruct
I think you could make
switch.
that argument, but I don't think
What the
that.
hell are they thinking?
I don't think that any of this
They'd
would
rather
be
take
convincing to the
everyone
average
and
voter.
everything with them than give up the Iron
Right.
Heart.
Well, I'm saying like that's
I can
the
modify
issue.
the
People are kind
circuitry,
of
find the alarms and
confusing
destroy
age-related cognitive decline with dementia. You can have age-related cognitive decline and be completely competent. I think Biden did much better in the debate than Trump.
But when you say
I think he
did better in
made-
the debate, do you just mean like what is? I mean, like that's big enough. What do you mean by better, right? Because some people say
Well,
better.
by
makes
better,
sound
I
better.
mean, so if we look at how the debate went, they were talking about things like relations with Russia, Ukraine. They were talking about economic policies, national debt, stuff like that. Biden would make relevant, cogent answers that made sense and that largely stuck to objective facts. He made a few missteps. I think he honestly, I think at one point when he was talking about medication costs, the number was like 2,000, but he said 200. But Trump, on the other hand, he would literally just talk about immigrants, no matter what it was. He just, any question, he would just bring up immigrants. So, like, if we're judging, like, who did better in the debate, like, yeah, Biden was an old man. He was a little slow. He did stumble over his words a little bit. But if we were to just look at a transcript and remove all that, Biden was giving good, cogent, relevant answers to questions he was being asked, where Trump had a complete inability to do that. He would be asked about things like national debt. He would just talk about immigrants. He would have to be asked 2 or 3 times to answer the question.
I'm sure they would.
And then he still wouldn't answer the question. Then finally, he'd get back to the topic, and then
For
he would
now,
just
we
make
need
up
to
fucking
stabilize
stupid
the
bullshit.
deactivated reactor.
Like
Turn on
he
the
would say,
I'll
well,
continue tracking the Iron Heart
economy
traces.
did much better under me. I had the national debt under control. When that wasn't true, he was he spent more on he inflated the national debt more than any fucking president in a 4-year term, and that's even pre-COVID. His pre-COVID national debt spending was way above Biden throughout his entire term. They were also discussing the environment. Trump said, "Oh, I was talking to my top environmental officials. We had H2O. We had the cleanest water." And then another example. Like, we had H2O.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree on anything that you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, I understand what you're saying. It's just not going to be convincing to the average person. But I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Right, but I mean, okay, so this is another problem. I'm seeing this in left-wing media where rather than trying to do a good job, trying to convince the public that Biden actually did have a good debate performance, we can admit, yeah, Biden's an old guy. He has health issues related to old age. He could die at any moment. Like, he's at that age where, yeah, he could just die of a stroke. As far as his cognitive capability is concerned with being a president,
All units
he's clearly
transmitting critical
cognitively
operation
capable.
details.
And especially
From
if
the
we're
restored
looking at
Vulgus
the two
experiment
options,
records, I've
he's
reconstructed
obviously
audio
more
recordings
cognitively
seems to
capable
have been
than
made
Trump.
during the time of the
That's not the narrative you're hearing from the left. Like, especially on Young Turks, they're like, oh my god, this is disastrous, we need another candidate. Biden is completely incapable of being president. And they're ignoring, like, what he actually said during the debate and his actual cognitive capabilities. I think this is a huge problem with the left, where you'll see right-wing media. They'll actually defend their, the candidate they want to promote. They'll say, oh, well, when Trump makes, like, a stupid, crazy, delusional ramble, they'll just say, oh, well, it was a joke. Oh, his teleprompter malfunctioned. Oh, that's just Trump being funny. Whereas when you see Biden maybe make a slight misstep, oh my God, we need a new candidate. This is disastrous. I think the right-wing media and even like the PR teams for right-wing politicians, they do a way better job of promoting their candidates.
Yeah, it's possible. I have a whole. The reality is that the Conservative Party plays by like a totally different set of rules and standards right now. So I don't know how to counter that. That's a really challenging thing.
So
well, like again, this is an issue that the left has. They have this idea that politicians need to be tactful, they need to be respectful, they need to play by this like chivalry kind of rule. It's one thing that you can say about Trump is it's nice seeing a leader who has these sort of
I'll be on my way.
like who's just kind of down to earth. Like when when Trump was asked about Kim Jong-un and North Korea being a nuclear threat, like what do you think about North Korea having like nuclear missiles? Trump would say, oh well, why don't you tell little Rocket Man that my button's bigger than his? I don't know why Trump, after that Supreme Court ruling, said like, oh, this is like terrible for the country, we need a rule of law. I don't know why you wouldn't have taken the opportunity to say, well, now that it's illegal, I guess I'll call SEAL Team 6 to assassinate Trump. We kind of need more of that from the left wing, and I think they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot by playing this game where they can't like sling mud, they can't be kind of real, say what they think, and say some things that are kind of a little spicy. Yeah, what do you think of that?
I actually agree with you a lot more than probably these things. It's just an unwinnable conversation because most people don't know what cognitive decline looks like. Most people don't know what dementia looks like. If I were to put my mom up against either of those two leaders, I think my mom would look just like she would eviscerate them because of how good she is, and just like argue it and getting her thoughts out there. And my mom is 5 or 6 years into having Alzheimer's disease. But you would need to be able to tell. Most of my chat couldn't even tell when my mom was chatting with me a few months ago on my stream, except like after like 20 minutes, sometimes she would ask the same question again. And then some people were like, oh, right, is that? But like, when Trump used to do this as like part of his campaign, he would be repeating the same thing over and over again. Like, I only have like 400 So yeah, most people just don't know what cognitive decline looks like. Legitimately, if you look at Biden, like he looks like a dude that's like aging and getting old, and his mind is going to get old. But in terms of like cognitively, if you control much from his perspective, yeah, like if it came down to in order to survive as a country, there's going to be a level, fucking 5-minute time allotted to both sides of the debate between our leaders and our voters. That point, I might say, you can't really do anything. But in in terms of like cognitively who can run the country, I don't feel like we've hit a point yet where either person has hit a stage where, oh god, I don't know if this guy's like all there. People just base that on but I mean I would never take that argument publicly because nobody's gonna adhere to that.
Yeah, so I think that's what left-wing media really has to do, and they have to kind of get more informed themselves and kind of like.
Yeah, it's just hard because like I don't know why it works out this way, but the right is able to dictate the rules that everybody plays by. Like, could you imagine, for instance, if Biden's campaign or if people around Biden were to say, okay, well, hold on, guys, like we can't, like, let's just kind of like focus on the concepts of what he's saying. You don't like listening to the words themselves. Like the amount of coke that people would screech at you from the conservative side would be unending. But on the conservative side, like they could say things like, oh, you're not supposed to take Trump literally, just take him seriously. And like everybody just like, oh yeah, sure. Like that's it. That's just like, oh okay. Like everybody just accepts that. It's like, wait, how we can't take the president? Yeah, he's literally, is he fucking retarded? He can speak well. But for some reason, I don't know why the Republicans are able to play with such a devolved rule set, but then still try to come up to the liberal rule set when it's time to evaluate the candidates. I don't know. I don't know why that is the case. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think what the conservatives do is they kind of pressure Democrats and liberals into kind of proving themselves. Like, for some reason, I think when you kind of have this debate where it's like, oh, well, like, prove to me, like, you know, what Trump said is stupid. Prove to me, like, you know, what Biden is saying is, like, or sorry, like, Biden's cognitively capable. Democrats kind of immediately jump on that, and they try to, like, defend their, you know, party member. And I think that's why they're, like, when you ask, like, when you have a political side that's kind of asking the question and asking for the burden of proof, I think that's kind of how they're, you know, dictating, like, the political discourse. You don't really see much of that from the left. Like, the left is it's kind of more insulated in a way where they're not really as interested in having these discussions with Republicans, with right-wingers, where they kind of ask for these people to prove, okay, well, why is your candidate better? Why is, you know, Trump cognitively capable? And I think that's how that kind of works out, where we're always the ones on the defense kind of saying, oh, well, you know, like, you know, Biden's good, let me explain why. And I think there's also a cult of personality thing here too, where no matter what, they're just gonna defend Trump.
Sure. Okay, what do you want? Forethought.
Hello? Sorry, I had pushed it. So the big thing is that between Trump and Biden, the entire Republican Party, their voter base, it's not a media thing. The media is hostage to the voter base of the Republican Party. That's not the case for the left wing. The Republicans overwhelmingly support Trump. That's why all of his scandals, all of his crimes, basically anything he does is excused by them, and we can't do the same thing on our side. Biden just does not have that support, and it is overwhelmingly the case that a vote for Biden is not considered a vote for Biden himself, but against Trump. I believe that's like 60-something% of the electorate at the moment. And in terms of Biden as a candidate, the media doesn't dictate this election. The idea that like the media can just wallpaper over Biden having a senior moment on a 50 million viewer debate is just, I don't know if like
they can't wallpaper over it, but there's definitely like both sides can play into each other. Like they can't wallpaper over it, but does there need to be 400 fucking articles on it? Probably not.
It depends. So I guess first
I'm curious. Here's a quick question on that. Like if I were to, I don't know if there's any way to Google this, but if I were to see, were there more news articles written about the last Supreme Court decision or about Biden's debate performance? What would you think?
Probably Biden's debate performance, absolutely. And I would expect that. The voters can dictate who the president is. They can't dictate a Supreme Court decision. But I guess at
Wait,
a
what does that
fundamental-
have to do with what the voters can? The voters can't dictate anything happening between Israel and Palestine. We're not.
That's true. Yeah.
So I mean, like, I don't know what, but okay.
But I guess my question for you is, do you have any reservations about
you're here
Biden's
for
mental
Monty,
faculty?
right?
I mean, I think he. What do you mean by that? When you say mental faculty?
As in, do you think there is any way he is limited by his age or mental capacity in terms
Yeah,
of
no, I understand. But limited, limited house.
Yeah,
I think you're saying.
as in terms of limiting his ability to perform the functions of the president or be able to campaign in this election?
I would say no.
It's hard. The thing is, it's hard to understand. Like, well, let's say that, like, if I say yes, like, if he was functioning better, what are some alternatives that he would be doing besides like doing a better job in a debate? It's hard to say that. I don't know. Like, I mean, I would imagine him being younger would only be better. I know, at least in terms of him, like, speaking, it seems pretty obvious that he was a much better and much more passionate speaker when he was younger. But in terms of, like, running his campaign, I don't even know how much input, like, a individual has into running their campaign. So it's hard for me to say.
Well, I guess to follow up on that, the other half of that is, how much have we seen of Biden that we can be confident in our assessment of his mental capacity? And how much does the average voter know about his mental capacity? Because my understanding is Biden has been very inaccessible in terms of being able in public interviews and in like unscripted events. He's just much more private as a president, and I think that there is a shock amongst the public seeing that debate as like probably the largest public viewing of Joe Biden in a very long time.
Maybe, but I mean, like, he did the Howard Stern thing and everything too. I think the debate for this wasn't a shock because it was the first time the public saw him. I think legitimately he looked way worse in this debate than he has in any other public appearance that he's been in at all.
Yeah, according to the tracker that Ipsos does for all the debates going back to 72, it was the worst debate of all time.
Sure. But I mean, like, keep in mind that, like, there's other stuff that goes into this as well, which, like, it looked bad for sure. But if you actually, like, look at if you were to do a factual analysis, so for instance, neither side was allowed any notes for the debate and no teleprompting for the debate, right? I'm trying to legitimately remember. I don't know if Trump, this must be a hyperbole to say this. Did Trump bring up like a single fact or figure at all?
No.
I don't think so. But
I don't know if
think it's
and like Biden is trying to rattle off like 500 fucking things. One of my criticisms was that, like, I think that his debate approach, ignoring age and everything else, was just bad. He should have focused way more on like slogans and shit. But so, like, if we're thinking in terms of like mental capacity or like cognitive decline, like if Biden would have gone on stage and if he would have just did like quips or one-liners the entire time, even though in my opinion that wouldn't showcase higher mental functioning, the impression would be that it is. So when you ask me, like, do I feel like mentally he's declined to the point where he can't run the country? I don't think he's declined to the point where he can't run the country. It could be that he's declined from like where he was before, for sure. I don't think that it's at a point where like we're getting nuked and he's like drooling at the Oval Office desk. And we're like, fuck.
That question isn't like is he like mentally fucked? It's just that if you have reservations about his mental faculty and you've been very plugged in, the average voter is not plugged in at all, and that's probably the most they've seen of Biden in a long time. And that debate was not a referendum on his ability to recite facts. It was a referendum on his age. If he had spoken on principle, on anything, and just appeared normal, he would have crushed the perception that Republicans have been seeing up to years at this point, that he was too old.
Sure. But I think he theoretically could do this at a future debate, right?
Yeah, and by the way, like, I mean, I think the media was being incredibly uncharitable. Like, they were talking about how his mouth was open, he was like smiling.
His facial
in a weird
expressions
way.
are really dumb.
Well, like, I mean, Trump was saying the most insane shit. Like, at one point he was saying Biden's going to raise your taxes by 4 times.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, people in the middle income bracket are going to be paying 100% tax. Like,
Everyone knows
yeah,
Biden's
no shit.
insane.
Biden's going to open his mouth and smile and be like, "What the fuck is this shit?" But people are saying, "Oh, he's delusional. He's thinking about cotton candy in his head, and he's just like smiling for no reason." Like, these reactions were reasonable reactions that anyone would have listening to somebody say stupid, insane crap.
Maybe, but the average voter disagrees. It's just,
well, your average voter is a fucking moron too.
Okay, yeah, but your average voter is your voter who's voting in the election. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but I mean,
Okay,
like,
real quick, I'll give each of you one more
again,
sentence, and then I gotta go because I'm doing this debate now. So
Sure. Like I don't know why the left-wing media is giving the most uncharitable take on this. Like the Biden facial expression thing. I don't know why they're not just saying like, yeah, Biden's going to like kind of smile and smirk and have this like gasped face when he's against a debate opponent that's just saying insane rambling shit. Instead, they're giving this narrative that, oh, this guy is like thinking of cotton candy and he's in like delusional la la land.
sure, it's the different rules
When
for both
I
sides.
don't know
like
why
the,
you would.
There's like even on the facial expression things, like when Trump's facial expressions are wild, it just becomes a meme. Do you remember the meme
Yeah.
of like the Trump short circuiting?
yeah,
Yeah.
the spazzing out.
Yeah, like if Biden were to do this, people would assume that like wait, fuck, can I find this?
Yeah, his voters support him. That's
Yeah,
the
people would
biggest
assume that like Biden has lost his mind if he were like doing shit like this. But for some reason, when Trump does it, it's like funny. Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright,
and I can't stand it. I don't know why the left-wing media does this. Even if you don't particularly like the guy because you think he's Genocide Joe, like, I mean, again, the idea that Trump would be better at, handling the Israel-Palestine situation, and he wouldn't have pressured Israel to, like, stop using 2,000-pound bombs. Like, the likelihood of Israel using nukes in Gaza under a Trump presidency is far more likely compared to a Biden presidency. So I don't know why the left wing can't just like have at least a little bit of charitable support for the better candidate.
All right, I'll just leave my last bit and then I'll go. You can tell me which part of this is like mental gymnastics or not accurate. The elections are decided by voters, not news media. 72% of the voters think Biden is too old to hold office. That was reinforced by a 50 million viewer debate where he looked incredibly old and was not entirely coherent. People don't want to vote for someone they think is unfit for office. Biden currently has no electoral advantage. Biden is currently polling behind his VP. Michelle Obama polls 11 points ahead of Trump without a campaign, without an endorsement. People are not loyal to Biden. 63% of them vote against Trump, not for Biden. And we should replace Biden, even if it's really, really difficult.
I think replacing Biden at this point would just be a guaranteed Trump victory. I just don't see how you could replace a candidate this late in the game and actually expect to get a victory.
All right, well, the polls disagree, so good luck.
Yeah, and by the way, most people didn't even watch that debate. What they're doing is they're watching like little clips and snippets of the debate. And again, the left-wing media providing these little, snippets and then giving the most uncharitable, kind of view on this. It's only like, again, promoting this idea that Biden's cognitively unfit when what they could do is just stop being fucking morons, stop being uncharitable to the better candidate, and they can kind of promote a more like truthful, nuanced narrative that paints Biden in a fair light, but they're not doing that for whatever reason.
I've said my piece on this. Anything else?
No, not really.
All right, peace out.
All right. Be sure to feed your cats a vegan diet. Peace out.
Speak of the devil.
What do you mean by that?
We were just talking about it.
I didn't say it.
The only person we're missing is Representative Joe Walsh. Again,
Oh, the debate.
I'm not sure if he's having tech issues.
Do you want me to
Debate.
Please do. We'll give him a couple more minutes, and we're gonna start the show, and hopefully he can.
Hey, we are all waiting on you. Exclamation mark.
Figure out some.
But okay. So while you guys
He
are
says
No,
he's
actually.
Oh, can I suggest, Wick, we hang up and rejoin?
I need to beat that.
Can, try that.
Wait, what are we trying to? How
Do as
is
I
that gonna help?
say.
I
If
don't
you want
know.
to live.
You'll see the blinking light to accept the call, and we'll
Oh.
be able to click on it. If you go to the channel that says 7
Can you
Saturday
beat this shit?
and click on the
Level 40?
icon, that will do it. Period.
Lovely tech support.
I have to, really, I have to.
He was here earlier.
He was.
Right? Yeah.
That's the only
Okay,
way
I'm
to
gonna leave. We should all hang
continue
up.
the
And then when
fucking
he recalls, it'll pop up on his thing. Yeah.
The space-time fabric of the void is
Guy who can't operate Discord telling me how Biden is too old to run for office. Here we go.
I mean, nobody yell at me.
Oh, we won't. Okay. So
I would just think internally.
I'm an old fart.
So just to go over this before we go live on my end, I'm going to introduce the topic, say hi to my guests, and then we'll just start the show. I'll give you each a brief, concise, opening thoughts, and then we'll get into it. Any questions?
Ready to go?
Then let's.
This is bitch coming after me right off the bat.
And with that, we're ready. Okay, welcome, one and all to yet another episode of WIC TV. Today is a very special episode, gang. After President Biden's disastrous debate performance a little over a week ago, many have expressed concern about not only his ability to win in November, but his mental competence and whether or not he's experiencing cognitive decline. The question becomes, should Biden drop out of the race? Or, despite this misstep, is he still the Democratic Party's best case to beat former President Trump? We've a great lineup today. With us, we are joined by Representative Joe Walsh, formerly representing the 8th District of the state of Illinois. Jake
Really?
Huber
Adam bullets.
from the Young Turks. And friends of the channel, Destiny and Brianna Wu. I guess we'll start with this. Representative Walsh, we're going to start with you. What are your thoughts on this, please?
Hey, good to be with you all. Look, the only thing that matters is Donald Trump cannot win. Donald Trump is un-American. He's lawless. He's a psychopath. He can't be anywhere near the White House again. That's all that matters. And we're at a point now where I don't think it's possible for Joe Biden to beat him anymore. Because the issue has got to be Trump's unfitness. The issue cannot be Joe Biden's unfitness, i.e. his age. So I don't think Biden gives us the best opportunity to keep that psychopath out of the White House.
Okay, thank you. We'll get into it as we go, I'm sure. Next up,
just
we
out
have
of
our
range.
channel, Brianna Wu. What are your thoughts here?
So, all respect for the Joe. I think something happened with this party is they lost the ability to be able to challenge, the powers within the party, and as a result of that, the Republican Party basically became a cult. We don't have that culture in the Democratic Party, and I actually think the conversation we're having right now is very, very healthy. It's a sign of a party that is not a cult. So I know it's very stressful right now. I've been yelled at all week. I'm sure everyone on this panel has been. But I think it's to our benefit. I think it's worth remembering. All of us are here for the same reason. We want to beat Donald Trump, and we realize democracy is on the line. There are several things that really give me a lot of concern with this, but I don't feel as strongly as I think my good friend Jen does. The first is a president that only has 36% approval rating is effectively unelectable, and my view. There's not a precedent for this. And you know, even though I understand it's very tricky, especially the compliance things with getting the money shifted around and building campaign offices, getting canvassing operations, I really don't see another good option at this point. As Joe said, the problem is Biden's health is going to dominate the news cycle from here on out, and every second we're talking about that, we're not talking about the existential threat that Donald Trump is to democracy. So, you know, I feel like our odds are slightly better if we change candidates, but my mind could be changed.
Get into as we go. Thank you for being here. Jink, Hubert, please. What do you got?
Yeah, this is the easiest decision of all time. He's at 36% approval. When he won last time in 2020, remember he barely won the Electoral College by about 44,000 votes in 3 swing states, which is a microscopic lead. And at that point, he had a 52% approval rate. Now he's at 36. I did the math on it. That's a 16-point difference. So the folks who look at the interview from last night and go, well, he survived. He answered the questions. That's not within a million miles of me. He has to make up a 16-point deficit and in that regard. And guys, if you follow politics, you know an incumbent under 50% is very likely to lose. Biden is under 40%. And to my knowledge, no federal candidate in U.S. history that's an incumbent in an election year has ever won when they're in the 30s. So the opposition, I guess, that wants Biden to stay in, their main argument is Joe Biden is the most miraculous politician that anyone has ever seen. And he's going to rise from the ashes and not just stay stable, but make up 16 points in approval rate. It's just la-la land. It's total fantasy land. This is we're having fun here to debate a thing that should not be debated, partly because mainstream media and the Democratic Party has created this mirage. And so we have to spend time tearing down this theater that's been constructed that is nothing but propaganda. It's been propaganda from day one. He's been disastrously behind. The debate only made it worse and made it more obvious. But if you want to run a race saying, oh yeah, I think that guy who looks like a cadaver is going to make the greatest comeback in American political history, you're basically saying, I don't mind Trump winning at all. I'm totally good with it. I just don't want to offend the feelings of the powerful.
Get the fuck out!
Not a sound argument, to say the least. I'll be polite.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. And I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Last but certainly not least, Justin, what do you have?
I think that there are two competing outlooks that we should keep in mind. We're not competing, but concurrent outlooks we should keep in mind when we're thinking about who we want to be the Democratic nominee. For the first part, I think that it's important that we pick our strongest candidate. I'm not sure, but I hope that everybody here agrees with that we should put forth the strongest candidate who can mobilize the most votes for the Democratic Party. And right now, for reasons we'll get into, I think that, for better or for worse, is still Joe Biden. I also think it's important to keep in mind that when we criticize our party, or when we criticize our candidates, I think that the only criticism that really matters are from people that support the party. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of voices, I believe Cenk is one of them, I'm not as sure about Joe Walsh, who are highly critical of Biden because of his debate performance, but before the debate performance, they were never going to vote for Biden anyway because of his position on Israel or Gaza or lack of, whatever minimum wage or socialized healthcare or whatever other reason. So when you have people that are highly critical of these people, it's important to know that in their mind, their best interest isn't for the party, it's for whatever particular candidate that they like. Which is why when we have these conversations, it's very hard to get somebody to put forth another candidate that they think would be able to outperform Biden for a variety of reasons we'll get into.
Okay, I guess we'll start with that. For the people who say that Joe Biden should drop out of the race, who do you think should replace Joe Biden? Who do you have in mind? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should start with Destiny again, because he apparently wants Trump to win. Because only a person so detached from reality would look at Biden and go, that's our strongest candidate. So I don't know where your allegiances lie. I mean, you just questioned our allegiances. So I desperately want Trump to lose. We all do. He's a maniac, total, utter maniac. But by the way, hey, the clowns you support lost to him in 2016 and are getting humiliated by him in 2024. So where's your allegiance? It seems to me that I mean, look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it almost feels like a false flag operation to say anyone who wants the strongest candidate for the Democratic Party is with Trump. Wink, wink. We should have the weakest possible candidate against Trump. Boy, I really want Trump to lose. Wink, wink. No, of course you should have the strongest candidate. How is this a debate? And if you think Joe Biden's the strongest candidate the Democratic Party has, you apparently despise the Democratic Party. You think even less of them than any Republican in the country. Are you telling me there's no one better than a guy who can't finish a sentence? This is preposterous.
So a few things. So, I mean, if you want to talk about the jokes that we put up in 2016, I would awkwardly remind you that Hillary Clinton was beating Trump polling initially, which is the thing that you're weighing in heavily now is how they're doing the polls. And secondly, she had phenomenal debate performance against Donald Trump, something that didn't help her whatsoever when it came time to defeating him in the election. So, and these seem to be two things that you're weighing very heavily in choosing Biden or not. But to go back on the thing about supporting Biden, well, was it not the case that prior to this debate, you didn't want to support Biden anyway? Like, would you have voted for Biden over Trump prior to the debate?
I would never vote for Trump in a million years.
I didn't ask if you would vote for Trump. I said, would you have voted for Biden? I asked, would you vote for Biden prior to this debate performance over Trump? Would you have voted for Biden?
So I think, Destiny, I've been super clear. I ran against Biden. I think Biden's a terrible candidate. And I knew that, and you gaslit your audience the whole way. Oh, yeah, he could win in the 30s. He could win.
I still didn't hear an answer to that.
Oh, my God, you have to bow your head and obey the officials in the Democratic Party. Who cares about beating Trump? Let's just obey.
I do want to make
sure. You talk about Hillary Clinton in the polls? Hillary Clinton did not have a 5-point lead. This is what I'm trying to get through your thick skull. The Democratic candidate needs a 5-point lead nationally in order to win the Electoral College. So when Joe Biden's down by 6 in the New York Times poll, he's down by 11. He's got to make up 11 points in that. There's no way he can do that.
Okay, can I appeal to the moderator? Wait, I want to do a moderator appeal. Can you make him answer that question?
Yes, I can. However, I do want to hear from some other people.
Sure. But I just want an easy yes or no. Would you have voted for him? That should be an easy yes or no. It's a thing. Would you put?
Yeah, if it's between Biden and Trump, and those were my only two options, of course I was going to vote for Biden.
Okay, thank you. Great.
Okay.
And
Joe,
let me jump in real quick. Just speaking for myself, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a never Trumper. I would vote for Joe Biden if Joe Biden were 151 years old and couldn't get out of bed if he were running against Donald Trump. If Joe Biden stays the nominee, I'm going to run through a fucking wall to help get Joe Biden elected. Destiny, that's where I am, and that's where I've always been. All I'm interested in is, and this is a difficult spot, let's be real, because Democratic voters in a primary process selected him. I believe in that process. I'm appealing to Joe Biden because I think it's clear Joe Biden had only one issue he had to prove. He had one problem. Is he too old for this job? And if he could prove he wasn't too old, I think Biden would beat Trump. He didn't prove that the other night. In fact, he failed. So my fear now is he can't beat Trump. And so I'm appealing to him to step down and hand it to Kamala Harris, and away we go.
Yeah, and Stephen, this is a question I wanted to ask you, because I really respect your opinion, and maybe you have restored some of the data from the one I've been able to come up with. You know, we're not just talking, we're almost talking two questions here.
Yeah, they should have changed.
Donald Trump. But the other question is, like, someone actually casted
characters.
And something that's happened since the debate is we've seen a lot of clips of Biden back in 2020. He is markedly worse today than he was 4 years ago. Yeah, here are the situations we have. It's not just Israel. There's a very good chance China is going to attack Taiwan in the next year or two. You have the Middle East that's still destabilizing. And, you know, Biden, to his credit, has talked about his work bringing together coalitions in the international community, which requires a lot of travel. Can you genuinely say you're confident Biden will be able to do the job of president 4 years from now? Because I can't. And I look at my Twitter and me questioning Trump's mental fitness for his entire presidency.
Okay, that's
to
better.
apply that same standard to Biden, and I'm just honestly finding it very lacking.
So if we were running 2024 Biden against 2020 Biden, I would vote for 2020 Biden every time, but we're not. It's Biden versus Trump, and then the question is who's the best candidate that we can put up versus Trump. For questions of what happened after the election, if Biden wins, if for some reason he has so much cognitive decline that he can't run the country, I guess I would hope that he would step down or somebody would, do an amendment challenge to remove him from office, but that's not really the question before us right now.
I agree.
The interesting question is from all the people, also to be clear, I don't have for some reason, I don't know why Cenk phrases this way, like a fear of power or a deference to the institution of the DNC. I don't really care about any of these things. The challenge is which candidate do you put up that we're in very uncharted territory when we talk about swapping candidates this close to the election. And I think that people are a little bit too reliant on, they'll find a good poll and they'll be like, oh my God, we could run, Kamala Harris or Michelle Obama or, whoever else. And it's like, man, there were polls that had, Hillary Clinton up like almost 15 points after the last debate that she did with Trump. And then, need I remind anybody that you have these shining star governors, okay, Cuomo, DeSantis, who are like, oh, these are going to be like the new guard of the parties. And these people, Cuomo was destroyed almost immediately by scandals from his past, and DeSantis was destroyed as soon as he opened his mouth to talk to a potential voter. So the only thing that scares me is when people are so quick and keen to, put another candidate out there. It's like, man, this is an untested candidate in a national field for the most important election ever, and the only thing we're going to hear about for the next 3 months are anything this person's done wrong. That's just a really scary world for me to be in. Maybe even more scary than a bad Biden debate performance.
I agree.
Responses.
And by the way, just quickly, Brianna, I appreciate your point about Biden being able to actually govern if he were elected for another 4 years. But I agree with Destiny on this point. I don't give a damn about that. All I care about is who can beat Trump and keep Trump out of the White House. If Biden beat him and Biden stayed in the White House and he could only be president for a year, well then, heck, he has a vice president who will become president. I don't care about that. I care only about keeping Trump out of the White House.
Okay, I want to pass it to Cenk. He has some things to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. 80% of the country thinks that Joe Biden is not mentally healthy enough to serve. You're gonna run that guy? You know what that means? That means 8 out of 10 people in America think that his brain is not functioning well enough to be president. To think that that's our strongest candidate is just mental.
Can I
totally, utterly mental.
Sure.
It's an alternate reality. It's blue MAGA. It's blue MAGA on steroids. 8 out of 10 Americans think that his brain isn't working. And we're gonna run that guy? Why don't you just say I love Trump and I want Trump to win? Because that's what Trump's saying. That's what MAGA's saying. But look at social media. Like, please keep Biden. I'm begging you, keep Biden. So it's this idea of devil we know versus devil we don't know. Look at this conversation you guys are having. So, can Biden finish 4 years? And you guys are saying, who cares? But you're not going to win an election by saying, yeah, our guy probably can't even finish 4 years, but who cares? Vote for him anyway. That is not a winning strategy. That is an obviously disastrous strategy. I cannot believe that anyone's saying that point. Guys, think about the convention. If Joe Biden's still the candidate by then, when they chant 4 more years, everybody's going to be embarrassed. The Biden team's going to be like, shh, you're reminding everybody that we have 4 more years with this guy. There's no chance in the world that America is going to put in a guy into the Oval Office when they don't think his brain is working.
Who's the alternative?
This debate's already over. Let's pack it up.
Who's the alternative then?
Easy.
That's easy. So
that's easy.
So yeah, it is. It's easy on 2 fronts.
Who's that fucking guy?
Fear-mongering about, hey, what if the other guy is even worse than a guy whose brain doesn't function? You don't think there's a single person in the Democratic Party who has a brain that's functioning? Of course there is! Of course there is! Okay, so now, the process. The process is just like it's always been until 1972. The delegates go and they vote in an open convention. What's the big deal? Oh my God, hold on. It'll be a mess.
Good hunting.
Mess how? Oh my God, you'll have the whole country listening to a bunch of Democratic politicians defend Democratic policies and get billions of dollars in free media to Democratic politicians and Democratic policies. How is that bad? It's terrific.
So we should have another primary?
Last thing on that. So once you go through that process, the person who won the most number of delegates is likely to be your strongest candidate. That's the whole point of the convention process. So why don't we go with the strongest instead of the weakest?
So
It's
if
a relatively easy
yeah.
things to decide.
If I may interrogate that for a moment, Cenk, when you say that the convention should decide, do you not fear or worry that that will be seen as an undemocratic process where the DNC elites are just simply picking who they want, anointing them?
No. Go ahead, Cenk. That's the very definition of how these parties work. Remember, none of this happens if Joe Biden doesn't say, I'm not running. If Joe Biden says, I'm no longer running, then there's a process to pick a nominee.
But don't you worry, to Walsh real quick, Congressman. Back in '76, Reagan made a challenge on the convention floor, despite the person not running, right? So do you not worry that even if Biden says, I'm still going to run, that there won't be some challenges from contenders during the convention?
Oh, if Biden says he's going to run?
Yes, I'm going to.
Oh,
I'm
no.
You don't think
Biden
anyone?
is in, no, I believe if Biden stays in, there will be zero challenge at the convention. And by the way, if Biden steps down, hopefully, I think, as Cenk said, there will be a raucous, divisive convention. But my God, we live in fucking unprecedented times. This is exciting. We're going through something. I mean, embrace this. It's different.
Okay, Cenk wanted to get in, and then I'll pass it to the rest.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys. First of all these things about back in '76, Reagan hurt the chances of the party, and Kennedy hurt the chances of the party when he ran against Carter, and all this nonsense, right? Okay, so wait a minute. Were they running against a guy that 8 out of 10 Americans thought that person's brain had stopped functioning? Of course not. It's like that Fleischman clown that's going around. I predict I have 13 points. Yeah, but brother, the 14th point is the guy's mind working or not? 8 out of 10. It doesn't. And guys, it doesn't matter what we think on this panel. The jury's in. 8 out of 10 Americans say not mentally healthy enough. Good night, Irene. It's already over. So the only question is can the Democrats miraculously resuscitate a campaign to give Trump a challenge? And the way to do that is already built into the process of the convention. And this whole idea that, it'll be divisive. So what?
That's great. That's great.
So you're going to have different Democrats saying, hey, I want higher wages. No, I want higher wages for the average American. No, I want tons of health care for the average American. No, I want universal health care. These are all great things. I mean,
well,
look at 2016. One last thing. Look at 2016 when the Republicans had a mess and it was super chaotic and they were talking about penis size and all this craziness. And they won. And they won.
And look, I'm the only, I think, former Republican on the panel. I was a Republican congressman, a Republican candidate for president. I was a Republican for my whole life. My former political party has become a cult, right? Like there is never any public questioning of the fitness of their leader. I think what the Democratic Party is going through right now is healthy. And if they went through a really raucous convention, if Biden stepped down, that would be healthy. But I need to back up for just a second because, Destiny, I want to I want to understand and appreciate why at this point you still think Biden would be the strongest candidate. Help me with that.
I mean, he can run on his record. If we have a new candidate that's in, you have no record that you can run upon anymore. He beat Trump once in an election. How relevant that is to the next one is, I guess it's hard to say. But those are two things that are now completely tossed if you start running a new candidate. Another factor is that you know, Jen keeps saying over and over again, like 8 out of 10. What? Yeah. Or real quick, Jen keeps saying like 8 out of 10 Americans don't think that you know, his brain is working. Blah blah blah. That's fine, but the polls don't reflect that. I mean, look at the popularity that Donald Trump enjoys, and they don't even care if his brain is working or not, right? We're told over and over again to take him seriously, not literally. Like they make excuses for him not even be able to speak, which you know, he stumbles through a ton. So yeah, again, I'm not like allegiant to Biden, but the idea of just throwing a whole new candidate up and the idea like, oh no, the primary process will produce something so good and we'll all unite around that candidate in a big kumbaya afterwards. I totally don't see that happening.
So can I jump in on that? Because I agree with Stephen on multiple points here. The compliance stuff is something we are really not examining enough. You know, Joe, you know this better than anyone here. You know, all those donations, they could go to Kamala Harris, but, you know, even if Biden starts a super PAC, you know, it can't coordinate with campaigns. So, you know, Stephen, you know better than anyone, the individual can go out there, get the data, run your own canvassing operations. I think it will obviously be diminished if it cannot coordinate, right? It can put out ads, it can do all that stuff. That's going to be difficult. Another thing that I think, respectfully, Jane, you're discounting a little bit, is the media has not really dug in on any of these other candidates that we have and really vetted. And every single one of them has some liabilities that we need to think about. You know, as far as Gavin Newsom, who's married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, I don't even want to imagine what stuff is going to come out with that. You know, Kamala Harris, the right-wing media has decided she's kind of this dim-witted aunt. You know, once they go into full attack mode on her, you know, is going to be a white supremacist running against a black woman, right? You know, you look at Raphael Warnock, you know, there's some stuff there they can go after. And I'm not saying it's a bad idea necessarily. I'm saying as we're figuring out our calculus of who is the strongest candidate, it is just simply true that we know where the bottom is with Biden, and I'm less certain of where that is with these other candidates. And that money challenge is not, it's not a minor thing. So what I need to see moving forward is I need to see Biden with his head less stuck in the sand, with a credible plan to turn around this huge deficit that he's got, because on the course we're on, he's not going to win, and if we keep this playbook that he was using last night, we are going to fail. It's not just Biden that's going to fail, we're going to lose Senate Democrats, we're going to lose the House, we're going to lose local races. But I also need to see, if we do replace him, I need to see a credible plan to bring up that fundraising, build new field offices, like whatever we do, we need to figure it out quick.
I actually think, and Cenk and I may disagree on this, I think Kamala Harris would have to be the nominee. And by the way, Brianna, Kamala Harris would get all of that money. Let's remember something. It's not the Joe Biden re-election campaign. This is the Biden-Harris re-election campaign. Sure. If the President of the United States says, I can't do it, I won't do it, Biden picked her 4 years ago. Biden was going to be the bridge. Biden has to embrace her and endorse her. And in a weird way, maybe I'm shooting my own argument here, Destiny. I really don't believe it. It almost doesn't matter who the Democratic nominee is. I believe there are more people in this country who oppose Trump than support him. So in a way, I think if you put Kamala Harris up there, I think this coalition of Tea Party never-Trumpers like me all the way to progressives, I think we're going to get enthused and we're all going to get behind who that candidate is.
As a quick thing on that, I actually
How are you
think
doing?
I agree with you. You know, like famously people
You on
refer
break?
to polling where if you have a generic Democrat versus Trump, he outpolls everybody until you start putting names in. If you could find me somewhere in the country a Democrat who steps out of a clone machine,
Baby,
who is
are you
50
there?
years
Oh.
old with absolutely no history on planet Earth, and then he runs and there's nothing to dig into, then I'd say, you know what, maybe we run that guy. But it's just, even if there are like minor scandals or minor issues, I could just see people fixating so heavily
How's
within
work?
a few months to the election on whatever thing comes up, and that
It's
becomes
raining
the talking
outside.
point. So in my mind, Biden is essentially that.
You probably know that
to
because
some
you're
extent.
outside.
He just has to not be
It's
buried
raining,
by
it's pouring.
cognitive decline.
I don't think
But
it's
other than that,
pouring,
like
is
his
it?
incumbency, his
It's
record,
raining a
his
little
history,
bit.
and the fact that he's already beaten
Ow,
Trump in an election
fuck.
one time before are strong things to lean on. You know, I'm saying.
Right, but that's why, and then I'll give it to Cenk. That's why
Kind of a
Cenk
nice rain.
is so important. Biden's problem now
In the car.
is he's unfit. So so many Americans now believe because of
Yeah, it's
his
pretty
age,
nice
he
outside.
is fit.
I got the window
His
open.
campaign has to be
You can probably
Trump
see
and
that.
fitness. Biden
I'm just
almost
listening
now
to the
has
rain and
negated that, and I don't see how he gets it back. That's not just he's got one
Playing my
skeleton
game.
in his closet, or he's bad on an issue. This
Going
is
to
like
be buying
humongous. And
new
I don't know
clothes.
how he
Oh,
gets
did you
over
get
it.
what?
I'm gonna give it to Jenk real quick, but after I do, I have a question both for Destiny and for the other side here. So Jenk, if you have some responses to what's been said, I'm gonna give you the floor. But then I want to be able to ask my question, maybe move this along. So.
Yeah, I have a lot of responses. So first of all, I want to double down on what
All
Brianna
units
said.
transmitting critical
Alright.
operations.
At this point, it would be a
From the
landslide
restored
win for
Vulgus
Donald
experiment
Trump.
records,
He's into the
Not over here yet.
states, you know, the
Must be just
poll
over
that the
Walmart
Democrats
for him.
accidentally leaked shows Biden losing 3 non-swing states and in the danger of losing 6 non-swing states. So down ballot would be disastrous. That's why Congress is panicking as we speak now. So if things go as they are, the Democrats will hand Trump Congress easily, all of Congress, and a mandate. There is no scenario that is worse than that. So right now, we're at a 0. We can only go up. So I need people to stop believing in the hypnosis that Joe Biden has any chance of winning. Because if you think that he has a 45% chance of winning, oh my God, I'm a little worried he's
I need
off
to
by
turn this
5%.
volume
You're going to make the wrong decision.
down
He has a
again.
near 0% chance of winning. So Destiny, you say, hey, 80% of the country, you acknowledge that he thinks they are worried about his mental health, but you say it's not showing up in the polls. But brother, it is. Because as you guys are showing here, now I think at least 2 people, maybe up to 4 or 5 people on this call have said that, hey, if Biden is like brain dead, you'd still rather vote. Well, that speaks for at least a third of the country. So where the election is being held is with independents that are in the middle. And Biden has now lost way too many of them. He's not going to lose blue MAGA. Trump's not going to lose red MAGA. But there's a big number in the middle, and now they have swung massively towards Trump in a way that is unrecoverable. That is why, in effect, he's down by 11 in the New York Times poll, and his favorability is so disastrous. Again, it's literally never been done before by an incumbent to come back from this far behind. So when you talk about vetting the candidates, look, I'm not Pollyannish. Will there be things that come up? Of course, but that's very, very normal
Damn it.
politics.
Oh my God, I hate this part.
I don't, for example,
Free showers and fireworks.
I don't think she's a good candidate at all. I think the idea of anointing her is preposterous. So you're right, Joe. I don't agree with that at all. But on the other hand, if she wins in an open convention,
Free showers. Are people shooting fireworks right now in the rain?
Part of the Biden-Harris team, and she earned it, and it makes her stronger. It makes her more credible. So we should go through the process that exists instead of doing the same mistake the Democratic Party does every single time. We are anointing a leader because we are geniuses. At the DNC, we're super smart. We're the ones who picked Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Can you justify that? What do you mean? You keep saying anointing a leader. Hillary Clinton won the primary. Joe Biden won the primary. What is the anointment we're talking about?
Yeah, so easy to answer. In 2016, the DNC doesn't say, hey, I'm not, although in 2024 they did, and I'll get to that in a second. Hey, I'm not having an election. Instead, they do things like, oh, let's plan the smallest number of debates, morons. You gave up hundreds of millions of dollars in free media coverage. The Republicans swooped in and had a ton of debates, got all that free media coverage and used it to win. And they put the debates up against football games late at night, etc. So that's a small part of it. Another part of it is that they laundered money, and this is a proven fact, through the state parties. The giant rich donors basically cheated and got the money to go to the DNC and then to the, not the DNC, but the Democratic state parties, and then go to Hillary Clinton. That was favoring one candidate over another. And of course, we're not even talking about the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is mainstream media. Corporate media loves corporate Democrats like Biden and Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I don't like none of this. Yeah, this is no. This is all. Just to be clear, this is all.
Okay, hold
on. One at a time.
Let me answer the question.
Answer the
so
question,
you guys
but then we gotta get to the rest.
Yeah, I get it. You guys think, oh, the DNC cheating for corporate Democrats is great. It's wonderful. Wonderful. They should tilt on scale. Yeah, lead on the scale. We don't want a populist who's had a 12-point lead against Donald Trump. We don't want to win because you know that they think that an economic populist is way more dangerous.
Who's the
than
economic
Trump, who's just
populist
gonna
with a
get their
12-point lead
donors
to Donald
taxed
Trump?
up. Well, in 2024, what do they do? I know, because I was in the primary. They're like, oh, the Florida primary canceled. Biden is unilaterally the candidate from Florida. In North Carolina and Tennessee, there's a sitting U.S. congressman in the primary. They're like, yeah, I don't care. We're not going to put anyone on the ballot. Because they cheat in every way. They hate democracy.
Okay.
And it's so ironic that their tagline for this election is protect democracy, as the DNC has stomped it out everywhere they could find it. And that is why they pick loser, super weak candidates, because they do this dumbass anointing instead of just having a fair contest where everybody can vote and have a fair shot at it.
Jake, just real quick, do you throw your name in the ring when it comes to the Democratic convention?
No. That's a really
Sitting
important
out?
question.
Wait, am I able to respond to my
hold
simple
on,
question that
hold
he
on,
answered?
Can I answer the question? So the reason I ran in the primary was because I accurately assessed that Joe Biden had no chance of winning.
Still
By the way,
nothing.
apologies for all the people who were wrong.
Like a
Oh,
water
no,
park
you're
going back in.
Joe Biden
Okay,
has a
love you.
great chance of winning. Oops. Okay, so I ran desperately to get someone else in the race. I said it on the first day that I announced my campaign, and I said it throughout. Let's go. If we could somehow rattle this race enough, the Democratic governors will come in. Look at Andy Beshear. He's sitting in Kentucky. In Kentucky, he won twice. He has a really good track record. Shapiro has a good track record in Pennsylvania. Whitmer would almost guarantee Michigan. Why don't we take a much
fucking
higher
mutant.
chance of beating Donald Trump instead of a
Oh, my headphones fucking went out. Wait, what the fuck happened? My audio.
That turns out are candidates, and that's where these candidates have come from. I think that people speak in thinly veiled, unhappy tones about who the candidate is because they prefer their particular populist or their particular progressive, because they think if we just put him on the general, even though he gets destroyed in the primary, somehow he's going to win the general election. And if you look at these hypothetical polls where they put up a candidate who has not even been nationally tested against the current guy who's on the other ballot, he would have won a ton. But that's just not true. If we're going to talk about an anointing process, and we're going to say that Hillary Clinton was the one who was chosen, why did Obama beat her? Unless Obama magically became the anointed candidate in 2008. But in that case, why couldn't Bernie Sanders have become the anointed candidate when voters started to prefer him? It's because progressives and populists are not popular on the Democratic side. Thank God. Okay, they are not popular on the Democratic side. And also the idea of somebody talking, about like, oh, these candidates are, the Democratic Party is stealing the election because they're not willing to primary their own candidate. I'm sorry, where were the Republicans' primaries against Donald Trump when he was running for re-election? You just don't primary your candidate. There's nothing undemocratic about that. And deciding when you want to hold debates and not, taking seriously every single, 1 percentage point polling candidate seriously and hosting debates and wasting money and wasting airtime and coverage and all this stuff is just not feasible. Like, the parties want to win. They should want to win. We want them to win if you support the party, or at least what the party stands for. So all of that makes sense. None of that is undemocratic. Nothing was undemocratic about Bernie or any populist losing the elections. These are the results that our system, for better or for worse, have given us in as democratic a manner as they can reasonably do.
Yeah, just to be clear, nobody's pulling a MAGA and saying they cheated on the votes. Nobody cheated on the votes, okay? But not acknowledging the fact that mainstream media, in other words, corporate media, absolutely loves Hillary Clinton. They loved Joe Biden until a week ago. They loved Barack Obama, and they despise every progressive. Why? Because we're against corporate power.
It's because they're not
really
popular. Wow, mainstream media likes popular candidates? That's unbelievable.
No. Mainstream media loves corporate politicians like you do. You think that corporate donations are awesome and we should live under corporate rule. Yay, right? But the reality is that's how they skew the voting base, and they get older people who watch cable news to go, oh my God, they said Bernie Sanders is going to lose, even though Bernie Sanders is a much bigger lead against Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton did in every poll for a year straight. Mainstream media 100% lied about that to make sure that Hillary Clinton won. And then you go, oh yeah, that's a fair contest when we have the entire media on our side. Sure, you can pretend anything you like.
Well,
Okay,
the
I
entire
wanna-
media was against Donald Trump, and he still won his election. So, I mean, like, what is it? Does the media, pick the candidate, or is it sometimes they help and sometimes they hurt, even though trying to hurt? Like,
Look at your arguments. Look at your arguments. You said, so we acknowledge 2016 Republicans had a chaotic, total mess of a primary, and they won. And you said, but look, they didn't primary Donald Trump in 2020. You're right, and they lost.
they
And
didn't have
now
a
the
chaotic mess of a primary.
by the
Wait, how did they have a
huge
chaotic mess of a
and the
primary in
Democrats tried to
2016?
cut down the primary.
They didn't have a
The
chaotic.
Democrats tried-
They did not have a chaotic primary in 2016. They followed the process. They did it. There was a lot of crazy shit said.
2016, you thought the Republican primaries were just normal?
Yeah,
Like,
they were.
weren't-
Yeah, they had debates. They say crazy
they
shit.
weren't divisive within the
Welcome.
party?
A primary is supposed to be divisive. Excuse me. Do you remember Obama versus Hillary? You don't think that primary was one of the most divisive of all time? What are you talking about? Yes.
And we won. Destiny, you're making my point for me.
I absolutely. I don't know if you know what your point is.
Hold on. Every time we have a mess of a primary that's contested and that's relatively fair, that side wins. Literally every time.
Okay, I want to rein this in a little bit, bring this back to the topic at hand.
So,
Justin,
can I jump in, Wick? I actually
really quick.
I
do
think
have
I'm
to-
back. Go ahead,
This brings
Brianna.
me to a really good point that I want to talk about with this, which is I think it's a risk that all of us are kind of underestimating, right? Which is
Killer.
this is going to be so divisive for the party if we do this, no matter which way it goes. You've got, so if it goes to an open convention and Harris doesn't win, you're going to have the people that are really mega supporters of her in the black community, which is the backbone of the Democratic Party. They are going to feel slighted. There are people out there, and Jank and Joe, I'm sure you've got them in your mentions. I'm sure they're texting you. I'm sure you've got friends calling you too, going, I thought you were smarter than this. Why are you betraying Biden? Like, there are people that are going to be end of the world with Biden, and it is going to open up some serious rifts. So, something I'm genuinely struggling with is this is not a time that we need another inter-party fight. We need to pick a direction and get 100% behind that. So, can you at least, Jank, can you acknowledge that that's a risk of opening up this huge risk?
No. Tank, I'll set you up. Brianna, I love you. It's an opportunity. Look, we are living in a populist moment. We've been in a populist moment now for 8 or 9 years. Voters across the board are pissed off. Biden steps down, there's a fight, and you have a divisive convention. That's perfect for this moment. Voters want shit like this now. They don't want the status quo. Democrats have given, I agree with Cenk on this, Democrats have given voters the status quo. It worked in 20 because Trump was such a fucking madman. But you're not going to beat Trump this year with status quo. And if Biden stays in and tries to limp to the finish, that's status quo.
So yeah, if I may just interject with a question for both you, Joe, and you, Jank, right? How come the polls at least aren't reflecting this narrative that you're spinning? So Bloomberg reported on a poll that was released just today, where 60% of Democratic voters want Joe Biden to remain the candidate. He also shows trending in most swing states are trending back towards Biden. So where's the disconnect? Explain to me why we are not seeing the narrative that you're spinning in the data that I'm looking at.
Okay, no, that's a crazy framing of that question. Every poll shows Biden losing, and losing by a lot. You're talking about a poll that came out this morning saying, oh, he stopped the bleeding. He's down in every swing state, but it's not as bad as it was right before
Well, no,
the
he's
debate.
up in Michigan. He's up in Wisconsin in this poll.
Okay, no, my bad. You're right. I just looked at it a second ago. You're right. Michigan and Wisconsin, he's up. He's still losing in enough swing states. He's losing Pennsylvania by 7. A Democratic candidate losing Pennsylvania by 7. In an earlier poll, he was losing Nevada by 12. So in this one, it's a lower number. So look, number one, I reject your framing completely. The number one problem we have with Joe Biden is that he's getting clobbered in the polls. Just because he stopped the bleeding a tiny bit for a minute doesn't mean that he's somehow back up. So that's totally wrong. Second of all, there is one thing that's going right for Joe Biden, and maybe that's why this Bloomberg poll, it could just be an outlier because it doesn't really match the other polls.
Be. There's not been a lot of polls that have come out since the debate. We are working on very little information.
Okay, So the only thing going positive for Joe Biden is that older voters are starting to transition towards him. They used to be for Trump, and there's a couple of reasons why it might be the case. The older voters watch television more. Television is a brainwashing factory for corporate politicians, but in this case, I'll take it if it's Biden versus Trump. The second reason is people might start to get annoyed. Like, they keep calling him old. I'm old. I don't like it, right? And so that might be going in this direction. And Biden is the status quo candidate, and older voters generally like the status quo. Now, having said all this, it's not anywhere near enough. It's not within a country mile of enough. And I also want to address the unity point. Unity is supposed to be, if you're unified, then it'll help us win. If it doesn't help us win, if it hurts us, if it keeps us from winning, what's the point of unity? And the reality is, as we've just discussed here and everyone has agreed, every time that a party has not been unified and had a divisive primary fight in the last 20 years, that party has won. So this idea that unity is this magical, lofty goal and is wrong. And secondly, it's usually done by people who go, this is your candidate, shut up and unify. Okay, what if I said the same? What if I said back in 2016, okay, Bernie Sanders is the candidate. Now you all have to unify.
Do you not consider
what
that
the rest of the party would have said?
divisive
And
primary?
they, hold on. You know what they said? No way, we're not unifying. No way it's Bernie. Okay, well then you don't believe in unity.
Well, because Bernie was never leading in the polls. Bernie never had a majority support in the party.
The minute someone has the minute anyone has a lead in the polls, that's it. Everybody's got to back it up. Jamal Bowman had a huge lead in the polls before the race started.
Who said that? I don't think anybody said that here. You remarked that we didn't unify behind Bernie Sanders.
You're against unity.
No, nobody unified. Nobody unified behind Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders never even had remotely close to majority support in the Democratic Party. That's why. I'm not saying that you have to drop it. There was a whole primary process. Primary process turned out candidates against him both times.
Yeah. Okay.
I actually, to your question on polling, I disagree with my friend Cenk. I think Biden was down slightly going into the debate. I think most of the polling is showing that he's down a little bit more, but I don't think Biden can't win. And this poll that came out, the Bloomberg poll today that came out, was positive for Biden. If a few more polls come out in the next week that are relatively positive for Biden, that strengthens his case. I think a decision has to be made within a couple weeks, and I think the polling on this is going to be key.
Well, then let me ask you directly, Joe, sir. At what point do you change your mind? What do you need to see? What evidence needs to come out to show you that Biden would change your mind on this and say, okay, I was wrong. Biden is now, I'm riding with Biden once again. I'm getting back in that car. We're going for broke.
It's a great question. I just want to provide a little nuance. My mind changing. Like, I'm all in with Biden. I'm all in with whoever the nominee is. I want to be clear with that. So if I see polling in the next week that says, oh my God, okay, this thing is still really tight, if I can see that, then that will give me a hell of a lot more confidence in Biden. But to what Brianna said a few minutes ago, I need to see Biden out there unscripted doing his thing, man. We need to see that in addition to some pretty good polling, then I'll feel really good about it.
I agree with that.
Can I just follow up on that real quick?
Well, I want to let Brianna respond real quick, and then we're going to pass it to you, and then I have a question for Destiny. Go ahead.
Sorry, Cenk. Well, actually, I wanted to ask Stephen a question. So, look, this is, I think Joe brings up a really good point. From here, from everything I've seen, for us to get back to normal, for us to have a shot of winning the Electoral College, Biden has to change things enough to get, I think, 13 points more up in the polls. Now, some of that is in swing states like Michigan. What is the actual plan, or what pathway do you see to Biden kind of changing this narrative? Because, like, what I saw in that interview last night was frankly just a very stubborn old man who thinks everything is fine. And we've seen this playbook before with Dianne Feinstein, and we saw it with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People that were just kind of a little tuned out to reality. So, what is the concrete? What do you think happens with Biden for him to have a shift, to get confidence from the American public and turn this around? I really need an answer to that.
I don't think that populism is popular right now with the Democratic Party, but I think that populist messaging is important. Whoever does the debate coaching for Biden or speech coaching, the idea that he needs to be on stage rattling off 50 million figures like he's a nervous, like high school debate speed person or whatever, that absolutely never needs to happen. Biden needs to find a few good quotes, a few good slogans, and just hammer them over and over and over again. I think that gives him the best presence on stage, rather than, if you're asked about the economy, okay, how do you think the economy did under your country? Like, instead of 45% of Americans had this and 72%, it should just, literally be, my economy did better than Trump, who cheated on his wife with a porn star. Or my economy, it's doing better than the guy who's got 34 felons. Right? Like, it should just be hammering stuff like that over and over and over again, because it's quippy, it works, people like it. Nobody cares about the numbers on either side at this point. There's no reason to have this huge fact-based material analysis of everything going on. Nobody cares. Like, most people's even people's understandings of how the economy is doing sometimes goes back to just the news that they consume and the media that they're watching. And to try to play by this different rule set where Biden is supposed to quote 52 different figures, while Donald Trump thinks that invisible planes are actually invisible, and there's literally no standard for his speaking or his mental capacity is insane, in my opinion. That's what at least for messaging, that's what Biden should focus on.
I agree with you on that. I
Agreed.
100% agree with you. And he was strongest. I don't know if you remember John McCain's funeral. I teared up then, and I wasn't even a John McCain fan that much, right? Like, he's always been at his strongest when he's talking emotionally. But the core problem that I saw last night was he doesn't seem to think there's a problem. He's trapped in this thing. I think Cenk has really put his finger on it, where, he's in power. He seems to think the press is against him and he's the enemy and is the enemy. He, took the midterms, took credit for the midterms. I don't think the Democratic Party won the midterms. I thought it was women who are really, really pissed off about choice that got out there and rage voted and rage donated.
Sure, but also as a really quick thing, you keep saying that he doesn't think there's a problem. He clearly does. If you've watched his speeches, he makes jokes of he's joking about his age quite a bit now. I'm not 40 years old, or I'm not what he's. Yeah, obviously he knows it's a problem, but he's not going to go out and say it. It's like saying, it's like asking people that were still running for president before they dropped out, do you think you can win? Even if you're polling at 1%, you say well, yeah, of course I think I can win. You're not going to say, oh, my chances are pretty bad. Biden's not going to come out and say yeah, I think a lot of Americans have an issue because a lot of people do seem to think that I'm in huge cognitive decline. No, I wouldn't expect him to say that. He's been joking about it. He's clearly aware of it. Everyone around him is saying it. Yeah.
Okay. I believe Cenk wanted some points. And then I have a question specifically for both Destiny, and then I'll question for you. So, Cenk, you have some responses.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, actually, there is one candidate who did do that, Destiny. It was me. I was at 2% in the Quinnipiac poll, which, by the way, not a lot of governors or senators got to, but and I was like, yeah, of course, this is not a recipe for likely success. And I explained to people why I was running, what the reasons was. But the most important part of that is that I was in the objective reality world, right? I could understand the current situation, and I had different goals that I was going for. So now translate that over to Biden. In that interview, he did not look like he understood how far down he was at all. He seemed to indicate a couple of times, even though he quoted polls wrong from the New York Times, etc., but he said over and over again, those polls are wrong, those polls are wrong, and he seemed to indicate that he thought he was tied. He's not anywhere near tied. He's not within planets of tied.
Why do you keep saying that? 538 has him at 49.51. That's not true. Wait, how far down do you think he is?
We don't know that yet. Cenk.
Okay, guys, look, there's the overall numbers, then there's the underlying numbers. In the overall numbers, he ranges from 2 to 6 down. and he's got to win by 5. So he's 7 to 11 down. That's just the reality, even in the best case scenario. Then there's the underlying numbers. You lost younger voters, you lost Latinos, your approval rating's at 36%. 80% of the country doesn't think your brain is working. In this circumstance, it is not a normal, oh, he's down 2, he's up 2. Golly gee, anything can happen. No, he has almost no chance of winning. And saying that a Democratic governor who is successful in Kentucky, Michigan, or Pennsylvania has a lower chance than him is just totally unjustifiable.
I think. Let me
by just picking one of those guys.
I'll find some common ground here with all of us. I think my friend Cenk overplays how down Biden is right now, and I agree with Destiny and Brianna. I don't think he's as down as Cenk says, but I think Destiny underplays Biden's problem. And Cenk is right. This is unusual, guys. We haven't been here. Almost 80% of Americans do not believe Joe Biden is fit because he's too old. This is a real problem. It's not just like he's bad on an issue or he did bad pulling us out of Afghanistan or whatever. This goes to fitness for the job. In an election where Trump's fitness has to be the only issue.
I gotta say the second half of what I was gonna say. It's related to what Joe said.
Quickly.
So number one, he should have been out there after the debate. If he was healthy, if it was me and they were questioning my cognitive health, I would have done a dozen interviews by now. I might have done 24 interviews by now. We're now 9 days later, right? I mean, this is crazy. And we just found out this morning that his team demanded that the radio stations that he did the interviews in ask him pre-scripted questions. Come on, if you can't handle a softball interview at a local radio station with someone who's friendly to you and you have to feed her the questions and demand that she ask them in a scripted fashion, that means you're not the guy. That means your own team thinks you cannot handle a very normal interview. That means your own team thinks you can't actually conduct this campaign in a vigorous way, and it's not even close. And even Joe Biden told the Democratic governors, hey, I'm done by 8 p.m. at night, and now I realize that. So who's the president after 8 p.m.? And how are you going to run a campaign when you can't go past 8 o'clock at night? This is not anywhere near close. To say that a Democratic governor would not have a much higher chance than Joe Biden is just denying reality.
Can I make one more real
quick point, but then we got to go let Destiny respond.
That we'll all agree on. 3.5 years ago, for the first time in American history, a sitting president lost an election, refused to concede, refused to participate in the peaceful transfer of power, and then he tried to fucking overthrow an American election. And that guy is winning right now. There's no fucking way that guy should ever be winning against a Democratic candidate. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, but that guy is not winning because people don't like Biden. That guy is winning because conservatives are fucking insane. I'm sorry. Conservatives are crazy. That is absolutely the case. Well, I won't use the delusional word, but like, yes, conservatives have lost their mind, okay? Also, when we're looking at like trying to win an election, we're trying to turn out voters, right? It's not like we're trying to pull voters away from Trump or that Trump is pulling voters away from Biden. We're trying to turn out our own base and maybe sway a couple of independents in the middle. In terms of me underplaying Biden's problems, I'm not saying that Biden doesn't have a problem. It's obviously a big problem. It is a severe problem. What I think is people are underplaying how difficult it might be to have another person step up and, you know, just be a presidential nominee and to be able to kind of like float through that, you know, just fine. Again, like you have these massively popular governors who everybody loved who were destroyed in months. I don't remember. I have to go back and check, but I think wasn't DeSantis on track to lose Florida in his primary process? And this is a guy who was popular in the whole in Republican Party, who was doing like legislative moves as governor. So he's popular like legislatively, the support of the whole country, the Republicans there, and he got eviscerated. It wasn't even close. He was like a laughing stock. So the idea that some Democrat can just waltz out, and then we also haven't spoken about this part much, although Representative Walsh, you know, has brought it up. If we do have a nominee for both for political reasons and maybe financial reasons, it might have to be Kamala Harris. And that's a conversation that I don't know, how Cenk feels about that, that Kamala Harris would probably have to be the nominee. The idea that you're going to primary and toss not just your president, but your whole ticket, and you're going to turn your back on Kamala Harris, and then you're going to do a whole new thing. I don't even know if you could like transfer the funds or how any of that would work. It would just be a whole shit show. And again, not to single out Cenk, but there are a lot of people who are hypercritical of Biden you guys are never going to vote for him anyway. Ever since the whole Israeli-Gaza stuff, it was like, oh, I can't vote for this guy. He's pro-genocide, and I would never support this dude, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you guys are never going to vote for this dude anyway. Whether you get a good or bad debate performance, it doesn't matter. And then we're talking about, like, he's incompetent to serve. And then in the next breath, it's like, well, RFK, the guy who had literal brain worms, I would consider that guy. He makes a couple of strong arguments. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't take these arguments very seriously. I don't think they come from a place of good faith, and I don't think they come from a place of wanting Democrats to actually win the party. I think it comes from a place for a lot of people of just wanting to kind of like slide in their candidate they think is secretly more popular than he actually is.
What is happening right now?
Against him.
Okay, respond, please.
I gotta address that. So this is the number one talking point that people who like establishment Democrats say, which is if you dare disagree with leadership, who by the way has been disastrously wrong, as Joe Walsh just pointed out, they lost to Trump in 2016. They're getting their asses handed to them by Trump, a verifiable moron who barely makes it into double digits in IQ. They're losing to him again. But whenever you question leadership, they go, oh, you're on the other side. I bet you like Trump. Okay, yeah, it's the oldest talking point in history. It's totally useless, especially in a situation like this, where you're helping Trump more than anyone on the planet by insisting that Biden stay in the race when he has almost no chance of winning. So thank you for destroying what was a pernicious talking point throughout this entire last 10 years.
Okay, so a question for
I didn't even say any of that. Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, I
no,
promise
every time you question the leader, you go, oh, how dare you? I question your allegiance. Who are you voting for? Oh, you guys didn't want him anyway. Oh, you don't want the Democrat anyway. Nonsense. Just because you kiss corporate Democratic ass doesn't make you a better Democrat.
Hold on, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with all of the media messaging, especially alternative media, that's saying over and over again, I won't vote for Biden. If I were to go through the Young Turks, I were to watch you and Anna talk to each other, how many times have one of you said, I don't know if I could vote for Biden? I think you said, if you're a Muslim in America, you shouldn't vote for Biden. I can understand why you wouldn't vote for Biden. What, like Trump would do better with Israel and Gaza than Biden would? Like, come on, you guys have said this over and over and over again, the idea that you wouldn't support Biden because, oh, I don't know if I could do it because of the genocide and blah, blah, blah. I don't think this debate has made a significant difference.
Your main point is, Destiny, your main point is that you've been on the side of Israeli genocide and a guy with no brain who's definitely going to lose to Trump. Wow, great compelling argument.
No, my point is I would always, if Bernie Sanders tomorrow somehow through an act of divine intervention became the nominee for the Democratic Party, I would have a fucking Bernie sticker on every single thing I own because I would support the Democratic nominee regardless. You guys have looked for a billion, almost no matter what. You guys have looked for a billion reasons, okay, to not support Biden, even knowing that it would be Biden against Trump. Whether that means considering third-party candidates who are insane, like RFK, or whether that just means constantly spending so much undue media time shitting on Biden. It's like, oh, I don't know. I don't even know if I can support him at all, blah, blah, blah.
Kiss his ass. That'll make it better. Kiss his ass. That'll make
Who's
it
saying
better.
kiss his ass? No one's done that here.
Okay.
Where the hell's the moderator?
Hold on. I'm getting in here.
Did it help? Control.
Did it help?
Yeah.
All your ass kissing.
Yeah, this is
led to
content,
worse
baby. Okay.
stuff.
Okay.
Okay, now I gotta address what he's saying. So he's saying, how dare you? You're in the news business. How dare you criticize the sitting president of the United States?
I didn't say that.
You should be in the ass-kissing business, and if you puckered up enough for him, his poll numbers would
Let
be
me
higher.
ask my question. It addresses that.
Did it help his poll numbers? No, and he's saying, oh, well, look, you can't criticize Joe Biden when he's in the middle of helping Israel kill 37,000 people in Gaza.
Wasn't it 47,000?
60,000?
100,000?
One of the detriments to doing this in a group chat is I don't have a mute button anymore.
Sorry.
But we're gonna go with what we got. Okay. So a question to Cenk, to Joe, Congressman Walsh, and to Brianna Wu. Are you not worried that all this talk, right, denigrating Biden, casting doubt on his mental capacities, that it works as like a self-fulfilling prophecy? That the constant media narrative of he's unfit will be worse than the debate in driving polls and end up into a situation where if Biden stays in, you have just given him a whole lot more baggage to go through. What do you have any do you think that's a real concern, first of all? And if you do, what ways have you tried to mitigate that concern? I want to go to Congressman Walsh first, and I want to hear from everyone. Go ahead.
And Brianna, I'll be brief.
No,
I
take your
don't.
time.
I don't at all worry about that. I think this is healthy, and maybe my opinion is skewed because of where I come from. I come from the Republican Party. I left that party because that party's become a cult, because that party doesn't allow anyone to do this. And if you do this publicly as a
They're winning, aren't they?
you're no longer in the party. No, they're not winning. They're probably going to lose the House, and the Democrats are probably going to take the Senate. This is a really, really close election. So I don't think that's a negative. I think it's a positive. And I also think we are living in unprecedented times. I think we're living in a populist moment. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. So I think a lot of very unusual things are going to happen. And I think the populace is ready for all of this. Go ahead, Brianna.
So, before I answer the question, Rick, I just want to say one of the reasons Cenk is fun to work with is he's like this all the time. It doesn't matter what you're talking about or what you're working with. This is the level of passion that he has. And Cenk, he's like this all the time. It's great to see. So, Wick, I am obviously extremely worried about this. The thing is, the Republicans have a trait where they fall in line. And we just don't do that same thing. And I'm really worried that I see the media doing this to an extent. And I want to be clear. I don't think it's, I have no issue with the New York Times asking tough questions. I thought George Stephanopoulos was fair the other time. But it really does feel like the media is in attack mode now. And for me as a public figure, I've certainly asked myself if I am doing more to hurt our chances in November than I am helping. I feel at the same time, my friend Barry Weiss over at Free Press, she's written about this a lot, that, it's like the media was telling one narrative and saying everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. And Biden had fewer press conferences than any other president in history. And I was like, I don't know. I don't feel good about that. And then he wouldn't give interviews to the New York Times. And I'm like, I really don't think that's really good. And then he has this debate, and every single American can go see that his faculties are not what they were in 2020. I assume they weren't great, but it was so difficult to watch. So I'm just really honestly torn. I don't know how to be helpful in this moment. Is giving a helpful analysis helpful, or should I be pretending there's no problem like a lot of my fellow Democrats are doing? I don't have an answer.
I think it's good. I think it's good to be critical. I think there are plenty of reasons to be critical of Biden's mental faculty. That's yes. I think there are plenty of reasons to, and I have been. But I mean, as it's been pointed out, the coverage is insane. I don't know if there's been a formal counting, but the Supreme Court just gave the president a massive amount of criminal immunity when he's performing powers as president. I feel like I've seen 10 times more articles, 10 times more discussion on the Biden debate performance than I have about that Supreme Court decision. And the idea that this is the obsessive talking about, again, is it a problem? Yeah, absolutely it is. Is it worth talking about? Yeah, absolutely it is. But yeah, I think that these media cycles can definitely, to some extent, become self-fulfilling if you keep harping on it over and over and over again. But I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, it's up to people in media to decide what they want to talk about.
Cenk, go ahead.
So the question goes to the core of the cancer within the Democratic Party, which is this idea that you're not supposed to question authority, you're not supposed to question leadership, you're not supposed to question the candidate. First of all, look at the assumption that people in media should only say good things about Biden. That's literally propaganda. So first off, I'm out. I'm in the news business. I'm not going to do propaganda. I'm going to tell you my honest opinion. Secondly, it so happens that strategically, that's the better way to go anyway, for two reasons. Number one, you're not hurting the party by questioning your candidate. You're trying to help him get to a better position. For example, Biden lost about 30 points with younger voters over Gaza. So criticizing him over Gaza helps him get to a position where he'll pick up more votes. Now, if the candidate says, no, I'm going to constantly do the wrong thing, that makes me more and more unpopular, that's on the candidate. Democrats, please ask more of your candidates. Don't say, oh, that's okay, we'll hold on. We'll build a wall of propaganda around him. And we'll just demand that the media say nothing but positive things about him. And then that way we can protect incredibly weak candidates.
But
How
to be
about
clear-
instead, we challenge our candidates and our candidates are really strong. And then they can make their case in a way that allows them to win elections. I've got more, but go ahead. Yeah,
Sure,
you wanted to add.
but to be clear, just to reiterate the question, we're not talking about criticism in general, but of his unfitness to be president, which is a fundamental different thing than criticizing him over Gaza or over the Afghanistan pullout or any of these other things, right?
Okay, well, guys,
but
hold on. The
Go ahead.
question's to me. Hold on. I mean, I gotta ask you guys back. Do you have eyes? Do you have ears? Are we gonna sit here and think that if we pretend that he's not in mental decline, that we'll be able to trick the American people? Number one, I have no interest in tricking the American people. Two, I have no interest in leaving objective reality. He's in obvious, massive mental decline. And I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie under any circumstances to help this incredibly weak candidate. Instead, I'm going to be productive and I'm going to help try to drive him out so we can get a strong candidate who actually wants to beat Donald Trump. And guys, one more thing. When you do this type of propaganda, you lose credibility with independents who are going to decide this election. Earlier, Destiny said, oh, you're not going to get conservatives. Of course we're not going to get conservatives to vote for Joe Biden or any Democratic candidate. You're trying to win over independents. And every time you say preposterous things like, Biden's perfectly fine, he's a dynamo behind the scenes, you lose credibility.
Has anybody on this panel said that?
It's so hard to get it back.
Wait, has anybody on this panel said that?
Biden's team said that.
Wait,
repeatedly.
Biden's team is not in the room with us right now. I don't know why we're responding. No one here is defending that. No one here is defending that. Nobody here said that. I don't know why we're responding to this.
Destiny, you tell me. You're saying that Biden's the best candidate we have.
Correct.
So are you saying he's in obvious mental decline, but I'll take him anyway? And he's better than every Democrat in the country, even though he's in obvious mental decline? Or are you denying that he's in mental decline?
I don't see a candidate right now that is obviously and clearly a better candidate to run for president than him.
No, hold on, Destiny, just to answer the question, right? Do you think that currently, right now, that President Biden is fit to make decisions of a president, right? Like,
I don't think he's
actually
shown
be
any.
president
He obviously can't hold it up in a fucking debate for sure. But like, does he have like obvious and clear mental decline where he can't make decisions as president? I haven't seen evidence of that. I know that his debate performance looked bad, but no, I don't know if I would go as far as to say that.
I agree with that. I agree with Destiny, by the way. I don't believe. I believe Joe Biden can still function and do his job, but I worry about him doing his job 3 or 4 years from now.
Yeah.
Look, do we do Biden damage? You know, if we publicly plea with him to step down? I agree with Cenk. That's not my job. I get paid to say what I believe. I want the best candidate possible to defeat Trump. But if it is Biden, and if Biden can show it, and if Biden can prove it this next week or two, and if poll numbers can bolster him, then again, I'll run through a wall with Biden, even though I admit he's declined cognitively. If he's in a fucking coma, I'll vote for him over Trump, so I acknowledge that. But the issue has to be Trump's unfitness.
So I guess to Cenk, a question to you then, right? Is there anything Biden can do, or you can see any evidence, right, that can come out that would convince you to change your mind and throw your weight back in support of Biden as the Democratic nominee and potential president in 2024?
Yeah, definitely. Easy. So he comes out and is an actual dynamo, does a ton of events, interviews, press conferences. He's hitting questions out of the ballpark. And he goes into the next debate with Trump and eviscerates him and is strong and healthy and vibrant and makes a terrific case for the Democratic policies. And he goes and he does things right and from a foreign policy and domestic policy perspective, and does logical things like putting out paid family leave for a vote, getting a ceasefire in Gaza. All these things.
Stop, Cenk. You went too far. Stop with the issues. We're just talking about his fitness, you. Now you and I are going to fight. Stop with the history.
So, I mean, look,
I'm back. I'm with Destiny. I'm back with Destiny.
So if Biden turns into Bernie Sanders, I would support him wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Wait. Are you guys serious? I thought you were joking. No,
Serious.
There's a way to win this election.
No, but Cenk, I'm serious. Even if you disagree with Biden on 8 out of 10 issues, if you believe he's generally fit to be president, you will vote for him over Donald Trump, correct?
Yeah. So, guys, I'm giving you 2 different things he can do to win the election. The question was, is there a way that I would support him? Yeah. If he does these dynamic things on the campaign trail, and he makes a great case for himself in the Democratic Party, you'll see the poll numbers go up anyway. And then I'll say, hey, look, I thought it was unrecoverable, but I was wrong. I do that all the time because I live in the fact-based world. So if his poll numbers now exceed Trump's in the swing states, he did a great job on the campaign trail. Great. But the second thing he could do to not just get my vote, but to get everybody's vote. Guys, I'm not talking about like some sort of like socialist policies or something. Paid family leave polls at 84%. And he's not going to be able to get it passed now. But the very reason to introduce a policy like that is so you get 84% of the country on your side. This is elementary politics. But Joe Biden can't even do the simplest things that you need to do to win an election. That's why I'm against him.
Go ahead, Brianna.
Well, I was just going to say, so this is... I fear that like relitigating the Bernie Sanders stuff is not super productive. So I wanted to talk about something else though, that's kind of related to what you were hinting at, Cenk, that I think is part of my calculus in trying to figure this out, which is if Democrats are going to win this thing, there's no way for us to win that doesn't involve Michigan. And one of the values, I think, of if Kamala Harris took over or Gavin Newsom took over or if there was a change of leadership is, you know, it's essentially like you can kind of write off all this strife that's happened. Like, Stephen, you know my opinion on Israel versus Palestine. I've disagreed with Cenk on it many times. You know, like, that's how I feel about it. But it's impossible to say that there's not a rift in Michigan that's very, very real.
Hold on, just as a quick thing, any rift that you would try to remedy, regardless of what we think the policy positions are, okay? As Cenk said, we like to live in a fact-based world. The vast majority of relevant voters who are old and go to the polls all support Israel. Yes. So the idea that we're going to sit here and take some pro-ultra ceasefire, anti-Israeli, like super pro-Gaza stance just for Michigan, like is delusional, right? Yeah.
Hold on, I have contempt for those people too, Stephen, 100%. But the polls, I've actually looked at Michigan very, very closely. There is a large contingent of Muslim voters there. That's just a reality. And there is an antipathy there. We're not talking about fringe leftist, anti-electoral dipshits that are not going to vote no matter what. These are people that were with, they used to vote Republican until the Bush era. Then they switched sides, and they've seen, actions that I personally support that Biden has taken in Gaza, and they are really, really not on board with it, and they're threatening to withhold their vote in this election.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that any change you make there to gain some voters in Michigan is going to destroy you with the rest of the electorate.
Okay. So, even taking that aside, there are a million different things. I think that all of a sudden, if we switch candidates, all this stuff that Biden has done or has not done.
Oh, and to be clear, Brianna, I'm sorry to
actually,
interrupt.
can I finish my point, Wick? Actually, then Biden, whoever replaces Biden, is a new story, right? The Democrats, whoever they are, have the youthful energy, and some of the polls I was looking at before this showed that everyone feels both candidates are too old. Everyone wants another alternative, which is why RFK is doing terrifyingly well in the polls. So I just think there's a practical reality in kind of saying, okay, if you don't like this, here's a new option. And part of why Obama was able to win is he very strategically did not get very deep on the policies that he actually believed in. We all imprinted what we wanted to see after the Bush years onto Obama, which is why it was so shocking when he didn't necessarily do all of that. So I think there's going to be an advantages. I think it resets the news cycle. I think we can move forward.
I just want to ask you real quick, Brianna.
Sure.
So when you say a new candidate, you do support Harris as your favorite. If Biden does drop out, I just want to confirm that.
Hand to
Harris, your
God,
pick?
Wick, I don't care. I am
You
a
don't
Democratic Party operative. I will go with whoever the party wants.
No
I
preference?
just want to win. I literally don't have a preference. They all
No
have
preference.
upsides and downsides. I think the point Joe made about being able to transfer the money in the war chest is non-trivial, but I think we could overcome it.
Okay, fair enough. I
Okay.
guess the.
Can I jump in with one thing
please,
there?
go
Two
ahead.
things, actually. One is a point of clarification. I just want everybody in the audience to understand. The money can go into a super PAC, and that super PAC can spend it on any candidate. It does not have to go to Kamala Harris. So if it stays within the campaign, it goes to Kamala, but it can easily be transferred to a super PAC that could bring it to any candidate. Number two, there's this like discussion, false discussion here, as if I'm supporting Bernie Sanders for this particular election. Look, I love Bernie, and I think he's right about all the things that we've discussed, but I'm under no illusion that a progressive is going to win in a convention. Those delegates are Biden delegates. And if you listen to what I've been saying in this debate, I've argued for Andy Beshear, as far as I know, the very conservative Democrat out of Kentucky. I've argued for Whitmer Shapiro. None of these people
Fucking
are
I hate
anywhere
myself.
near Bernie Sanders. So I'm actually arguing for, and I my guess is that Beshear is more conservative than Kamala Harris, and I'd rather have Beshear. Why? Because he's more likely to win. This is not a debate between progressives versus the establishment.
Why do you keep getting in my fucking way?
People who don't believe in objective reality.
As just a quick fact on that, a super PAC by definition can't coordinate or like have any direct input from any of the candidates. So when we say that like all the money can be, yeah, I know in Jenks' world where everything is rigged and illegal anyway or whatever, it doesn't matter. But for the rest of us that do live in reality,
No, the super PACs never do anything like that. You're right. Super PACs are totally innocent. You're right.
yeah, and if all the money just goes from the Kamala campaign to the super PAC, and the super PAC is magically doing all these ads for one particular candidate, of course, nobody's going to have a vested interest in uncovering some kind of relationship there that isn't going to be the main primary talking point of probably you and the rest of the alternative left media for the rest of the election cycle. So you can laugh all you want. However, if you have money that is your campaign, you can coordinate directly. You can film ads for these people. You can spend the money on your campaign as you see fit. If that money goes to a super PAC, do these people unofficially coordinate in some ways behind the scenes? Yeah, they do, but they can't at the same level. So it's ludicrous to announce that the money would be the same in a super PAC as it would for your own campaign. That's all I'm saying.
I think practically, working around a black female vice president would be a real problem for the Democratic Party. I agree with Cenk. I think Kamala Harris should be the nominee, but I agree with Cenk. I think have a mini open primary, as Clyburn suggested, at the convention. I think she'd win that, and I think that would strengthen her.
Okay. Couple on that note, right? If Kamala, if you have this mini primary in the convention, Kamala doesn't win for whatever reason, someone else, Gavin Newsom, maybe, I don't know, right? It doesn't matter. How worried are we about Heritage Foundation lawyers challenging ballots, right? And using quote unquote lawfare against when we in the states, right, try to switch what names are on the ballots? Do we not think that's a real concern?
Huge concern.
Zero
Huge
concern.
concern.
Huge concern. Bridge this gap for me. Why?
Go ahead, Brianna.
I've just looked at this. I've talked to friends that are working here. Ohio, there was a huge, they used to have gentlemen's agreements that if you swapped out the candidate, it would just be changed. Then the Republicans were going to play hardball. Then it went back and they were going to allow us to have this process. Now it's not so sure. I think this is 100% a fair concern. Imagine if in one of these swing states that we must win, if Republicans pull their tricks and it goes to the Supreme Court and they rig it so we can't be on the ballot. Of course that's a huge concern.
Yeah, no, so I don't agree.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, Ohio was already resolved, thank God. The legislature passed a bill and the governor signed a bill delaying putting the candidate on the ballot in Ohio after the Democratic convention. So that's already solved. Number two is overall, guys, there's a Supreme Court decision about whether to keep Trump off the ballot in Colorado and Maine and other places. and the Supreme Court ruled 9-0. Now you could say, I get it, like you don't trust the courts, and you think they're gonna. And I get it's a slightly different issue. Obviously, it was a 14th Amendment issue, but and the Republicans are going to make up presumably a different issue. But whatever they're going to say is going to be made up. The Supreme Court would have to then go, yeah, we're disallowing Biden from the ballots, even though, or the new candidate from the ballots, even though we allowed Trump. I think the chances are almost none that they would do that. That would be the most outrageous stealing of an election that anybody has ever seen. And the court would lose all credibility and the country would be in utter chaos. So I think worrying about that is such a small percentage chance as opposed to the giant percentages we're going to pick up with a new candidate.
Agreed.
Let me.
Just as a quick thing. Just as a matter of law, the reason why the 14th Amendment thing was tossed out was because the Supreme Court decided that states don't have the right to enforce that criteria that would have been only enforceable on a federal level, that states didn't have a right to apply Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to their own ballot procedures. I don't know if that argument would further any case where a state says that due to their own internal state procedures, they won't list a ballot or they won't list a candidate on a ballot because of things that they've had that their state legislatures have approved of and that their state Supreme Courts have approved of. I think that legally we're talking about two wildly different issues. So I don't know if I don't know if the holding opinion on that other case would be instructive for how they would treat states omitting some people from the ballot because they didn't make the deadline, which I believe historically has happened. If a candidate doesn't make the deadline, the state doesn't list them on the ballot.
Just real quick, all the deadlines are past the Democratic Convention, so I don't think there's any danger of that.
Fair enough. Okay, I have some audience questions that I think we should be getting into, unless anyone has any threads that they'd like to go down that we have not yet in this discussion.
I want to come back just super quickly, Wick. So to one of the ways I can see this going, Stephen, and let me know if you agree with this. As far as the war chest, so I think one of the ways this could work in our favor if we swapped out the candidate is you'd essentially have two parallel operations, right? So can someone remind me how much does Biden have in his war chest? It's like
around
250. Yeah,
250,
something like that. They've got offices, that's all set up. It's absolutely accurate that if Biden were to convert that to a super PAC, it can't work with the candidate. But I'm imagining almost a double Democratic field operation going on where Biden's got this, he's got all this money in the bank. He can go out there, boom, rally the troops every single day. He's out there talking to people, working the crowds, getting them to go do it. And then whoever our candidate is, there's going to be a rush of fundraising. I think normal people in the middle, the ones that are tuned out of this election that just want another option, I think they are going to give very generously. And I think it's going to be a lot of work to build up field offices. I don't think the canvassing part of it is going to be that difficult, but you're essentially going to have two separate operations. And I could actually see this being a huge plus for us as far as our ground game, which is how we're going to win this thing.
Let me jump in real quick. And that looks like Destiny wants to say something. Again, I think we all underestimate the earthquake tsunami of news it would be, the event it would be if Joe Biden said, I'm not fucking running, and the Democrats picked another nominee at their convention.
Yep.
Name ID would be through the roof. Money would pour in. Enthusiasm would come from sectors we haven't seen in so long. This would be a race. It would fundamentally change the dynamic, and money and everything would follow. This would be an earthquake, guys.
Okay.
So one thing that the party is probably considering, and that a lot of people, when you're dealing with a largely variable thing, impossible considering, is volatility. Okay, you would have to be an idiot to say that you could pick a new candidate and it could cause such a resurgence of interest, of invigoration, of talking points, of debates, that having Kamala Harris, or even if she got tossed, having a Newsom, literally, dog walking Donald Trump on a debate stage would just energize the voter base so much, right? These are things that could happen. I wouldn't say any of these are outside the realm of possibility. The scary thing is the volatility. It's also not outside the realm of possibility that Kamala Harris gets chosen. It isn't exciting for a moment, for a moment in time, and then it's like, wait, she did what when she was the DA? They were arresting illegal immigrants? Wait, hold on, this is supposed to be wait, hold on, she did what for truancy? They want to lock our kids up? Aren't Democrats already attacking our children? Or wait a second, we don't even trust the Democrats to be running their own candidacy? Why is he dropping out now? If there's a problem, why didn't they choose him before? And now everybody's talking about the unreliability of the Democratic Party. I thought you guys were making fun of House Republicans not being able to hold their majority speaker seat. You can't even be trusted to run your incumbent again. Like, you guys are completely unreliable, right? So I like, if you're being an honest actor, you can't say with any certainty what would happen if you were to put a new candidate up. That's the only thing that I stress. Could it be really good? It could be, but it could also be really bad. And right now, I don't think that Biden has slipped enough where I'm like, yeah, this is done. Screw that, you know? If Biden started to like trail, if it was like double-digit trailing nationally, or even like big single-digit trailing in like every single swing state, I'm like, fuck, man, what do you have to lose at this point? Yeah, let's go with the high volatility option. But if it still looks like he reasonably could win, and most projections have it that he still reasonably could win, right? The idea of tossing that for something so unpredictable that could be really good, but could also be really bad, is just a really scary prospect.
Response?
Yeah. Yeah, so real quick. So first of all, I want to give credit to the panel because I thought it was going to be me and Brianna on one side and Destiny and Joe on the other side. But I like that we all have different independent opinions. So that's great. I love that.
I put together the best panels, but go ahead.
Yeah, and shout out to you as well, Wick. Thank you for doing that. And also to Destiny, because he's now basically 3-1 on Biden dropping out or staying in the race. And he's, you know, and I appreciate that, and I always want to make note, hey, it'll get a slightly skewed version because Destiny's on his own here, okay? Now, having said that, the part that I disagree with is there's this fetish of the status quo. Oh, the status quo is higher percentage chance of being the right thing all the time. But that's not true. It depends. Is the status quo good or bad? And right now, the status quo ranges from bad to disastrous for the Democratic Party. So under the idea that the status quo is always better and then you'll have volatility otherwise, you would run Feinstein again. And guys, I mean, I'm joking, except they kept Feinstein in the entire time and told us she was fine, just like they're doing with Biden. So it's not like the Democratic Party hasn't done that. Is it better to get someone in new sometimes? Of course! And Destiny acknowledges that it is sometimes. So in this particular case, when you have Biden massively trailing by every indication, including some indications where it's literally never been done before in American history, or you go with a fresh candidate that has billions of dollars in free media coverage that will raise a ton of money and has won in like red states before or swing states before, I like our chances infinitely better by changing the status quo rather than keeping the status quo in a situation like this.
But always remember this. To Destiny's point, Joe Biden won the Democratic primary. Democratic voters made him their nominee. All of this is moot if he doesn't say, for the good of the country and to stop Donald Trump, I'm stepping down. He has to say that.
Regardless of whether you think he should, I'm curious as to the panel's thoughts on whether he will. What are we talking?
I'll start. I think he will say that within 2 weeks.
2 weeks. That's prediction. We're locking it in, Congressman. I'll come back to you in 2 weeks, and we'll see if your prediction's accurate or not. Any other thoughts on this?
Yeah. Biden's definitely going to drop out, and there's two reasons why. Number one, because he's going to have many more slip-ups because he is in mental decline, and so he's going to do it again and again, and by the second or third time, it's going to be completely and utterly untenable. And besides which, he's not going to make this miraculous comeback and get into the positives and favorability. It's a literally impossibility. So at some point, everybody's going to panic. But the number one reason is, well, there's two giant reasons. Number one, the donors are turning off the faucet, and the only power that Joe Biden has is donor money. So without that power, he has nothing left. And number two, Republicans right now are running back-breaking ads against Democratic congressmen and senators saying they knew about Joe Biden's condition and they lied for him. Can you trust Bob Casey if he lies about this? That's going to take down Democrats' numbers all across the board, 2 to 5 points at least. And it's going to absolutely destroy our chances of winning swing states and purple districts. And at some point, there's going to be a massive rebellion. So my timeline is actually much shorter than Joe's. I've already said online, I think there's a chance he drops out by Monday. There's going to be a massive revolt in Congress.
So in 2 days. So we got 2 weeks, we got 2 days. thoughts on this Brianna Wu? Regardless of whether you think he should, will he? And when?
I don't feel as strongly. I think I do have a $100 bet, public bet with Ravi Suave, my good friend Brianna Joy Gray's former co-host over at Rising. Think he's going to drop out, but I don't feel strongly. My evidence for that is everything I'm hearing from people in the Hill, friends at work for various campaigns.
Are you kidding me?
Discussions about
I couldn't even get the fucking
legal frameworks of how it
thing.
And seeing Mark Warner come out and very strongly say he's putting together a coalition of Senate Democrats that want him to step down. To me, that signals that he and other Democrats are worried about losing their races because we count on people showing up in election years for us. Joe, I'm sure you can testify Congress will do what they have to do, but ultimately they are self-serving critters and they're going to do what helps them keep their jobs. So to me, that is the pressure that makes the most sense on this. But I would only say it's like 60-40. I don't feel
60-40, so not sure. We got a maybe leans drop out, but not sure.
100%.
Destiny, what do you think? Whether you think he should or not, do you think he will? And do you have a timeline for us?
So unless he has another huge fuck up for a debate, like it just like completely messes a performance up, or unless he starts to slide significantly in the polls, I don't think they'll poll him. It's just way too much volatility. And I think another factor that's really scary that people haven't considered much is if you poll Biden and if you run another candidate, you might introduce a scenario where a whole bunch of people are starting to look and consider, okay, well, who's the next candidate? Who should I vote for? And RFK is a pretty popular dude. RFK's probably polled about as many votes as you have off of Trump. But if now you've got a whole bunch of Democrats who are reconsidering their vote, man, if only like 3 or 4 points worth of Democrats are like, oh, okay, well, you know what, this is fuck. I think I will vote for RFK. Fuck that. They might, you only need a few percentage points to be able to tend in that direction, and now you've like completely lost it. Like, the volatility, I think, is just so scary for all the potential things that could happen, unless, like I said, Biden has a huge mess up in another performance, or the poll numbers start to slide significantly.
The slope slides both directions. So what if our candidate is much better, and a couple of people who were supporting RFK Jr. because they thought Biden had mental health problems, then come back up to the Democrats, and we pick up 2-3 points.
I don't think anybody that we nominate is going to pull anybody off of RFK, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Sorry.
Hey, you have a question?
No, half his supporters are former Democrats.
Chank's going to get mad at me because I have to go jump to get on corporate media in a minute and go jump and go jump on the evil CNN. But Wick, I want to find some common ground among the four of us. No matter what happens in a week or two or a month and a half, Brianna, Stephen, Cenk, and me, we are all in with the Democratic nominee, no matter who that ends up being, correct?
Yes.
Yep,
100%.
absolutely.
I will donate
1,000,000,000%.
Canvas. I will.
Common ground, baby.
Do whatever
Common
it takes.
ground.
Okay. I know you have to go, so I'm going to give you an out. Where can people find you, Congressman?
Just follow me on Twitter at Wall Street. By the way, this has been great. You four everybody's been wonderful. Thank you all.
Thanks for joining us.
Day, and
Bye, thanks, guys.
Okay. If you will indulge me, we do have some audience questions. I don't know how much time you have. Is that okay?
Just a little bit. Yep.
Just a little bit. We'll get to the most expensive ones first. Okay. $50 from the Eco-Modernist to say, very important topic. Thanks for the coverage. Our climate and energy future depends on the leader we elect in 2024. Thank you for the $50. $20 for Cenk and Wu. Sorry, reading it, saying it.
It's okay.
Why trust polls with all-time low response rates when Dems haven't lost ground in any actual election? MAGA has consistently underperformed polls and lost consistently since 2018. What is your explanation for this?
I think it's a fair question. Oh, go ahead, Cenk.
No, go ahead, Brianna.
No, I was just going to say, polls overwhelmingly, like we've run into this in the pack Cenk and I run together, which is, polls are less reliable. You have to kind of interpret them. What I personally look for is signal, just in like the direction things are going. I think we have a difference of opinion. I think that the person sending the super chat is thinking they can't be trusted. I attribute those victories to external forces, like I mentioned, losing Roe earlier in this. So I'm just not as convinced that is meaningless. So that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, so in my experience, the sign that's losing always says the polls aren't right. And Trump, in fact, at a recent rally was like, we don't like the fake polls. And he's like, well, we like him now. We didn't like him in 2020. And I'm like, yeah, there you go. Verbal diarrhea. He said what's actually on his mind and what every candidate always says, which is when the polls are winning, they say polls are great. When they're losing, they say polls are BS and they don't believe him. Biden just said in that interview that apparently he doesn't believe in any polls. On the other hand, it's true that you got to get to the average of polls. You could have an outlier, like, so for example, Nevada, Biden's losing by 12 in one poll, but in the last poll, the Bloomberg poll that Wick quoted, he's only losing by 3. So which one is it? Well, when you have greater data sets, and it is actually science, it gets much closer to reality. And in my experience, are they perfect? Of course not. But are they generally accurate? Yes. So if you're, pinning your hopes on every poll is wrong, that is definitely the wrong direction to go. You'll be terribly disappointed on election night. So much better to live in, again, the fact-based world and adjust to the facts rather than hoping that the facts are wrong.
Okay. $10 from Doobie. Question for Cenk. I agree with your read of the current situation. That being said, if Biden does not drop out and we're left with Biden versus Trump, would you encourage your viewers to vote for him?
So this is what I do in every election. I wait to see how things are going early on. We're a news organization. We interview all the independent candidates as well. And I've already interviewed Jill Stein, Cornel West, RFK Jr. I know a lot of media says, don't let anyone ever hear about them. I don't agree. And if there was a candidate in there that I really liked and they surged and they got into second place, now we're having a completely different conversation. But the reality is, at the end, it's usually the Democrat versus the Republican, right? And so now, not all the time in our lifetimes, Ross Perot had a real shot at it, right? But I'm going to vote for the person who has the best chance of defeating Donald Trump. And if you're MAGA out there, or you're much more importantly, you're an independent out there and you're wondering why, the guy already tried a coup. He already said, I don't believe in this democracy. He already lost and said, I'm not giving up power. I'm going to pretend that I won the election. And he did a fake elector scheme. I cannot have that guy get back into power. The most important election is 2028, but we've got to get there and we've got to have that election. So I will definitely vote against Donald Trump and hence for the candidate that is doing the best against them on election day. And I'll tell my audience that's what I'm doing because I'm always honest with them.
Wonderful. I'll get through these rapid fire. They're just more like questiments than anything else. Normal America with Rob Noor says for $10, I like Wick and Destiny, but must call out them and Dems and their media. They all knew about Biden's declining mental health and gaslit for years. They should have never be trusted again on anything. Thank you for the $10, but that's not true. $10 from the Alex Kirsch Project. Many congratulations to Wick for this panel. Continue to support this fine gentleman. Cenk, always been a fan of TYT. $10 more from Parallax. Ignore Rob. Good panel. Good. Okay. $5 from Testicle Johnson. I'm hearing a lot of problems from Wu and Cenk, but not a lot of solutions. No alternative strat. No alternative candidate. Thanks for contributing.
I don't think that's true.
No, that's not remotely true. I love you, brother, but listen to what we're saying. Go have an open convention, have the delegates decide like they have for most of the conventions in American history, and then I'll support that candidate. And there's tons of great Democratic candidates. I'm actually in the camp that where I believe in the Democratic Party a lot more than I think the pro-Biden people do. I think we have candidates that are way better than Joe Biden. Again, Andy Beshear won in deep red state of Kentucky twice. On that alone, he's very, very, very likely to be a much better candidate than Joe Biden. And again, he's going to be way more conservative than I like in my policies. But we're trying to make sure there's an election in 2028. So let's get the strongest candidate there is. Whitmer is very likely stronger. Josh Shapiro is smart. By the way, J.B. Pritzker, not only stronger and fairly popular in Illinois, now it's not a swing state, but he's got about he's got several $1 billion that he could put into the race himself if he wants. So there's a lot of super strong candidates, and that give us a much higher percentage of beating Trump.
Why? Hold on, just curious. Why do you keep lying and saying most of the conventions in American history? It's incredibly abnormal to primary your own candidate. Why do we keep saying? Why do you keep alluding to that? That like most conventions are multiple people competing. That's generally not the case when you have your own incumbent, right?
All right, I'm gonna let go that you said lying. We're disagreeing over facts. So most of the conventions were where delegates decided until 1972, and they changed the rules. So until 1972, the delegates would go, and sometimes, like Hubert Humphrey, didn't even run in the primaries, and they selected him. And now I like the new system better, where the voters vote. But in this case, we obviously have an unusual situation where the primaries already happened, but most of the Democratic voters now realize, oh my God, or a giant chunk of them do, oh my God, this might not be the right guy. But even that scenario is not relevant, because the only scenario that's relevant is when if Joe Biden drops out. And then at that point, like most of the conventions, we would let the delegates decide.
So prior to the 70s, it was ordinary for parties to primary their president?
No, wait, you're talking about two different things, Destiny.
No, you said that it would be normal, it'd be ordinary for delegates to decide. Yeah, but obviously if you have an incumbent and you're not running anybody against them, the delegates are probably going to decide to vote for your incumbent. So prior to the 70s, you're saying it was ordinary for delegates to make decisions of not their incumbent, that was an ordinary thing?
First of all, that's not
Very
what
ordinary.
I said. I said that the delegates voting at the convention was incredibly ordinary, and that's literally the rules, and that's a stone cold fact. But if you want to change it to the question that you're asking, there were plenty of primaries, including the famous one in 1968, which would have been successful. It pushed out Lyndon Johnson. We had Bobby Kennedy as the candidate, and he almost certainly would have won, except that he got assassinated. So, but even in that convention, they voted for people that were in the primary, the people that weren't in the primary. And yes, they had a bold primary against a sitting, very unpopular president, and that president did the right thing. This president is not doing the right thing.
$100 from Pondering Politics to ask this. Jenk, as the only journalist on the panel, how important is it to you to avoid creating/contributing to false equivalencies between the parties and candidates? What about Destiny's point that disproportionate coverage at the expense of more important issues, like SCOTUS?
Yeah, but guys, you don't watch the Young Turks. We do cover that, and we kick the living crap out of Trump all the time. And we don't do it for propaganda reasons. We do it because he keeps saying crazy things. He keeps doing crazy things, and they're always in the news. And I don't know anybody who's been tougher on the Supreme Court than me. Their Citizens United decision destroyed this country. Even before that, their Bellotti and Buckley v. Vallejo decisions, activist justices that are basically overturning our democracy. I wrote a whole book about it, Justice is Coming. So we cover all those issues. We cover foreign policy issues. We covered the Labour victory in England, in the UK just yesterday. No, we cover it proportionally. In fact, if you were a MAGA viewer, you'd be like, that's not fair. You guys disproportionately cover the crazy things Trump is saying. No, it's not disproportionate. It's proportionate to what they're doing in the news. And for Trump, it's oftentimes crazy land.
So if we were to go through your Twitter, for example, we would say you denigrating MAGA, Trump, etc. about as much as you do Biden? Would that be a claim you'd make?
So there are different platforms for different things. So for example, YouTube community.
LBJ didn't get kicked out. He literally just said he didn't want the nominations. I don't know the history of the LBJ thing. But the idea of parties primarying their own or running against their own presidential candidate, I don't think that is. I don't think
So if
there's
you
any
look at our
history for
YouTube
that
channel of
to
the
support that.
videos that we do, that's our bread and butter. That's 90% of what we do. You will see that yes, we are disproportionately against Trump, and over the last. Now, starting in 2015, over the last 9 years, I don't know how many thousands and thousands of videos we have made against Trump because he's earned it, right? If you look at Twitter, yes, over the scope of those same 9 years, not close, massively anti-Trump. Recently, I'm saying that Biden is our worst candidate. That's hot in the news. Let's pick a stronger candidate. So if you look at it, you'll see a lot of things saying Biden's not the right candidate for the Democratic Party. And I think that makes sense given that Twitter reaches journalists and politicians that can make a difference so that we have a better chance of beating Trump.
Okay, gang, I know I haven't gotten to all the super chats, but I want to make sure we respect everyone's time. I will read them after they go, but I want to give everyone here a chance to have a closing statement, final thoughts, and then to kind of, if they need to go, they got to go. I don't want to hold them hostage, right? But if you've enjoyed this content, gang, we do talks like this all the time. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe to the show. We got some great content coming up for you next week. But I want to hear some closing thoughts and from all the panelists here, and tell people where they can find you if they don't know about you already. And I'll toss it first to Brianna, and then we'll end with Destiny. Go ahead, Brianna.
I'll be super quick. I just want to win this thing. I don't give a shit who our candidate is. Jank, I love you. You're my friend. One of the reasons I was, I was kind of silent when you were running for president. It was, because I was running a pack and I couldn't coordinate with you. But also, it's like, I just want to win. I'm terrified of Donald Trump. I'm terrified of what would happen with the Supreme Court. I just want to win this thing. I do not care. A serious issue has been raised about Biden being able to win this thing. If we're going to continue with him, what I need to see from the party is a serious plan to turn this around. The fact that, Biden basically hid for a week and then did a 22-minute interview does not spark joy with me. It does not give me confidence. So, if we switch to a candidate, it is going to be a hell of a lot of work. We are going to have to canvass, we're going to have to donate, we're going to have to give money, we're going to have to push back on bad narratives. It is going to be a free-for-all. So my final call on this panel tonight is no matter what happens in the next few weeks, we must win this thing, and I hope everyone will work alongside me.
Okay, thank you for being here. Where can people find you if they want to find you?
Just look for me on Twitter. That's Brianna Wu.
Great. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you.
Of course.
Jenk, Uger, please, final thoughts.
Yeah. So, first of all, people can find me at tyt.com, of course, but you could also see Young Turks on almost any platform. Just type in Young Turks or TYT, and obviously on YouTube under Young Turks as well. And so, look, we started talking about how Joe Biden, and this is a topic that comes up often, Joe Biden won the last time around. That's a point that Destiny made earlier in the debate. But that's like saying the Patriots won 4 years ago, so they're going to win this time. No, it's a different team. And in this case, Joe Biden is a very different person. We ran clips of Joe Biden in 2020 and then 2024 on the show last night, 2016, and then you go back further. Joe Biden in the past has looked very dynamic. This is not the same Joe Biden. He does not look dynamic. 80% of the country thinks that he's in mental decline. They did not think that back in 2020. And 2020, when he won by 44,000 votes in 3 swing states. That's, even though he won a giant popular vote victory, the Electoral College, he barely won. And he was at 52% approval rating. Now he's 16 points lower. He's at 36% approval rating. No incumbent has ever won when they're in the 30s in an election year. So if you think that Joe Biden is going to do a miraculous 16-point comeback, okay, stick with Joe Biden and think that that's because you think that's the best chance that the Democratic Party is in defeating Trump. But I think that is very, very wrong. And unfortunately, this last week has proven me correct, as I've been saying that for 9 months, because we all have eyes and ears. And most importantly, no matter what you think, you have to be concerned about what the American people think, because they're the ones voting. And they're showing
Christ! Why can't I get that shit?
Every other available data we have. Joe Biden is our weakest candidate, not our strongest candidate. We have a process to pick the strongest candidate, and it can be done at the convention. There's no reason we shouldn't do it. We should please support a different candidate that has a much higher percentage chance of beating Donald Trump.
Okay, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Why?
I'm sure you already know who he is, gang. Last but certainly not least, Destiny, please.
Listen, I think that Joe Biden is just setting up for an epic debate performance in round 2. Okay, he was flubbing this one so that he's the underdog. He's going to come in, he's going to demolish Trump. And you know what? Even if he doesn't, Democrats rig elections anyways. We're just going to use more mail-in ballots and take it no matter what, or stuff the ballot boxes, whatever we have to do. Okay, we'll get it done. They'll be making the film 5,000 Mules after the next election. All right. Realistically, though, I'm not, I'm not like a huge Biden loyalist. Like if there legitimately was a candidate that seemed like there was less volatility around him and like this guy could definitely do it, then maybe. But I think that people downplay how much volatility there would be introducing a new candidate at this stage. There's just so much uncertainty. There are so many things that could go wrong. You could swap him out and maybe be amazing, maybe not. But my position has been and will continue to be, unless he has like a massive, mistake at another debate or the polls start to slip significantly, I think you gotta ride this one out.
Thank you all of you for being here. If you need to go, I release you. Okay, I'm freeing the hostages. The IDF has come in, destroyed a whole, like 5 whole like villages, and now all 3 of you are free. If you need to go, I'm gonna read my super chats because people have paid me good money to read stuff on the screen. Okay, but other than that, thank you for being here, and maybe we can do this again sometime. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. Thank you, Brianna and Destiny. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Let's hope we win. Take care.
Beautiful. Okay. So I guess before I get to the super chats, can I just say, since it's all of us here, right, and now we're all friends, okay? I remain unconvinced, Brianna. I remain unconvinced. Like, people keep saying things like all the polls show that there are better candidates. I don't see those polls. I see polls like from the Daily Mail that was just dropped 2 days ago, where you have Biden down by 5. That's bad. But then you have every other serious contender other than Michelle Obama down by double digits.
Sure.
Kamala Harris is down by 11, right? Then we have the 538 averages, which shows, again, in a direct matchup between Biden and Harris, Biden's got 48% chance to win. Harris has got like a 20-something% chance to win. So when people keep pushing this narrative that we see all these polls, all this data that shows this is going to happen, this does not line up from what I've seen on the ground. This only lines up if, again, you're buying what the media is selling here. And I do think that places like the New York Times editorial board, that you have Politico and these other institutions, and then you have the podcaster class too. They stand to gain a lot of money if Trump wins. And I know that's a little conspiratorial, but it's something that is in the back
I think
of my
that's
mind.
100%. I mean, I think I would assume all 3 of us would agree that Trump, got a lot of free press, and he was such a story that was part of why he won the nomination in 2016. We'd all agree with that. So I don't think that's crazy. I was saying, Wick, I hope today, and Stephen, I hope you sense this too. I'm not as certain about this as Jank is. I really, again, I feel 60-40 about this. I think you're making a really good point with the polls, Wick. I've seen other internal polls I think are a little less charitable than what you're talking about, but it's not really a clear case about what to do here. So I think that's really well said.
Okay. Let me read these super chats real quick, and then I'll end this stream. $5 from Pillow Steam. Do you think it would be better if Kamala dropped off the ticket instead? No, that would be worse. It's got all the downsides of dropping Biden, right? And none of the upsides. I think that dropping Kamala would be just worse. $10 for Running Joke. Thank you, Wick, for hosting this. Love you. I love you too. Romantically and sexually. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Go Away. Centrist status quo liberalism has just swept the United Kingdom. Don't count it out yet. Thank you for the $5. $2 from Parallax. Ask Sank to duel me for creative control of TYT. Not for $2. You got to pony up a little more, buddy. $10 from Origin of Logos. Destiny. I got a bone to pick with you on this election. We should set up a debate. Okay. $10 from Still Alive. I asked this on TYT's The Young Turks channel, but I'll ask it here. What do you guys think of Dr. Lichtman's 13 keys to the White House? Think he's legit? He thinks Biden dropping out would be a huge mistake for Dems. I tend to agree with this man. But what do the rest of you think? Have you heard of him?
I haven't seen this.
The keys to the White House guy?
Mm-hmm.
I don't put much stock in like the election forecasting stuff for people that have their own little thing. I don't know. Maybe in like 10 more elections, maybe it'll be fun, but I just don't care much about it. It might be really good. I just haven't looked much into it. Yeah.
Sure, fair enough. I've seen him speak. He echoes a lot of the fears that I have with this, but again, I can't speak for his accuracy in all this. $5 from Manny to the Max. Wick, can you ask each person what is the most important political issue? Okay. Destiny, what's your most political important issue in this election?
Depends on, like, for the general, like when you're talking about Donald Trump, I think that presidents should share, I think there are certain core American values, like that if you are a U.S. citizen, you should have. I think some of those values should probably revolve around like democracy. And I think that Trump is a deeply anti-democratic president. I think that Trump, I think it's pretty much undeniable by any reasonable person who's willing to go through the factual record that Trump attempted an insurrection and failed. And that's it. I mean, that's
fair. What about you,
Exact same answer. Democracy is on the ballot. You know, what Trump did on January 6th is terrifying. Stephen, something you talk on your show about a lot. What's the exact stat? It's like 70% of Republicans don't even think the last election was valid. That's terrifying for me as someone that loves this country and believes in democracy. So as painful as it is for me as a feminist, I do not care about abortion or women's rights or paid daycare or any of those issues as much as democracy. Literally all I care about.
Okay. $5 from Parallax. Cenk has failed over the entirety of this debate to name and argue in favor of a candidate to replace Biden. Lots of hand-wringing, no solutions. Okay. Well, to that point, Brianna, and I want to push you on this a little bit. When you say, I have no preference, I just want Biden out, it does feel like, and I know you've
I don't think I said that.
When I asked you if you preferred Kamala, you did say.
Oh, I didn't point Biden out. That's what I meant.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I think that a lot of this comes off as, well, you wanna take the wheel, but you don't have a map to where we want to get to go. We all want to get to the same destination. We're all going to the same place, but I would feel more comfortable if the people who are advocating for Biden dropping out had a roadmap that they could walk me through, but they tend not to.
I do.
By all means.
Okay, so this would be my preferred thing to happen. My preferred thing is Biden mans up and comes up with an actual plan to turn this campaign around, does more appearances. Stephen, I liked what you said about him speaking more from the heart. This thing where he goes on stage and reads the Democratic talking points. It feels like bullshit. It is bullshit. It doesn't work. That's not how politics works. But if he does drop out, this is what I would like to see. I'd like to see Biden make an announcement, say that he realizes his health issues make him not able to continue. I would like to see him say he would prefer for Harris to be the nominee, but to say he will trust a convention to do the thing. At that point, we go have the convention. There is a effort to prepare for, donations are coming in. The Democratic Party starts figuring out, where the field offices are going to be. We start basically figuring out this parallel operation. And, you spin this up in the swing states, focusing there. You build up the infrastructure and the rest of it. And you make really sure that those candidates are vetted. I mean, what part of that doesn't feel...
Well, it just feels easier said than done, to be
very
frank.
God, Jesus. No one knows that. Yes. Obviously.
And there's just too many unknowns that could come up. I think Destiny touched on this over and over again, and I echo his sentiment here. There's just too many points of failure that are introduced. What we have is the devil we know. We know what Biden has problems with. We know where he needs to fix his shit. We know what he needs to do, right? I think we all are in agreement of what he needs to do to turn this around. And again, we aren't that down, right? I think Cenk really oversold his hand, and Congressman Walsh called him on this. We are behind, but we are not lethally behind. If we put our shoulders to the wheel, we could turn this around. There's a real possibility. Now, is that a guarantee? No, but I think it's a much better chance than all these unknowns. Let me get through these last ones, and I'll let you go. I know you guys need to go. $5 from another new account. If you'll vote for anyone, even Biden in a coma over Trump, how devastating is it going to be for everyone here when Trump wins? How many riots? $5 from Manning to the Max. Well, I already read that one. Sorry. $2 from Simon Allen. Good one, Wick. Thank you. $2 from Manning to the Max. Dem should ask Tulsi.
To be clear, just real quick on that dono, the only people that have rioted over an election loss so far have been, or at least in recent history, have been Republicans. So.
That's right.
$2 from Man to the Max. Both candidates are bad. Vote third party or written. $5 from Firechild. We've seen how accurate the polls are for the last several years, haven't we?
They're relatively accurate. As much as people like to shit on them, they're pretty fairly accurate.
$2 from Testicle Johnson. We need Sharia law now. Thank you for $2. $5 from the Scorned One. So Cenk wants the DNC oligarchs to pick our candidate. If anyone else suggested that, he would call them establishment hacks.
Fair.
That is a worry I have, right? This feels anti-democratic. I know they disagreed with this, but it feels really undemocratic. I believe 15 million people voted for Joe Biden in this primary, in the 2024 primary. To just toss all those votes out feels bad.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Do I not understand anything? Voted for? There was no primary this year, no?
There was. We voted in it. I
sort of.
voted in it. Like, again, there was a whole big push by Rashida Tlaib to vote like ceasefire now in a lot of these primaries, but people came out and they voted for Biden. There were other candidates on these ballots, not all of
Oh,
them,
because
but
they still held. Oh, okay, whatever.
But I do have to push back a little bit, Wick. I mean, I agree with you, but it's also true there was a huge effort that Cenk can speak to keep him off the ballot in key states. Here in Massachusetts, I didn't have, like, Cenk was not on our ballot, right? So I hear what you're saying, but let's not pretend like I don't believe this party conspiracy stuff to the degree that Cenk does. I think there's some truth in it. It's not as big a variable in my mind, but it is absolutely true that the party did try to stop third-party candidates from getting on the ballot and succeeded in many cases. There was a lawsuit, if I'm remembering correctly, that Cenk fought and spent a ton of money in, and the DNC still decided to keep him off the ballot. So I'm just saying, it wasn't like people say there was a primary. This was not our most shining open moment of a primary, in my view.
Fair enough. $2 from Zach. How's that presidential run going, Cenk? Thank you for $2. $2 from Manny to the Max. Blueberry pie, strawberry cake, 2024. Thank you. Okay. I think. Oh, $2 from the Alex Kirsch Project. Testicle Johnson drinks shots of. Okay, I'm not gonna read all these $2 ones that just insult each other.
Damn.
Okay, thank you again for coming, gang. Once again, we'll see you next week. We got some great shows coming up. But for now,
Before we go,
before you
Steven, did you notice when you asked Cenk point blank if he was going to vote for Biden, that he framed it like as though there were two candidates? I
Yeah, well, because something that he says over and over again is he
Yeah.
keeps saying vote against Trump, vote against Trump, vote against Trump. And then he'll say, and then he was saying vote for the. I was going to push him, but I don't feel like fighting over it anymore. But like at the end, he said he would vote for the candidate most likely to beat Trump, which technically leaves him wiggle room that even if it was a two-party race at the end, he could be like, well, even though Biden is getting, 48% and Trump is getting 51%, this third-party candidate that's getting 1%, I actually think they have a higher chance to win, so we should vote for him instead. If we all voted for him, but whatever.
I worry about RFK a lot. I think it's really under-discussed in this race. So, I think part of my calculus I even get a chance to talk about is that people are going to see Biden weak and more Democrats are going to vote for RFK than Republicans are going to vote for him. So I worry about that.
Possibly, yeah, because the cult for Trump literally sheds. Well, at least as most Allegiant people don't, but I don't know about people who are nibbling around the edges. The reality is every single thing is super unprecedented in all of this, so it's hard to say, making any strong predictions at this point is who the fuck knows,
I agree.
Who the fuck knows? There's $5 from another new account to say ABC News reports that 124 arrests were made after Trump won in 2016 at protests. I don't know if that's true, but it is being super chatted at me, so there you go.
So it must be true.
Yeah, so it must be true. Look, $5, I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Gang, thank you once again for the show. It's been great. I'll see you next week on Monday.
Yep, have fun, be careful.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Wow. The candidate to beat Trump, they just want a progressive in. It's stupid. But whatever. Thoughts on Joe Walsh? Joe Walsh seemed based. Okay. It seemed like every single time Cenk responded to you, he had to rephrase your argument in the most uncharitable way first. Wrong. He wasn't even rephrasing my argument in an uncharitable way. He was just rephrasing it. No, I'm sorry. He wasn't rephrasing it at all. He was just using it to schizo ramble about every other random fucking thing that he wanted other people to talk about. Will you address the President Pierce example? No, I won't, Pisco. You're also fucking retarded. when Cenk says over and over again, oh, we should just let people at the convention vote. That's how they normally do it. That's how they always do it. That's how they always do it. He's implying that having the incumbent step down and then doing another primary would be how it's been done historically. That's just not true, generally. It's not true. If you want to point to, well, before 1964, they still blah blah. You don't primary your incumbent. You don't run against your incumbent. It's just, there might be like one or two examples of it happening historically. You're pointing out people in the Civil War, but that's not generally that's not what people are calling for. Yeah, or that's historically that is way outside of the norm. Did you have the TYT stream open during debate? No, I didn't even know he was streaming. He isn't calling for a primary, though. He's calling for the delegates to decide, hence the oligarch super chat. No, I don't think he is. No, he's calling for the incumbent to step down. He's calling for Biden to step down. Anything else is cope.
Part, the press secretary.
Just get to the point. What is it, Bunny? Do you have something to report?
Not exactly. I've been looking into some of the records and I noticed something unusual. Could I get access to other records related to this operation?
Unfortunately, the records of operations from that time are incomplete. Even if you can locate them, most of them are unreadable. But Nell is excellent at tracking down records. She'll be able to help you.
Do you think we'll ever see the day when the Vulgus are completely eradicated?
What? Were you talking to me?
Yeah.
I have so many melodies flowing through my head ever since I met the guide. But it feels like there's something missing. I could feel with my entire being that there was a final piece of the puzzle which would complete my song. But I couldn't figure out where it was. It was driving me crazy. So, I snuck out without telling Alpha. I was careful not to get caught. I went toward where I felt the puzzle piece was, and eventually I arrived at the Agna Desert. That's when I heard a very loud melody. It reminded me of the one I heard on the day I met the guide. When I approached it to listen closer, I saw a red sphere. As soon as I saw the sphere, the melody was complete, and I felt it flow through my entire body. It was wonderful. But then, you know what happened? I ran into this big clunker here, saying that he'd felt some strange magnetic field or something. And that's when I realized, the Ironheart must be there. But then this tin brain started going on about smashing the red sphere open and taking the Ironheart out by himself.
I never said that I would smash it. I only wanted to have a look at it. Stop making things up.
Whatever. Anyway, I had to tell Alpha all about it and came back to Albion on his orders. That's why Alpha is looking for you.
Why are you so amazed by what this mad woman is saying? Don't just stand there. Get moving.
Who are you calling a mad woman? And you! Don't nod your head in agreement like that. Just get going and go see Alpha. Now.
Were the commander's explanations confusing again? You don't have to flatter me, Alpha. I'll do my best to help you, Bunny. Most of the information we have about this operation is classified military intelligence with restricted access. Even Alpha and I can't get hold of it easily. However, I was able to identify the location of the operation zone. I've sent the coordinates to your receive. Again, this is classified military information, and it needs to stay that way. It has to remain confidential.
Construct Corps have it rough. Who would have thought that RK would manifest in Kyle?
success of this operation will lead us to victory. I'm sure that Kyle and Luna told you what they saw, so I'll cut to the chase. Both of them believe that the red sphere in the Agna Desert very likely contains the Ironheart. This is a golden opportunity for us. There's no guarantee that the Ironheart is actually inside the sphere, but it's the best shot we've had so far, and the Magisters agree. I've mobilized a team to investigate the red sphere. That includes you. The excavation team will also be joining you, as they were working in the Agna Desert until recently. I hope this operation secures us an Ironheart. The incident with Jeremy included, we always watch the Ironheart slip through our fingers right before our eyes. If we can't defeat Karel, even with our strategic asset, the Guide, at our disposal, the future of humanity is grim. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
You have something to ask of the great Reyna?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's finally time for a proper introduction. My name is Reyna, and I head up the world's best excavation team. Nice to meet you. The Agna Desert. This place is paradise for us on the excavation team. There are so many exciting things to uncover, including the ruins of the ancestors. And the Red Sphere. We've never seen it before, and there are no records of it either. That's why we want to dig into it and figure out what it is ourselves. If the Ironheart really is inside it, it'll be a historic discovery for the excavation team. And that's why I wanted to talk to you, to let you know that I am fully invested in this operation, and I look forward to working with you. See you in the desert.
Huh? Desert's open now. Guess we go desert.
Has given conflicting information from what we're even hearing from Joe Biden, right? I mean, it's been all over the map in terms of his last physical exam and mental exam and when that happened. And then he said during the interview that, oh, actually, before the debate, he was checked out by doctors. He was tested for a virus, an infection. He didn't have one. I mean, we can't get a straight story out of the White House, right, in terms of him seeing a doctor. During the ABC interview, Biden was asked about how he'd feel in January if he loses the election to Trump. Here's what he said.
Oh.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do.
The
That's what
goodest
this
job.
is about.
So in your view, what will be Biden's legacy if he loses come November?
Pamela, when I heard that answer last night, I literally was drinking a glass of water. Thankfully, it was a plastic cup, and I threw the cup against the wall. Are you serious? Joe
Biden needs to commit to stealing the election again.
That
But
Donald
apparently we've
Trump
done
is
in the
an
past.
existential threat to our democracy. That if he's elected,
Hold on.
we will lose our democracy. He will be a dictator. By the way, I believe that. And so George Stephanopoulos asked him, if you stay in and Trump wins, how will you feel? And he says, well, I'll feel like if I did my all and I gave it my best, I'll feel fine. Either he doesn't get it, or he hasn't been straightforward in what he believes about Trump. I think something's going to happen fast, and when I say fast, I think within a week or two we're going to get a decision. But if Joe Biden doesn't get out there and show the American people still he's up for this, I don't know how he stops it.
Look, like you said, get a decision, because Biden's saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere. So what do you mean by that? Do you think he could change his mind?
He has to say that until he doesn't. Because if he didn't say that, then watch the barn door. Then you know everybody would have run
Wow.
from him.
Good talking
days
point.
ago. So he has to say that. But I do not believe there isn't a part of him and his advisors that know that may not be the case.
Well, it's interesting too because he had this call with campaign co-chairs, including Chris Coons, where he was apparently asking them for their thoughts on the path forward. So that does indicate what you said, that he's still exploring whether he should stay in or not. I've interviewed 2 Democratic House members on the show today. Neither of them are calling for Biden.
It's been a long time. I heard that this is the last remaining Ironheart. That makes me a little worried, but I'll give this mission my all, regardless. Kyle is doing aerial recon to see if the Vulgus are up to anything. Luna's focusing on sensing the beat generated from the Ironheart.
What the fuck is that?
She's also listening out for the unique noises generated by Vulgus movements, of course. I can see her expression changing. See the way she's frowning? I think that means the Vulgus are on the move. We need to create an environment where she can concentrate. Descendant, take care of him.
It's like shaking her ass.
You must pacify this wasteland.
Kite, there's a lot of reverb coming from you. Quiet.
Oh, I see.
Shh. You're here! I memorized the sound of your footsteps. It's time to bust some Vulgus heads and smash some Kuiper. If you destroy the Kuiper that's been mined by the Vulgus, it puts out a unique sound wave. I'm gonna use that to find enemy comms equipment that's made of the same material. After that, I'll listen in on those comms. All you need to do is wipe out the Vulgus and sweep up their Kuiper. Easy, right?
Biden to step down, we should be very clear. But they do have different opinions about how the perception of Biden after the debate is sticking with voters. Take a listen.
We had a 2-person majority, and the Senate was either one person or it was a 50-50 Senate. Extraordinary understanding of how to move the government.
All right, back to reading. Back to the boring time.
What?
About the most unquantifiable stuff versus the rest of the most unquantifiable stuff. No, this is like the most boring fucking conversation in the world. No, it's like, it's so hard to... Whatever the Democrats end up doing, they end up doing. I don't have a strong sense of one way or another. $100 of America with your right hand on your heart. Here's money from Would you bet on Biden to win? No, still got money on it.
You little...
Fuck.
In a new open primary, why don't people consider how bad it'll be that news outlets will be pumping Democrats dunking and fighting on each other to a bunch of moderates? It just makes us look bad. It's why there's such a big advantage with an incumbent. Yeah, I know. It just seems like the Republicans will be wholly unified around Trump. We'll have a huge primary where people will be self-destructive.
We've located the radar that was
Democrats
installed in
hate
this
each
zone
other,
at Lunar.
or at least that was my recollection of it.
The radar must be defended.
In 2008.
Installed specially to help us with the
Those
Red
were some
Sphere.
bad feelings. Obama and Clinton went hard on each other. But then, who was on the other side though? If there's a guy who wants to chat with me, tell him to shoot me a DM. My DMs are open. If Trump doesn't win, aren't we just doing this whole thing again in 4 years? What do you mean? We don't have an actual... I don't know. And the statute designed to serve as the fundamental character of the administrator of the state. Congress surely would have articulated a similarly differential standard applicable to questions of law had it intended to depart from the settled pre-APA understanding that deciding such questions was exclusively a judicial function. Only the APA hints at such a dramatic departure, on the contrary, by diverting towards the interpretive constitutional statutory provisions without Section 2, Section 6 makes it clear that the agency interprets statutes not entitled to the APA, it thus remains responsible to the court to decide whether the law means what the agency says. 4. The dissent observes that Section 706 does not expressly state that courts are to decide legal questions on the standard of review. That might be true. Will there be a Bridges conversation with Kyla Scanlon? Yeah, we reported that yesterday, or the day before. Only by the text of the At the start of our republic, courts have decided questions of law and interpreted constitutional and statutory provisions by applying their own judgment, decided to misplaced reliance on grave persons. The dissent does not and could not deny that tradition, but nonetheless insists that to codify that tradition, Congress needed to expressly reject suggestions the courts apply and would not apply for several decades to come. Not the notion that some things go without saying applies to legislation just as it does to everyday life. The text of the APA means what it says, and a look at its history, if anything, only underscores that plain meaning. According to both the House and Senate reports on the legislation, Section 706 provided that questions of law are for courts rather than agencies to decide in the last
we should be looking for
analysis.
somewhere indoors. Nice
Some of the legislation's most prominent supporters articulated the same view. Even the Department of Justice, an agency with every incentive to endorse a view of the APA favorable to the executive branch, opined after its enactment that Section 706 merely restated that present law as to the scope of judicial review. That present law, as we have described, adhered to the traditional conception of the judicial function. Roberts, this argument seems much more grounded than the but let's see what Nicholson argues against this. Various respected commentators contemporaneously maintained that the APA required reviewing courts to exercise independent judgment on questions of law. Professor John Dickinson, for example, read the APA to impose a clear mandate that all questions of law shall be decided by the reviewing court itself and in the exercise of its own independent judgment. Administrative Procedure Acts govern. Professor Bernard Schwartz noted that Section 706 would seem to be merely a legislative restatement of the familiar review principle that questions of law for the reviewing court, at the same time leaving to the courts the task of determining in each case what are questions of law. And Professor Louis Jaffe, who had served in several agencies at the advent of the New Deal, thought that Section 706 leaves it up to the reviewing court to decide as a question of law whether there is discretion in the premises, that is, whether the statute at issue delegates particular discretionary authority to an agency. The APA, in short, incorporates the traditional understanding of the judicial function under which courts must exercise independent judgment in determining the meaning of statutory provisions. In exercising such judgment, though, courts may, as they have from the start, seek aid from the interpretations of those responsible for implementing particular statutes. Such interpretations constitute a body of experience and informed judgment to which courts and litigants may properly resort for guidance consistent with the APA. And interpretations issued contemporaneously with the statute at issue, which have remained consistent with the may be especially useful in the statute's meaning. Biden drops out and Kamala steps out, Newsom steps in, and Republican Democrats have a new age of prosperity. Newsom versus DeSantis, new...
The voice is echoing, so it must be coming from inside. There must be an entrance somewhere.
In a case involving an agency, of course, the statute's meaning may well be that the agency is authorized to exercise a degree of discretion. Congress has often enacted such statutes. For example, some statutes expressly delegate to an agency the authority to give meaning to a particular statutory term. Others empower an agency to prescribe rules to fill up the details of the statutory scheme, or to regulate subject to the limits imposed by a term or phrase that leave agencies with flexibility, such as appropriate or reasonable.
I've pored over the literature, and it looks as if there's an underground entrance.
I feel like everything I've read so far seems reasonable. I don't know what the huge disagreements are with this, or maybe as applied. I'm not sure.
I knew my ears were reliable. I said it would.
When the best reading of a statute is that it delegates discretionary authority to an agency, the role of the reviewing court under the APA is, as always, to independently interpret the statute and effectuate the will of Congress subject to constitutional limits. The court fulfills that role by recognizing constitutional delegations, fixing the boundaries of the delegated authority, and ensuring the agency has engaged in reasoned decision-making within those boundaries. By doing so, a court upholds the traditional conception of the judicial function that the APA adopts. The deference that Chevron requires the court's reviewing agency action cannot be squared with the APA. Did Chevron require deference?
Oh, no.
Let's see. The courts must then determine if the answer is no in the first part of the executive agency.
Really? You gonna take off?
Based on the legislative statutes. Did Chevron demand deference, or does he think that it's just too weighted, or I'm not sure.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Luna and Reyna are saying is correct. The data the Vulgus are extracting while underground must be related to the Red Sphere and the Ironheart. It won't be easy to bypass the security system set up by the ancestors, but we shouldn't underestimate
In the
Vulgus
decades between the
technology
enactment of
either.
the APA
Let's
and
hurry.
this court's decision in
We
Shep,
must stop the enemy before they extract all the data.
Okay. Sets up a first aid kit and grants first aid to allies. Good. Oh, I need to drink. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do for today. Actually, watching streams today. So that's it.